World Network Truth Workshop. Learn, win and prosper through the use of the correct procedures of the English language. For the protection of your assets, security of your personal freedom and privacy is with the unveiling of the secrets, advancement of the knowledge, and understanding of the truth.
To the back room, washrooms are on the other side here. And if you are getting up for that, if you could just be conscious of this camera. We're trying to make a real good video for future presentations, so be cognizant of that as well, please. Lots of familiar faces. How many of you guys have been to a Bruce Stellar in the Truth seminar? So you've been through a filter. Well, today we're going to pass you over to the master. I'm going to expand your mind just a little bit further, and we're looking very forward to, I'm sure, some more new information and procedure, as well as, again, recapturing what we've already learned, but reinforcement and repetition is the name of this game. So let's get that in real solid. If you could, please hold your questions. We're going to have David will cover a certain topic, and then we'll go through a question period, and then move on to the next topic in a question period. That makes for a better video, so when we want a copy of this video later, we won't have to be listening to all the individual questions. So if you can hold your questions, take notes, which makes you make a better question. Hold them off, and then we'll get into a question period, drill away, ask all the questions you need, and then we'll move on from there. We'll take about a 10-minute break at around the 10:30 mark to flush all that coffee, and then a lunch hour around the noon hour mark, of course, about an hour and a bit. And, yes?
There's only one washroom, so if people have a room in the hotel, please use their washroom in the room if it's possible.
Yeah. And I can remedy that. I'll just make sure I use this one here. So, you are listening. That's good. That's good. I have the great pleasure to introduce David-Winn Miller today. David-Winn Miller. As you know, I've been studying his procedures for quite some time and very much a public proponent of his procedures. I respect the man greatly. I think he's got a fantastic sense of integrity and great vision, and I look forward to another mind-expanding weekend. So if you'd all join me in giving him a warm welcome, and we'll begin.
Morning, everybody. Morning. Well, how many of you are first-timers, haven't seen a video, or been to one of our courses before? So we got a few newcomers. Okay, good. Most of the people in here today are old veterans of this program, have watched the videos, have seen the tapes, been to seminars. So for the new ones, we're going to still go through the fundamentals. A lot of things have taken place since the last time we've gotten together, and that's in our development of this quantum program. This quantum program, when we went to it, became certified on June 6, 2000. We won a $1 billion decision in Zambia, South Africa, which was upheld in Phoenix, Arizona at Federal District Court by the judge on July 24th. On June 22nd, Janet Reno had signed the order to pay it because there was no remedy for the truth. The United Nations, as you know, is currently meeting in New York City. Last week, Monday, I was at the UN for 2 days. I was invited there by John Williamson, who is head of the UN Security Council. 3 weeks prior to that, I was in Oklahoma City, and we were with the James Turner case, where I was... it can't be me ringing. I'll turn my phone off.
Papers and telephones, please.
I always take the battery part, that way they can't say anything. Anyways, we were at the James Turner case in Oklahoma, and 5 UN Security Council members had came to the seminar. To the Federal District Court. Now, a very unique thing happened there. The reason the UN showed up there is 3 weeks prior to that, we filed a writ of habeas corpus with the United Nations. It's a 92-page document under maritime law, which we were granted we established a treaty with the Unity-States of the America. Now, because they were so impressed with this document, Jeff Skiba and I, we spent over 2,500 hours from January up until July to put this document together. So we put a lot of work and research, and we took every word in the books. We used to have them, as you know, in 3-ring notebooks, and we quantumized every single word. And in these books, we replaced 520 different words in the old books. We also incorporated all this into redefining all the maritime jurisdiction, the postal jurisdiction, and quantumizing the language within this new lawsuit. When we filed it at the United Nations under a writ of habeas corpus, we also sued for the flag of the Unity States of the America, 1 to 1.9. It seems that somebody left this thing lying around since 1776. Nobody copy-claimed it in the truth. So I copy-claimed it in the truth with a truthful definition. On August 11th, I was given sovereignty nation status because the flag of the Unity-States flies outside of the United Nations. Because no one had ever set down claim in the truth for it, and I was the first one to do it, henceforth I got copy-claim on it. And then on the 24th, they gave me ambassador status of August. So I was invited to speak at the United Nations. Well, as a result of the 5 men who came to, the UN members, who came to the Turner case and witnessed the apartheid that we had argued about in our lawsuit, the judge, upon finding out that they had 5 UN delegates there, ordered them to leave the courtroom. Now, in that trial, I took the witness stand as a witness. The judge went ahead and wanted me to swear an oath in the verb, which I corrected him properly and said, well, Your Honor, if in truth and to tell, making both tell and truth verbs, that's an act of perjury. That's a fictitious conveyance of language for the extortion of rights and misappropriations. And I said to the judge, Your Honor, I can't swear to an act of perjury here in the courtroom. So the judge went through a stack of about 20 different oaths that he had in front of him, including asking me to swear to the oath for the bailiff to take the jury out when he got frustrated, when he couldn't find any oaths for me to take. And each time he asked me to swear an oath, I said, for the witness with the knowledge is with the claim of the oath in the truth, in the truthful language procedures. And 5 times in a row, over a 35-minute period, he refused to accept that as a truth. I said, well, Your Honor, I said, do you understand in truth? He goes, of course. Do you understand in the truth? He goes, no, I don't know what you're saying. See, in truth made in an adverb making truth a verb, and in the truth makes truth a noun. He couldn't understand a noun because they're only licensed in law and at law, in and adverbs modifying the verb law. And of course, we were in the state of Oklahoma, state being a pronoun, of as an adverb modifying the verb Oklahoma. So he had unity within the verb Oklahoma, the verb America, the verb court, the verb law, and now the verb truth. But when I put truth in front of him in front of a noun format, he then couldn't understand a word I was saying. So after 35 minutes, the judge went ahead and called a recess. He had to go back, and he said, stand right there. He says, I got to go make a call. So he calls Judge Burns, who is chief judge, and he asks, you know, well, Miller's standing here, and he's arguing with me, disqualifying all of our oaths, saying that he has to be in the truth. And we were listening. We had people with wiretaps on there. He asked, how are the jurors? And he says, we got 12 stone pickers. Which means the jurors wouldn't understand what I was saying to them. He says, let Miller testify. He says, they won't understand what he's saying. We'll still get our verdict. So the judge comes back, and he comes walking in, and he goes, "You, take the witness stand. We'll accept that oath." I'm going, all right, so I took the witness stand. So my next comment was, Your Honor, I'm here today to protect the district attorney in his accuracy of his defense against Mr. Turner. I am here today to protect the IRS in the accuracy of their presentation before this court. I am here to protect the accuracy of the bank to which Mr. Turner did his banking. I am here to protect the accuracy of this court, Your Honor, as you have instructed the jurors not to take notes, to pay very close attention to the accuracy of these words that are to be spoken here today. So I then pulled out a $1 bill. I says, "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are here today for the accuracy of the language that the bank, that the DA, that the court, and the IRS has presented to this argument." I says, "The" is an accurate adverb, modifying the accurate adjective united. But it's in past tense, which means it is accurately not in now time factor. I says, "States" becomes an accurate pronoun modified by the accurate adverb of, which now modifies the accurate verb America. Objection, Your Honor! America is a noun. Yes, says the judge, it's a noun. I says, except, Your Honor, it is an accurate modification of the word adverb. Modification is change, and change is motion, and motion is verb. Therefore, the accuracy of America is now a verb. There is no such thing as an accurate verb, Your Honor. So therefore, we have an accurate condition of fiction. Objection, Your Honor, is the DA clause underneath the chair. I says, what are you objecting to, sir? I says, you brought forth the indictment. I says, and you brought forth the accuracy that we have 10 separate nouns. Well, what happens when you put a noun in front of a noun? You have an accurate 9 adjectives and a pronoun, which doesn't say anything. I says, that's the accuracy that you're trying to fool these accurate jurors. So we beat them up on accuracy. We just kept beating them. It's an hour, 45 minutes of accuracy. Took apart the IRS codes and read everything out loud accurately as it was presented in verb and adverb format. Even the money, how it was accurately produced as a fiction. So when we were finished, the entire document was in a perfect box. I says, and the accuracy of boxing means it is removed from the paper. Objection, Your Honor! Isn't there something on that paper? Judge says, yeah, I see something on that paper. So we got this all into the transcript. Well, after the trial was over, the jurors took about 15 minutes and found him guilty, because this was a 92, 3, 4, 5, and 6 tax evasion lawsuit. Now, 92 through 96, I didn't have my technology published. So therefore, he couldn't use my technology as a volition of his conduct. But the case was tried in the year August 2000. That meant the IRS had full volition, the district attorney's office had full volition of what truth was and prosecuted the case in verb. So now they committed mail fraud, fictitious conveyance of language, misappropriations of government money for a mistrial. When we got done, 3 of the jurors, including 21 members, filed treason charges against the judge. And the next day, Mr. Turner had to go back to see his probation officer. He was not allowed in the federal district court. They wouldn't allow him in the building. They said, no, you're not allowed to come in this building. You are a sovereign citizen. This is a foreign territory. And here's another little glitch that we found out. Here's the courtroom. And here's the judge's bench, right? Well, guess what there's a line. The courthouse was built on an Indian reservation that dates back, this is sovereign territory for the Indian reservation. The judge is sitting not in the United States, but on an Indian reservation. There is no judge in the courtroom for the trial. We have a small mistrial taking place here. There's no judge. Half the juror members are also sitting, the jury box goes like this here. So 4 of the 12 jurors are also sitting in foreign territory, and so is the clerk. Now, as you know, a clerk is a postmaster. Anybody, do you guys know that? The clerk of the court is a postmaster. And so without any bills of lading signed by a postmaster within the jurisdiction of the courtroom, we've got us a serious jurisdictional problem now. And they went out and they polled all the paperwork on this building, the land plats going all the way back to 1800, way before Oklahoma became a state, territory, and the Indians were out there all by themselves. They found out that they built this courthouse on purpose to cross the border so that the judges would stay out of the United States, conduct all their trials, and the people would be here always talking to themselves with no judge present. So there'd be no liability. Yeah, when the UN found about how the dog and pony show works and that they were ordered to leave a courtroom by somebody that's not even there, it just compounds the nightmare that takes place. Well, so the UN members that are there witness all this rigmarole, and I get an invitation to go to New York City. So I drive from Milwaukee to the United Nations building. It's exactly 1,002 miles from my house. And from the time I cross the Lincoln Bridge, it takes 4 hours in Manhattan traffic to get to the UN building, which is roughly about 2 miles from the bridge to the UN building. You ever play these crossword puzzles where you're in a little box where you move the block this way and move the block that way? Sometimes it would take 8 to 9 traffic light changes to move one vehicle through an intersection. And it's even worse this week because they've got 1,000 limousines there for the 1,000 delegates that are at the UN meeting, if you haven't been watching TV. So I went to the UN, I got to the UN on Monday, last week Monday, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And they were just taking down the last of the flags. Imagine that, the UN took down the flags. And then they had the UN closed to all visitors. No public access to the UN. So I started passing out my books, the ones you have in front of you, to the UN delegates as they were leaving. Also, I went over to, I parked my vehicle in the diplomatic parking lot, which was left alone for 2 days. There was no place to park in Manhattan. But in the meantime, I got to witness how the rigmarole of how diplomats move around and, chauffeurs drive in and out, pick up their bosses. So then I figured, well, you know who really runs the things? The chauffeurs do. These guys all get together and they have these little huddles and they exchange information. And so I went out and I went door to door, or car to car, and I passed out books to the chauffeurs who have nothing to do 8 hours a day except read. Well, now they've got some good reading material. I tell you what, I was there for 2 days to witness these guys doing this reading, and they were getting very hey, you're running back and forth from car to car. Did you see that? And I went back and a couple hours later and I started interviewing these guys, and they were very excited. I says, what do you think an in the truth language would be worth that mathematically certifies any communication skill between your different countries for banking, international trade agreements, constitutions, treaties? He goes, billions of dollars. These guys are sitting there and all going, yeah, billions of dollars. Says, tell you what, guys, this is, you read those books and you won't be sitting out here. You're the ones going to be going in and out, delegates, and somebody else will be carting you guys around. And these guys were really, really taken by that because they actually understood what was going on. So I spent 2 days there, and on Tuesday they closed the UN completely. In the morning I passed out books, and then about noon they shut down the UN completely and told all the delegates to go back to the UN Plaza building. And the cops chased me out after I passed out 50 books got to 50 delegates with the books. So then they said, this thing is getting out of control. Do you know that they're at the UN right now for in the truth banking based on this program, over 1,000 religious delegates? And then now 169 nations have brought in their ambassadors to argue about who's going to take credit for In the Truth language and In the Truth banking. They're all fighting amongst themselves because they've got copies of these books and my videotapes. So now they're all trying to take credit for it.
Well, can they when it's copyrighted?
Copyclaim. And, right. But the point is, they're there and they're arguing about In the Truth technology. They're learning. Whether they like it or not, they're still learning. So the next thing that happens is Wednesday, I get done with my business at the UN because they shut everything down. And I go over to the UN. I was told by John Williams, when you get there, go over to the badge center, which is directly across from the front gate, pick up your badge for the UN. So I go in there and I says, hi, I'm Dave Miller. I'm here to pick up my badge to go to the UN. This is John Williamson invited me. He says, there's a lot of David Millers here. He says, we're going to have to get personal verification from him. So he goes into his computer and he goes, well, that's strange. Every David Miller has been removed from the computer. So he calls John Williams. John Williams was transferred to Iceland and his entire delegation 2 hours before I got there. Without any reason, the entire UN American delegation was transferred to Iceland. And so I had nobody to verify it. That's why I went ahead and passed out my books to get to the delegates anyways. I'll let my paperwork speak for itself. So having all my work completed Wednesday morning, I then got in my car and I drove to Fulton, New York, where I was supposed to meet a postman by the name of David Ireland. David Ireland has been doing an 18-month investigation on 7 judges and a dozen sheriffs who have been practicing racketeering up there since 1992. And he had been getting their mail and accumulating all this evidence, keeping a log of everything that's been happening. Tuesday night at 10 o'clock, David Ireland was murdered, 31 years old. He was reported to have a single car crash, 475 feet skid on dry asphalt in a Bronco. Anybody want to try and slide a tire over 475 feet on asphalt and not have it blow up? Well, we went and we investigated the crash site. Well, the crash site goes 200 feet of the stones being pulled out of the asphalt, which means there was a very heavy vehicle pushing as he was standing on his brakes. The vehicle then veers to the right, goes through gravel, digging a trench 20 feet long and 6 inches deep on the right side. Then goes in a very little bit of a weave and then goes off into the left side, 20 feet, another 6 inch deep. Then goes back up for another 100 feet on the road. And then there's the car flips over. Now the paper, this Fulton paper here, says that he died in a multiple flip over of a Bronco. Broncos are top heavy. Except the small detail is it goes into a hayfield. The hayfield shows that the vehicle was merely tipped over once in the hay. And when we got there, they were cutting hay to cover up any evidence. And Friday morning, they crushed the vehicle into a small cube, so there'd be no forensic evidence on that. His face and chest, he had broken ribs, and his face was badly beaten, and that's why they had closed casket. We suspect he was either murdered beforehand in a beating, or they did it afterwards. Then we went to the crash site. There was a syringe, like you'd use to do a blood transfusion, and laying in the grass there. Trouble is, there was no blood in the syringe. It was a big one, bigger than this pen. You don't use those for, if you're going to give somebody an injection of morphine or something like that, use a little tiny needle, not a big horse needle. So, and the fire department was there just picking up all the evidence when we got there. So the forensics showed that the guy was murdered. I mean, you can stop any vehicle in like 120 feet, even doing 100 miles an hour. But 475 feet? This was a clear case of murder. Especially based on the fact that both the judges and the sheriffs all belong to the same Masonic lodge. In-house, doing laundry. So, those are some of the events that have taken place in my last 5 days. Just the normal run around the city. Okay. The things that are taking place at the UN now are going to, well, they won't get done with their meeting, I guess, until sometime this week. But we're going to first start off with the names. Now, since the last time we got together, everyone saw me write my name in this format. Well, my brother, he's a real digger when it comes to punctuation. Matter of fact, he's been going through all 500 different punctuations. Been doing this for about a year now. And we've got to put a full colon in front of our names as well. So it says, for the David-Winn of the Miller family. And backwards, if you wrote it, it would be for the Miller of the David-Winn. So it gives us a complete loop. So we've added the punctuation in front of our names as well now. Anytime we use, like when you're writing your documents, you do your claimant, you just put a full colon in front of it. Now, Jeff and I, we spent 18 months researching a replacement for a respondent and a defendant. And the new word is a vassalee. As a matter of fact, that was a word that we had to create. A vassal is a servant. An EE is an employee. What is a judge? But a servant employee, or a police officer, or a clerk of courts. So the word fits the crime. And it doesn't end, it's within quantum, because the first two words, VA, comes from value and valiant. So the VA now becomes a quantum now-time factor. So we call ourselves the claimant. We had to identify who we're going to be talking about as vassalees.
Do you put a colon in front of that?
Yes, you do put a colon in front of both the vassalee and claimant. Now, another unique thing took place last night. Now, we all know that when we write our names in all capital letters, this is called a nom de guerre. Which means you're a dead person. Well, last night we took the section of the IRS codes, section 1441, which deals with non-resident aliens. And of the 52 pages that are found in this document, there is a phrase that says 15 days after the month. And then it says 60 days for the collection of the money. Now here's the reason I wrote this up here, because a very unique thing happened last night. We're just reading through this document, and out of 50 pages, the simple little phrase here disqualifies 52 pages of material. Why does it disqualify? All right, a document is called a trust. If you enter into a banking agreement where you make a deposit into a bank and you're using a trust document, as all trusts globally are written in verbs, so they're fictitious. When you put the money into that bank, they make you sign this 52-page document that says you abide by the tax laws. Now, when you have a trust and your trustee is dead, you've got 45 days to appoint a brand new trustee, or your trust is null and void. Probate court has jurisdiction to now claim it. How many days in a month? 30. 15 days after the 30. Therefore, it's 45. So you're signing a contract written in code that says there is an establishment of 45 days after your nom de guerre name is established with the bank. You make your bank deposit. The bank will insist that your name is only written in uppercase letters, making you a nom de guerre. You sign this contract, which then puts you into a dead scenario, and in 45 days, the trust account that you just opened is null and void because the trustee is dead. The IRS comes in and files a lien for the money in probate court, and because it's a federal issue, it takes 60 days. If the court does not set it for trial, you then the court loses by default, and the IRS gets to seize the money. So you make a deposit into the bank, you go back a couple months later, and you think you're going to be able to withdraw your money, and to find out that the IRS has got your money. Well, 45 and 60 is 105 days from the point of deposit. You don't have anything anymore, and the court's got it litigated. Actually, within 45 days, it's tied up in court. The judge just simply sits on it, doesn't hear your case, and allows the claim to run at 60 days, and then turns your money over to the IRS on default. They've stolen $8 trillion since March 1st, 1997. Here's how they did it. You don't believe me? Go ahead and do your homework. Look at where your deposits went in, or if anybody you know got ripped off, how it happened. This is how it happened. This simple little phrase out of 52 pages is how they did it. But you got to know the rules of trusts. You got to know the timetables on trusts to become aware of how this trap is set and how they steal your money. Now, we've got new in the truth trusts. That's what the government called this UN conference for. These new quantum in the truth trusts are offshore. Earth is in fiction. It is the Matrix, just like the movie Matrix. So the trusts that we have developed in quantum are in now time with full volition of the assignment of authority of the trustee. We give him now time jurisdiction and define all the words properly. So when you open a checking account or a savings account with this in the truth trust, it is offshore outside the jurisdiction of all jurisdictions globally. Now, to open a trust in the truth, and you don't want to compromise the fiction that currently exists. Now, the money system is a very delicate fabric. We do not want to cause a catastrophe globally and upset what happens to the money system or the illusion of how people believe money is. We already know that it's fiction. We already know the language on the money is fiction. It's like state of Canada. State's a pronoun, of is an adverb, making Canada a verb. So your money is a verb on its face. Any document that contains a fictitious phrase is a false document. And so the government, we have to be careful not to upset the apple cart, and at the same time, we want to open our new in the truth banking globally. Well, we've got commitments right now for $40 trillion from the major banking centers globally. They are all in the process of learning how this program works. We've been very, very busy. I've been doing a lot of seminars, but I have been very busy traveling all around. We have different organizations that are working together in a very complex network. The UN is trying to offset this. The government is making available in the truth loans interest-free for over 1,000 churches. Now, there's over 1,000 different religions globally. That's what the UN meeting is all about, to get in the truth banking established. But they want to do it through the churches first because they're tax-free, and they're all under the 501c3 program with Rothschild or the IMF. So they don't want to lose. They don't want to lose their edge on the world by allowing my organization, the Unity-States of the America, the Unity-States of the Canada, the Unity-States of the Australia, or of the Russia. Now, currently our numbers stand at between 120 and 130 million. under the Unity States program. How we got so many? Well, we've been on Radio Free. We've been broadcasting shortwave. Remember the elections that took place in Russia? The Unity States of the Russia took 37% of the vote, and voting is mandatory in Russia. That's 100 million votes we got. They were write-in votes. These were all write-ins. We weren't even on the ballot. So it gives you an idea of how fast this thing is going. Last year, after we came out with quantums, with the Mark Martin's case, that was December 15th, Martin sent in the new update to modify the case that had already been won with the Russian Supreme Court. But when he sent in the quantum program that we developed, he was the first case we dumped it on because he was the only case up in the system that had already been approved. The Russian KGB took that and systematically took every member of their legislature in the back room and said, you guys just committed fictitious conveyance of language to extort money from the Russian people. That's punishable by life imprisonment in Siberia or death. Or you can stand down for the fictitious crimes that you've committed because we have your signatures on the bills that you've signed since you've been in office. See, in the Russian language, the prepositional phrase of the, for the, with the, there is no article. So therefore, they used adverbs to modify their nouns, which was an act of fictitious conveyance against all the people of Russia. They didn't do their homework properly. So, what happened? On the day that it was required, everyone in the cabinet quietly walked out. In a new cabinet, they had new elections, put new people in. That's how it was done. This technology, it's mathematically certified in the truth, is working its way through around the world. And it's been doing it very constructively and very quietly. Now, we are currently running two parallel systems. One is in the truth, and the way it works is this. You open a checking account or a savings account in the truth as a trust. The trust then, let's say you've got a bank that has a home. And your home has $200,000 in equity in it. I mean, it's worth $200,000, but you got a $100,000 mortgage. That's going to give you $100,000 worth of equity. Now, equity is gold, just like gold. It has value. But how do you can't put the house into a trust because your mortgage is entirely written in verb. You can't put any interest identification into a trust because it's entirely written in verb. But you can take the value of that equity and put that into a trust because you can write that equity into a noun statement of value. And you deposit that equity into this truthful trust. That truthful equity and truthful trust is now deposited into the bank, and the bank officer becomes a trustee of that trust. Now what the trust now does is it takes and files a lien against the fiction of the bank, of the fiction $200,000 for the $100,000 in actual cash equity that exists. Now that lien is an equity lien based on the fact, like a mechanic's lien, that the equity does exist in the truth. It is held in the truth trust. At no time does the fiction and the fact ever touch each other. It's just like a home equity loan. But the equity stays within the truth and the fiction stays within the fiction. Now we have an infrastructure of banking, computers, check writing, the whole 9 yards. We're not going to disturb the infrastructure of fiction. We're going to continue to use that infrastructure of fiction. And then you can borrow money or you can borrow things from the equity in the truth. And as the bank then will open its own in the truth trust. So you will use the fiction as a vehicle or a go-between to count in fiction, but the actual asset, if you want to take $20,000 out of this equity, then the $20,000 is going to be deposited into the equity of the in the truth trust of the bank. That way the bank, now that they've got $20,000 in equity, guess what they can do with actual true gold equity? They can fraction bank it for 10 times the value. That means that we can convert the entire global fiction into an equity scenario in the truth, with in the truth banking. And the banks, in exchange for doing this, going into an in the truth society, make 1,000% profit.
They're not required to keep a reserve on him right now?
The reserve is still predicated on a 10% gold reserve, or on equity.
Not in Canada since 94. They don't have to have anything.
You mean to say you guys got 100% pure debt?
Exactly.
Well, no, it's not that way. You see, you have land, you have buildings, you have highways.
Well, that's true. But
That is your equity.
Whatever accounted for them.
Well, it's not, but it still is. Everything has value. Somebody owns something. I mean, everything. The point is that they're not just, you can create fraction banking from interest, because interest is equity. But you cannot create money out of thin air. It just doesn't happen. You must establish a value of something first and have somebody make a commitment to it and then file a lien against that, which is an equity value. And then you can borrow from that. That's what we've set up in this scenario. We won't get involved with the fiction in any way, shape, or form. But it's the way we can run two parallel systems together and transfer the money from fiction into truth, so that everything is accountable in the truth. Now, 5 years ago we started this program, and we sued judges for perjury and for treason. And they had criminal penalties. They're immune from what they do. In other words, they watched the pen fall. And we always saw the pen fall. And we prosecuted the pen falling, and we lost every case. That's because the pen doesn't have a brain, and gravity is an act of nature. So they weren't afraid of us when we were talking to them in a subject matter format. We then went ahead and we talked to them in a reverse format where we are damaged by their negligence. Well, this gave us jurisdiction to establish, but they all stuck together and protected each other, even though they were guilty. They still went ahead and protected each other and said, well, you still won't get any remedy in the United States. So in March of 1999, we went offshore to Russia. Actually, it was February. February we went to Russia. And Vladivostok, Russia gave us a judgment for $50 million. The Russian Supreme Court upheld it, and so did the World Court at The Hague. And the document is still sitting up at the Russian Supreme Court waiting for a $50,000 pay-in before they're going to release the documents. Which is not right, but they're a poor country, and so that's their game. When we sent our lawsuits down to Zambia, South Africa, they were only there for 14 days, and we got a $1 billion judgment, and there is no fee. There was 4 cases, $700 million, $150 million, $100 million, and $50 million, respectively. So it made a $1 billion judgment. Rothschild brought in all the central banks in Europe, and they spent 4 weeks pondering over this with their legal departments on these judgments. They said, the Swiss came back and said, this was the greatest thing to happen since they started selling oil for money. So they knew we had equity in the truth judgment for $1 billion. An equity judgment of that magnitude is worth its weight in, these are gold certificates. So therefore, these can be fraction banked for $10 billion. The interest is 6% per annum. That's $600 million a year. We have a discount rate of 20%, so therefore that's $200 million is what our cash payout is on that. So the rest of it then stays in the hopper and sets up a chain reaction to fund in the truth banking, in the truth trust globally. Now that's one suit. We've got 65 of those. Worth over $25 billion right now. That's $250 billion under fraction banking. So that'll set up its own chain reaction when it takes place. The government's very aware of what we're doing. But because they stand to make 1,000% profit on this thing, hey, let it happen. We're going to convert the whole planet into the truth. We're going to get all the treaties redone. There's 68,000 international treaties. Another thing that's taking place is, how many of you are familiar with Nikola Tesla? Nikola Tesla coil is going to be built in Japan, 1 mile in diameter. That's enough megawatts to generate and supply 200 million people. The population of Japan is 160 million. It'll be anchored in 6 miles of water on a 1 square mile boat. We estimated 20,000 people will be employed on that boat. So it's a $40 billion program. 14 of these units will power the entire planet and support 100 billion people. Now we could put one in off of Hawaii.
Who's putting these up?
They're going to be put up by, the first one's going up by Japan. Now, what does Japan pay a year for imported oil? $40 billion for one coil that'll run the entire country. It'll take care of all heating, electric automobiles, trains, and they can use the energy to send laser beam and run planes with it. In other words, the planes don't have to carry a battery source. They can run on beamed energy. Yes.
How are they doing this? What are they powering with solar power?
How does a Nikola Tesla coil work?
Well, I built one years ago. You had a power source that was electrical power input.
No. This is how here's how a coil works. And that's why this here is becoming relevant. Here's the Milky Way galaxy. We're located out here on the edge of the galaxy. What do you think the speed is? How fast do you think you guys are traveling right now?
1,000 miles a second.
300,000 miles a second is how fast we are moving. Disqualifies Einstein's theory of relativity. I mean, as you get closer to speed of light, you're supposed to slow down. Yeah, we guys are going. Milky Way galaxy is 2,300 light years across. It has a rotation speed of 4,000 years. It is 7,500 years. Multiply this times pi equals 7,500. Divided by 4 gives you 1.86. So you're moving 300,000 miles per second, 1.86 times the speed of light. All right. The Milky Way galaxy, because of the stars and its motion, has a frequency. There is a magnetic frequency flux that hits us at 48,000 cycles per second. Now, when you magnetically charge any substance, it has magnetic resonance. And because of that, nothing can charge and discharge fast enough, except a few substances like diamond and quartz crystal, sapphire, ruby. Your crystals can absorb and dissipate energy at that speed. Your wristwatches run on the 200,000 cycle per second quartz crystal. That energizes a piezoelectric crystal, which generates enough electricity to run a coil, to run the watch, plus recharge the lithium battery that's inside of it. Therefore, you get 7 years on a battery. Well, the same principle is going to take place here. They're going to put a coil out in the ocean because we've got to get it away from magnetic core so it floats on the water. We can put one in Lake Michigan, Lake Superior, Lake Huron, run the entire Great Lakes region. I mean, Canada get tremendous amount of energy out of Lake Superior alone. I mean, you got 1,000 feet of cold water there. That means you could put up about a 500 to 600 foot diameter coil, have unlimited electricity for Canada. Put one off of Vancouver, put another one off of Montreal, and you can pump energy in. You got that big lake up by you. Hudson Bay, yeah. Point being is, these units can be placed anywhere around the world in water off the core. And with using quartz crystal as a frequency modulator, it energizes an outside coil, which then energizes the inside coil, producing no heat and unlimited electricity. In other words, we're trying to slow down the rotation speed of the Milky Way galaxy at 300,000 miles per second with a 1 mile magnetic coil. Think about that. You see how much energy we've got here to burn up? We already have kinetic energy set in motion. We're just going to harness it properly, and that's how this whole program works. So, brighter days are ahead. Not only have we got In the Truth banking, In the Truth language, In the Truth lawsuits, but now we're going to have In the Truth electricity, too. All right, we're going to run through a couple things with flags. Now we've got our U.S. flag, which is 1.9 and 1, and for the Canadians, we've got a 1x2.
Which is what that one is back there.
Yeah, I already measured it. That's the 1x. Okay, we're good.
We have heart.
Maple leaf. All right. One of the slickest ways that they disguise this flag is they shave the red off on both sides. See, it's really easy to see that the white is square, and any kind of modification on the white would automatically trip somebody's suspicion. But to shave a little bit of edge off the red, you'd never know it to have a 1.9 flag, and then you'd automatically change its condition. You know what they do in Hawaii to change their flag? They use the British. This is a 30, 40, 30. And what they do is they take the lines inside the Union Jack here, and they make it 25, 50, 25, and nobody sees it. It's such a slight variation, but they change the condition of the flag. And that's how they captured the Hawaiian flag. You guys, they just simply shorten it up on the edges. Or they put yellow fringe around it, like that one there. Now, you guys got a law that says they can't do that. They can't put yellow fringe on your constitutional flag. But they can do it if the flag is slightly smaller, then becomes your national flag. That's military, then they can go ahead and put the fringe on it.
Which that one is. It's not 2x1. If you're to fold that gold one, it's not a 2x1 flag.
This one?
Right. So they shorten up the edges to do just what you said.
Do this.
Okay.
Just put the two edges together like this. And do a triangle. If it touches corner to corner. No. Spandex there. No, it's not square. Yeah, so this one here is a military flag. What's that? No, there's nothing wrong. That's just advertising their fiction, that's all. That's what they do here in the States. You know, unique thing is when I went to the UN, every single flag there had a ball, gold ball on top. That's for military advertising, military recruiting, which means the UN is a military facility. Didn't they all tell us that that was a civilian peacekeeping organization?
Yeah, and that's the propaganda in the paper right now.
I mean, you go there and you look at the flag, you know, nobody suspected that. But we've been pushing this flag program now for 5 years to a degree that people are paying attention. Isn't it funny that they took all the flags down to just about the same time I got to New York City? Yeah, just a pure coincidence.
All flags
all the flags, all 169 flags or 189 flags were removed from the UN building. And then they closed all access to it. Yeah, Cliff.
I know you made a point that it's 1 by 1.9, but in all the flag books I've looked in, they deal in whole numbers, so they say it's 10 by 19. It's the same proportions, but... Yeah,
we just...
Okay.
They don't want to use decimal points. Yeah, they'll say it's a 10 by 19. There's nothing wrong with that. When you take a flag... The United States has 11 different flags that they have listed in their Title IV section. And those flags, there's only one that represents freedom of the Constitution. That would be to represent citizens. The word citizen means that an individual who has a right for making contracts. A party is a volition. It's not a corporate. A party is a volition. Volition is what creates contract. It makes the thinking take place. Now, when you take a flag and you hang a flag in a banner like this here, or like we've done up here, that suspends your Constitution also. If you have a constitutional flag, and that is a constitutional flag, and the minute you hang it in that manner, it now creates a banner. All of your airports around the world are UN territories now. They're under Every flag that flies in every single airport is flown in this manner. So it suspends the freedom of the contract when you're in the airport, so that the airport police are actually UN police. They're not affiliated with your local police. If you do something wrong in the airport, they will capture you, turn over jurisdiction to your sheriff's department, or to a U.S. Marshal, could be an FBI, federal agent. Yes?
Is there a way to get around that by validating what you do with your...
No. It's even though we've got unity, sovereign nation status with the United Nations, August 11th, 2000, with our In the Truth program, we still accepted the fact that we're under UN control. In other words, we wanted to get into the UN to change everything into the truth. You've got to start someplace. I mean, I can't stand up and be alone in a world, even though the world's in fiction, and I stand here alone in the truth. I still have to communicate and have trade. So, I could turn all the lights off in this room, make it absolutely black, and light one candle, even though the room is in darkness. Truth, as small as that candle is, will light the darkness. And there is, it's like 3 + 3 = 6. That's the truth. How many ways can you do it wrong? It's unlimited. How many ways you can do stuff wrong? The court systems knew that man was lazy, that man would do things wrong. So they figured, let's set up a wrong jurisdiction. Let's set up a fiction. Because then we won't have to stand on the truth, on the form of the truth, because it's too difficult. We would never win a case in the truth. In fiction, hell, we're going to win all the cases. But we'll give the people 16% of the win. Pick a subject, you're going to win 16% of the time. The other 84%, it's harvest time. And they're going to win their case. So that's the law that they use. Another thing takes place is our contracts. The way we're now drawing up our contracts and creating our paperwork, we take our flag, we put a flag in the upper left-hand corner, and we also drill a hole through the document. Now, when we do that, Myrna, you got your case with you? Thank you. Okay, this here is a maritime document. This is one of our new UN documents. They're 92 pages long, quite large. And this is bonded. Because this is hot glued, it's now a bonded document. What we do is you don't have to necessarily glue it. I don't care what your case is. I don't care where you're going into court. You can put your staple on the paperwork. All you're going to do is put a drop of glue on the edge and bond everything through. The glue will automatically bond it, even if it's on the corner. It makes it a bonded document because it can't be taken apart. Now, in this case, we put a ribbon on here, and it doesn't matter what color ribbon you use, or thread. You can even use a gold piece of sewing thread and put it through there, and it'll be legal. But what we do is we drill a hole through, put the ribbon through, and then squeeze glue through the hole. Well, that capillaries into all the paper, and it's a bonded document. You don't have to bond the whole edge, just that hole. So a couple little ways of bonding documents together. Now, the flag advertises that this here is a charter vessel, just like a boat. This document is a vessel in a sea of space. If I drop it or throw it up in the air, it's a vessel in a sea of space. Therefore, it's a maritime instrument. This maritime instrument now has its own bill of lading, better known as a summons to you. So we use Title 46, Chapter 20, Sections 192 through 195. That tells the clerk of the courts, who is the postmaster of that foreign jurisdiction, we have a vessel coming into the port of your foreign country. This vessel has a bill of lading on the top of it. It is an authorized document because we put a stamp over here, and it is a $1 stamp. And we sign our name across the face of that stamp. That now cancels the stamp, making that person who signed it a postmaster of the charter vessel. Very unique position to be in. Now, some of the guys have made up some badges. Anyone you guys got one of those badges? I think Bruce has got one. Yeah, a couple of guys back there. It's a badge with a flag, the Canadian flag, the postage stamp, signed. It has a flag, your picture, and a postage stamp signed. This man is now a postmaster transporting his charter vessel cadaver. His body is a cadaver. He signed his autograph with authorization, which now turns his volition of thinking into the postmaster transporting the cadaver of his vessel. To understand that, there was a court hearing when Myrna was in. The people that had those badges on didn't have to go through the metal detectors. They walked past because they were charter vessels under law of the flag as sovereigns. When you put that badge on, you become a postmaster of the Unity States of the Canada, which makes you a sovereign citizen outside the bankruptcy, because you know who you are and you've advertised it properly. So when you take this document, we also send this document through registered mail. Now the registered mail will take and put a barcode on here. Everything's barcode now. And when you get that barcode placed on your document, that will give you a registration serial number. That registration serial number becomes the number that will track this document from cradle to grave. From the time you file it at the post office till it gets to the World Court and to the United Nations as a treaty, to go to the World Court, you got to go through the United Nations first and have it established as a treaty vessel, as a charter vessel. Then that vessel, which is the Unity States of the Canada, has the power as a sovereignty to sue the state of Canada fiction for apartheid and genocide acts against you. And that document can now go to the UN, which establishes a treaty with the UN in violation. That violation can now be tested at the World Court. The World Court is in verb, but the World Court has got, yesterday morning they got the first writ of habeas corpus from the United Nations, taken there by the UN Security Council, and it was accepted at 10 o'clock yesterday morning. Jeff called me, Jeff Skiba, that his case finally got up there against the IRS in the United States. And the World Court is very excited about the condition, the quality, the authorization, and the laws that were incorporated here in the truth. Now, this is going to change the way things are going to happen. You only got to win one of these to win them all. But you must have knowledge. You must be aware of how this program works by studying it. You go into court and the judge says, what does that mean? Well, my paperwork's going to speak for me. He says, we're not going to listen to paperwork today. We want to hear oral arguments. Well, spell 2. Spell 4. Is 2 plus 2 equal 4? See, so the point is, you can't win an oral argument with these people, so don't even try. So don't step into a trap into an oral argument. Our paperwork clearly stipulates the fact that if you enter into an oral argument, it has no validity in court. I mean just that way, in verb. Verb begots verb. Fiction begots fiction. I want to see it in black and white. That's why these documents are legitimate. In Turner's case, we had a lot of oral things take place. But Turner's paperwork spoke for the case, regardless what the jury said. The jury made so many clerical mistakes in their fiction that the paperwork has jurisdiction over that. The fact that there was no judge in court meant there was no jury in court either, because he was sitting in the Indian reservation. So, if you understand the mechanics and you sue for those mechanics and the clarifications of those issues, you can win these cases. And they're worth a lot of money now, because as each one of these come down, they will be gold certificates, and they will be qualified fraction banking instruments in the truthful trust that will be deposited in the banks that we're setting up around the world. So there will be remedy to get paid on these things. The fiction cannot pay truth, but with the truthful banking, truthful trust can initiate and make these available. Now, let's say the man who, like Art Lee, he won that $700 million. He doesn't go out and get $700 million today. That money has to be established, placed into the trust goes into the bank, and the interest is then generated from that. Only upon the interest that is produced from that equity can he use that equity and actually spend it. You can only spend the interest. You can never touch the principal. That's the rule. So it doesn't matter how many billions and billions of dollars in gold certificate trusts you have. You still can only spend the equity because that is the true value of things that are going to happen.
The interest, you said. Only spend the interest, not the equity.
Interest, right. The interest on the equity is the only thing that can be spent.
How long you get the interest for?
To your whatever your contract is for. Like he contracted for $200 million, so he's going to get interest up to $200 million, and then the bank gets the balance.
You said that the settlement was for $1 billion.
He got $700 million, but he discounted it for 20%. In other words, he agreed to that, so he signed a contract for that.
But we're only making the bankers more rich, and they're the thieves of society.
Well, I know, but that money is going to go into a system that's going to be working. It's got to cover expenses.
It's got to turn around over time.
Yeah, there's not going to. That just doesn't happen today. There's a turnaround time where the money then has to be borrowed. Again, it's like Jenny May. They got to sell bonds before they can give you money to buy a house.
That's not true, but anyway, they created out of nothing. Absolutely digital money, checkbook money.
Well, I know, but they're borrowing it. They're doing it on a promise contract. The contract then becomes the equity issue, just like these liens, these lawsuits become equity issues.
So we sue them for the fraud. Ultimately, they get caught in the corner with this crap. Eventually, it's not helpful.
Well, no, it'll eventually. It's the only system we have. I know it was built on fiction, but nobody knew any better. This has been going on for 8,000 years. So for anybody to say the guy at the bank violated my rights, this has been going on 8,000 years. He inherited a system he couldn't change. He didn't have a mathematical procedure as we do today. So we're not going to prosecute anybody for conduct that has been established for 8,000 years. We're going to let bygones be bygones. We're going to all move forward because we're going to live in the future. Let's make sure we got a good future to go to when we get there. So we're going to make this conversion take place. It's going to be quiet. It's going to be honest. Everything is going to be accountable. Only 18% of this planet has been developed in 8,000 years. The other 82% are still living in grass huts, digging in the dirt, living on dirt floors, and are uneducated. So with this new technology, by having Nikola Tesla's unlimited electricity system, we don't have to burn up the fossil fuels. And you're going, well, gee, the oil company's going to lose all kinds of money. Not true. Having unlimited electricity, this will purify water and air. It'll also build industry. Industry needs lubricants. All of your plastics, textiles. The new products that are going to be generated from the plastic industry requires petroleum. Of course, they got a lot of synthetics too. Point is, though, we're going to go through a transition period. Computers are going to be developing 99% of this stuff and doing your heavy thinking for you anyways, putting together the molecules and the electronics and the formulas. So it's going to be a very exciting age. The people that know how to read and write in the truth are going to be front-line demand. Why? Who's the highest paid employee in the world? Contract lawyers. They make as much as brain surgeons and heart surgeons. If you know how to write contract in the truth, you can write your own ticket. The lowest pay scale that exists in contract writing starts at $100 an hour. The better ones go up to $500 an hour. If you're in specialty items, you might make as much as $1,000 an hour. To understand how to translate and write in the truth in this format it's a nice part-time job to get into. Most of the guys that have made a commitment to working at this thing, they went from the $300 a week jobs now to $4,000 a week jobs, writing contracts. And they're beating people away because they can't You can't keep up with the amount of people that need injury, that have been injured, and they need remedy. And there are millions and millions of millionaires out there that think nothing of spending $100 an hour to get remedy. And they see truth, they understand truth, they're very excited about it. But they make $10,000 an hour with their millions of dollars. They don't have time to write contract. They will hire you. What do you think the commission is to rewrite the electrical union's contract for Salt Lake City, which has got $6 billion in equity? It's 85 pages long. How long is that going to take you? Even if you took 1/100 of 1%, that'd be a $60 million commission to rewrite one document. How many of those you got to do in a lifetime? Do the math. See, there's, and you got, you pick up a Yellow Pages once. Look at how many people are in business in your town. How many of them have unions? How long they've been in business? There's a lot of fat cats out there. You can start at the top and work down. There's no shortage of business out there, believe me. And there's, flying out here, I met a guy in a plane in that. He was a textile salesman. Does with, not textiles, he did mold injection with polyethylene, yeah. And when I showed him, I says, you've been at your job 3 months. How'd you like to be vice president of your company? Expanding international contracts between Canada, the United States, and Japan. Taking your products in the truth for all different sorts of subject matter. Because your dyes are unlimited. By the time I got off the plane with that guy, he was like toast. He was just so excited about his new promotion in life. I says, by the end of the year, you should be 6 figures. And I says, with what you can learn in this program. Going to your boss, I said, show me your warranty. Show me the warranty on your product. I'll correct it for you. And so he pulls it out of the door. When I got done correcting it for him, this guy was going, my God, this thing is fraud. We're not guaranteeing anything to anybody. He says, no, write it in the truth. And I wrote it in the truth for him. So now take that back to your boss and that. I said, now when you show it to your legal department, I guarantee all your lawyers that work for your company will quit. Because they're only licensed in fiction, and if they know truth is coming into the company, they can't work here anymore. So you're going to get a big kick upstairs because you can write the contracts in the truth. And then he's doing the math, Another thing, we get one of these documents. We filed a application for a United States Post. There was an application or a thing up on a bulletin board at the post office for a postal inspector. This was when I was out in Wyoming. Now, Russell Gould applied for that postal inspector's position. So we created a badge like Bruce has with a flag, a postage stamp on it, and we identified him as because he signed a stamp, and we identified the flag as the flag of the Unity States of the America. He then became the postmaster of the state of the Wyoming for the Unity-States of the America. So when he went in to apply for the position, he says, I am here as an instructor, as a postal-in-inspector of the Unity-States of the America. I'm here to instruct the United States Post Office postal inspectors, which means when you say inspector is one word, it means not specialist. It means not. That they have committed mail fraud. We then created this document. We corrected their application. I have a copy with me. It's 3 pages long, identifying and rewriting the entire application that the post office had put out there, correcting it and putting it in a noun format. When he presented this to the postal clerk in Cheyenne, Wyoming, the one clerk says, this is an important document. It has a ribbon on it, has a flag, has a stamp. He says, I want to send this, Russell says to the post office clerk, I want to send this to Washington, D.C. to the head postmaster. The clerk standing next to him says, you don't have to do that. And he says, well, I'm going to do it. This is an official document. And this man is a postmaster of the Unity-States of America, of the America. And so he puts a registered serial number on the face, and he signs his name across the face of it, just like Russell did. He also signs his name across Russell's stamp on the document, and has Russell also sign his name across the registration serial number. She says, "You can't do that." She says, "You're going to get in trouble if you do that." He says, "This is an official document. I'm not going to jail. This man's a postmaster. And he knows what he's doing. And I know what I'm doing. I studied about this. I've been waiting 3 years since I've been in this office to have one of these guys come in here. I heard that they were out here." He says, "I heard that there was a movement out here in Wyoming." He says, "I've been waiting for one of these guys to come in." He says, "And I'm not going to screw this thing up." She says, "I'm going to stop you." And she runs in the back, comes back with the postmaster in charge of the Shawnee office. And he goes, "You don't have to do that." He says, I'm within my rights to do this. This man is a postmaster, and I am following proper protocol." And he says, "Stop for that." And he runs in the back and comes back with 2 more suits, both postal inspectors. Then we explain to them, inspector means not specialist. Therefore, you are guilty of fraud under Title 18, 1341, and 1342, and 1343. Therefore, you're committing criminal acts as you stand here before us. We will complete this process. He then puts the registered mail into the envelope and puts the address for Washington, D.C. on there, puts 12 bullet stamps on there, bullet stamps this, bullet stamps the stamp, and then he signs the seals. The postman signs his signature across the seal of the canceled stamp and has Russell, "You want to sign this too?" That way we got double authorization. Well, that document took 3 days to get to Washington, D.C. And before we were finished, we had all the postal clerks, there was about 30 of them, crowded around Russell as he's filling out his paperwork to watch this take place. It was the first time they ever had this much commotion at their little post office. In the truth. And we passed out copies of the postal inspector's forms of how we corrected things, so everyone had a copy of what we were doing. When it got to Washington, 12 hours later, CNN announces that the United States of the America has a new postal inspector's name change. So we've made an impression. Yes.
I was going to ask you, Bruce, you had that postal number, you had that document, it got canceled. Did you rectify that?
Still haven't gotten advice has been
I was
received.
going to ask you, Dave, there's something going on in Canada with the post office. I did some research, and it's not in the sovereign anymore as of 1981. And Bruce has experienced the problem with it. They've canceled reneged on a registered number. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if we never did hear back exact details, but as to how can they do this? It's a double registered letter. You're just entering a contract and they're negating on their part.
You have a rent a post office. Myrna went ahead and contacted Bern, Switzerland, and they got the name of the postmaster and the postal inspector. There was only 2 guys listed for the whole country of Canada. And these guys are your front people. They have the treaty with Bern, Switzerland. Everybody else is rent-a-center. And so because of that, that they are using those as private capacity so that nobody can get an official signature on an official stamp to do what we're doing. Effective about 10 days ago, all $1 stamps have been removed from the United States postal system. I can't find one anywhere in the system. We've been calling all of our people. No one can get a hold of $1 stamps.
Does it have to be $1?
It has to be more than $1 or more.
In one piece?
Stamp, right.
So 1 or 2 or whatever?
No, the $1 stamps have got the symbol on it. That's the difference. See, the Canadian stamps are where you got your loom, and that's your $1 Canadian stamp. So you can't. There is no fractions in law.
It has to be a 1 or 2.
Yeah, even number.
It has to be a whole number. Excuse me. There are no fractions in law.
So what are you going to do now?
I'll get some more. Don't worry. Oh yeah, I can use $2 stamp. The post office just came out with the new universal. It says it's a world stamp. It has the whole entire planet. It's a $3 stamp. It says the world of the postal. In 1873, the post office became unified under the Universal Postal Union. It took roughly 3 years to get 189 countries to sign up for the standardization of post. Now in 1776 in the United States, you have a series of events that took place. Canada is running parallel to this, not on the same timeline, but by explaining to you what happened in the United States, you might be able to have a better understanding of your own country. 1776, the United States borrows 1.6 million francs from the French. Good old Benjamin Franklin, $100 bills, the postmaster. The post office at this point in time, the Declaration of Independence, when that was signed up, Benjamin Franklin says, I only want to be responsible for two things, bills of lading and script. Well, script meant money, and bills of lading meant everything that moves, they get a kickback from as the postmaster. Where else was he in 1776? Canada, first postmaster. So he was a triple agent. He was a French attorney working for the English crown to capture North American continent. Now the North American continent as a whole was under English control under the Hudson Bay Treaty, 1605. So this stuff goes all the way back. By the way, on March 1st, 1997, the Hudson Bay Treaty was disqualified. At the same time, the treaties of Guadalupe Delgado with Spain for the southwestern part of the United States were also disqualified. The United States seized 5 million acres of land. It was the same day that the IRS went on a feeding frenzy to go after all the trusts that were written in fiction also. So there's been major events take place. The United States fought their war up to 1782 and then filed bankruptcy at 2 million francs. This was a domestic bankruptcy. That 1782 then ran 7 years for domestics, and in 1789, September 17th, which is going to happen just next week, the United States could no longer meet they came out of their domestic bankruptcy and had no form of income. So they entered into an agreement with Rothschild, got money, but then filed a domestic bankruptcy that's going to run for 70 years. All international bankruptcies are 70 years. Canada is currently in bankruptcy for 70 years. We have still not been able to figure out what your date of origin is, because if you guys can get me the date of origin and a copy of your Constitution, I can break the bankruptcy.
We don't have a constitution. Canada's never been confederated. Only the provinces.
If you've got a bankruptcy, then you've got to have a constitution to go with your flag.
We don't.
It's called the Constitution Act.
Constitution Act. Show me your bankruptcy contracts. I can end your bankruptcy and establish a constitution. The sovereign unity states of the Canada can now establish your government.
Where would you get such a copy?
When did Canada go on the gold standard?
April 10th,
Well, 33 and 70 is 203. So you guys get 2 years to go before your gold standard is going to expire. Yeah, 2 years. So you're going to be real close. We just came out of our bankruptcy November 2nd, 99. So the 70 years runs its first course, and in 1859, the United States comes out of bankruptcy. Now there's a 45-day moratorium on trusts. The bankruptcy trustee is vacated. They've got 45 days to establish a new money system in the United States. Well, there's no computers, we don't have telephone, there's no radio, there's no TV, there's nothing. A lot of guys cutting wood is all we got. So the United States, not having any kind of a money system infrastructure, says to the South, well, you got cotton, tobacco, gold, and silver. You're very rich. You guys got all your big mansions down there. You're going to finance the North. We're going to go into a deal. You know the southern states to this day are still a sovereign nation, not connected to the United States? They are a sovereign country. They are not in bankruptcy. So the South went ahead and said, no, we're not going to give you our gold and silver, we're going to break away. So the South goes and creates their Articles of Confederation. The North then comes back and says, to France again. In England, you got to renew our bankruptcy. Give us all the money we want. We'll capture the South in 6 weeks, and we'll go out there and we'll make a nice living out of this. And the South goes ahead and kicks ass, so to speak. You know, they don't get beat by the North in 6 weeks, and the war starts. So the United States wins the war, but the United States is also bankrupt. They burn down the South. They don't get any gold. They don't get any silver. It turns into a big mess. So along goes another 70 years of bankruptcy. So now we're up to 1929. Now September 17, in 1905, the Vatican calls a meeting with all the postal clerks worldwide. 1905. The Vatican calls a meeting. You can look it up under post office and barristers and postman and post. Go into Black's Law Dictionary. Do some research on this. You can also get all this information from the internet under Burns, Switzerland, under the Universal Postal Union. 386 sites.
There's a link on my website directly to the Universal Postal Union.
Okay. 1905, the Vatican calls this treaty and establishes a norm of how trusts are going to be conducted globally. That there's a 45-day grace period that's going to take place on trusts. They're also going to have a 10-day rule and a 5-day rule. So the way this works is September 17th, the bankruptcy ends and they make an announcement that in 10 days they are going to vacate the trust. Well, that's 10 working days. Saturdays and Sundays don't count. So 10 and 4 is 14. 14 and 17 is 31. There's 30 days in September. So that brings us up to October 1st. What's the fiscal new year for the federal United States? October 1st. When does the United States Supreme Court reconvene? October 1st. So that's how we got our new year, is because it's established 10 working days after the end of each bankruptcy period. Now the 45 days takes place when the trust has been vacated. A new trustee must be elected. 45 plus 17 is November 2nd. That's our election day here in the United States. That's how November 2nd came to be, the election day. But 5 days prior to November 2nd, they must make an announcement under the 5-day rule that they will vacate and no longer have a trust. Henceforth, stroke of midnight, October 28th, 1929, they make the announcement. The stock market opens up on October 29th and crashes because all the banks and credit unions are going to close. The market is margined at 95%. The market moves 5% and everybody gets a margin call. But all the banks are closed under a bank holiday. And there's a run on the banks. Nobody can get any money out. Communications are bad. There's no telephone, radio, TV, no computers, no internet system. So we go into our 10-year depression. Canada gets scooped in with it. Now, another 70 years goes by, and starting in 1963, I believe it was, we start our computers, get into the computer age with the Pong games and big rooms of vacuum tubes and Univacs and stuff like that. But anyways, on September 17th, 1999, the United States bankruptcy ends. The computers now take over. Satellite communications globally, and the entire monetary system is virtually switched over in a microsecond. And computers control 99% of all activity. There is no more cash on the market. Everybody uses MasterCard. Electronic transfers. The stock market only moves 5 points that day. And so the system is now run solely by computers. Without the computers, if we would have had computers in 29, this would have all taken place back then. It would have been avoided. but it wasn't until now, November 2nd, the United States was legally out of bankruptcy and has now become a sovereign nation. Now, November 2nd was the same day, at the stroke of midnight, that the United States Probate Court seized the Hawaiian Islands, the Bishop's Trust, worth $10 billion. Because the Bishop's Trust was written in all capital letters, all nom de guerre. And the U.S. Probate Court said that every single entity that exists in Hawaii, of every land patent, treaty, and trust, was written in verb. Therefore, probate under sovereignty set claim for the Hawaiian Islands. Except the rules, regulations, and conduct of a probate court are all written in verb. How does a verb seize a verb? It's an oxymoron. So we've got that. I already was over in Hawaii 4 weeks ago to take care of all that, and we've got everything in motion to get the Hawaiians back their land. The next thing is, on November 2nd, what do you mean 15-minute break? You guys don't need a break.
I can hear the squirming.
November 2nd, 1999, we come out, the United States comes out with the brand new coin, the gold coin. We go back on the gold standard. Sashagowean. What is a Indian princess, a young girl with a baby, doing on the money? Well, everyone says that, I told everyone that only postmasters appear on money. George Washington on the 100, Grant on the 50. He was postmaster before he became president. Lincoln was postmaster before he became president. Hamilton was postmaster before he became president. So was Jefferson. So the point was, what's an Indian princess doing on a $1 bill, on a $1 coin? Well, in 1820, when Sashagowean was working with Lewis and Clark, Lewis and Clark were both military personnel, and they were postmasters. They were also surveyors. The military worked for the post office. The post office now entrusts them as postmasters to go out and survey the land of the Northwest Territory. So they're up here, and they run into Sashagowean. She's a princess, so therefore she is a head or a ruler of her tribe, and she speaks English. So they get her to write a letter to the President of the United States, also to put a stamp on the letter and sign her signature across the stamp. Therefore, she was a sovereign nation in the Northwest Territory. Because she was a sovereign nation and she signed it, she became the first female sovereign postmaster of the United States. By signing that postage stamp.
But wouldn't that be a foreign stamp?
No.
Using the U.S. stamp in a foreign land.
No, because
any validity.
the United States had just purchased this land and had absorbed that under the post office. When she signed a stamp, she acknowledged that the post office, who controlled the military and just closed the deal under the bills of lading, now took jurisdiction for the Northwest Territory, and with a $1 stamp, she turned over the Northwest Territory to the United States Post Office under bills of lading. But because she was a sovereign, the United States could not acknowledge her as the first sovereign postmaster of the United States until November 2nd, 1999, when the United States became sovereign, going back on the gold standard. Therefore, sovereignty begot sovereignty, and they have joined her, and that's why she's on the $1 gold coin.
Wow.
Yes. Now you know the rest of the story.
$1 coins, do they have 1/300th of an ounce of gold or something? Is that correct?
Well, they're gold plated. It takes 300 coins to make a dollar, to make 1 ounce. So it's illegal. It's a legal tender. And you guys want a 15-minute break? Yeah, just putting the.
What do you mean?
They're falling apart.
Not fictional, not stand.
Yeah, there you go. All right, during the break in that, there was a lot of challenges about if we're helping the governments in making the banks richer, what's going to happen? Well, this world, as we've been making our we've been doing radio shows and making public broadcasts, We're telling people that as this transition takes place, the new information that's going to come out both in banking, in treaties, trusts, international trade agreements are going to be mathematically certified. No individual will be able to write a contract where another individual is going to be reading verbs like your IRS codes or your Revenue Canada codes are. So the language that's going to be used is going to be certified frontwards and backwards, where a noun is used as the noun, where a verb is used as the verb. Things will be absolute from the beginning. Anyone tries to initiate language that obstructs truth, they will be immediately exposed as being a traitor or an extortionist or in some form misrepresenting their actions. In other words, only criminals will be exposed. If a criminal knows, if a man has a criminal heart and he wants to try and use truth to extort something, it's going to be kind of hard to do that, isn't it? Because you can read and check the language frontwards and backwards. And so this kind of weeds things out, who the liars are and who the dishonest people are. Now, a lot of people have asked, why haven't we given you all the truth right up front? There's 38 procedures. We were basically at 25. We're changing the entire planet with just 25. It's because the information, we went after judges who are absolutely immune, public officials, legislators, congressmen, senators, presidents, everyone that was absolutely immune from prosecution. They could not be influenced by any modification of our conduct through threat. Otherwise, it would interfere with their efficiency of their job. So they said, these people have absolute immunity. So I came back and said, for the witness with the knowledge is with the damage for the negligence of the protection of the witness by the court, by the attorneys, by the judges, by the legislatures, the congressmen, doing assignments. Now, as a witness, I have to be protected. We all have to be protected. That's why we hired the Vassalese. We put these people in power to protect us from the crime of society. But their egos and their greed got in the way, and what happened? They wound up fleecing us, turning us into slaves, and stealing as much as they could steal from us. So now each one of these individuals, by their own actions, their own paperwork, and their own autographs, not signatures but autographs, have now signed, sealed, and delivered to us the conduct of their actions. We can now take that paperwork with this technology and prosecute it. Now, as we went through each one of these steps, we set down 17 separate sting operations. And every time we increased the impact of these stings. We'd go out there and we'd throw out a lawsuit. Some judges would take it and other judges would start to obstruct it from left to right. And as they went ahead and they put their best foot forward saying, no, we're going to go ahead and dismiss this case for one reason or another, they gave us a reason, and they signed it. We then corrected their reason saying this is mail fraud and added them to the list. Then bringing out new technology to capture all the mistakes that they made. And we did this again and again and again and again and again. We got it to a point now where we captured the entire planet. Doesn't matter what country you come from. That's why the UN's having that delegation down there right now. Everyone knows they got dirty laundry between countries. They don't want to start World War III. So they know they've got to go ahead and write truthful constitutions. A constitution where man has the freedom of the travel, freedom of the speech, freedom of the religion, freedom to understand trade between two countries, between two individuals. And most of all, they've got to have the freedom to elect people that are in the truth. That's why we got the Unity States of America, Russia, wrote in so many people and put their own in the truth people into position. It's going to be interesting to see what's happening with this election in a couple of weeks here in the United States because of our In the Truth program undermining the entire Republican and Democrat parties along with all the rest of the parties out there. I've been approached by 4 of our parties to join with them and support them. And I said, yeah, as soon as you correct all your verbs. And they were a little bit upset with that. I says, what? Well, I'm supposed to trade one fraud for another fraud? I says, you're all a fraud. I says, so nobody, I says, you want to make an impression? Do a write-in. When the elections take place, you write in Unity States of the America. And then pick somebody you know that's an honest person, understands how to write in the truth. So it sends a message to Washington that there is change taking place. So as we stand now with this new In the Truth program in the banking, the money controls everything. So we figured, all right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to fix the money system completely, globally. Then the money system, who pays the judges and pays the legislatures and makes everything available for the votes, is then going to come back and say, if you want the money, you're going to have to be in the truth. Simple as that. Here's the courses. We'll make them all available to you. A truthful virus that goes around and corrects things. Yeah. So it's because when we use threat and duress and collusion, it doesn't work. So we pushed the greed button. You know what? The greed button really works. It motivates people tremendously. So that's what we're doing. We're educating the bankers globally. You know, when you walk in, you sit down with a president of a bank, say, excuse me, sir, what's the answer to 4 plus 4 divided by 4? And he says, well, everybody knows it's 2. And I'm going, you're a bank president, you're dealing with thousands of dollars every day of our money, and you don't know how to add, subtract, simple math? I said, this is really scary, you know? So, all right, next thing we're going to rattle on is a prepositional phrase. By the people. Now, the reason I find that the biggest complaint I have from everyone is I can't identify a preposition in an article if my life depended on it. I wouldn't know how a pronoun is created or the difference between why a noun is a noun one time, it's a verb, or an adjective the time after. So we're going to go through all these different parts of speech. If you don't build foundation, you can't have a good house on top of it. When I did the program for the Australians, I did 4 hours of going through the math, going through the prepositional phrase and the sentence structure. And the people came back and said, we didn't come here for a 5th grade English course. We came here to learn about banking. I says, oh, you want to learn about banking? Give me one of your bank documents and I'll show you where your money's going. By the time I got done correcting that, everyone in the room wanted to have a private consultation with me. They found out the absolute of being able to translate fiction and how important it meant. Give you a quick idea. Man deposits $6 million into the bank on Monday. He's going to go ahead and buy a business on Tuesday. Goes to the bank Tuesday morning. All parties are at the bank. They go ahead and he says to the banker, I'd like to have my $6 million check now to pay to this man to close this deal. He says, here's your $100,000. He says, what do you mean $100,000? I put in $6 million yesterday. Oh, he says, your $6 million was stolen last night. He says, we're only insured for $100,000. Here's your $100,000. He goes, but I got a bank deposit slip here. He says, no, the insurance just says $100,000. Your $6 million was stolen, and here's your $100,000 back. So he sued him in court. He had $250,000 in attorney fees. Trial lasted 18 months. Court's final decision, the bank's only insured for $100,000. You lose $6 million. So the man came from Australia to Las Vegas to meet with me because he was told that I could give him remedy. Well, the attorneys that handled the $6 million case went ahead and said the people only have a $100,000 insurance policy. That was an adverb modifying the verb people. All right, so the insurance, the banker, excuse me, not the banker, the lawyer has malpractice insurance. When he turned that individual into a verb, he committed malpractice. And it caused him to lose $6 million. So now the attorney in his malpractice insurance is responsible for personal injury against this man. Forget the bank. They're gone. But the bank also had fraudulent language as well. So now the bank and the lawyer have entered into a conspiracy. They both carry malpractice insurance. So he sues the bank. In this particular law firm that he did, has 150 attorneys in Sydney. So they got about, I think it was $68 million in malpractice insurance coverage because they have so many attorneys. Just by the use of the language, he now gets to go for 4 times damages, $24 million against the malpractice insurance of that lawyer's office. And that he'll file at the United Nations under an apartheid international treaty of mail fraud. You see, all of the documents were filed in court have stamps on them. What is a postal clerk? What is the clerk of the court is a postal clerk joined with the Universal Postal Union's Bern-Switzerland International Treaty, which controls the United Nations, which also controls the postal inspectors globally, which have arrest power globally. And all bills of lading and bills of scrip, or all script, is money. That's Rothschild, International Monetary Fund, and insurance through Lloyd's of London. So this insurance company is licensed through Lloyd's of London. Needless to say, the $24 million becomes relevant because it contains stamps on it, which makes them postal instruments and charter vessels. The charter vessels have been obstructed, so the documents become international treaty violations, and he will get his $24 million out of this thing before we're finished. Because the writ of habeas corpus will be filed with the UN, putting the entire bond company that sold the bonds in the first place to guarantee the insurance premiums for the insurance company of the malpractice insurance. Now, when the man was explained all this, he's going, oh, I see how this works. This is very good. We have forensic evidence with autographs from the attorney's office. We have forensic evidence from the court. And we have all of this, all these autographs. We have all these confessions. Now we just need a in the truth trust to transfer the money into, and an in the truth writ of habeas corpus to take to the UN to go to the World Court to get a judgment, and Lloyd's will have to pay it. Does he get remedy? Yeah, and then so anybody thinks that this program doesn't have any volition, think about what I just said to you. Learning how to read and write properly and understand contract pays big bucks, both in the judgments that you're going to win from being ripped off, as well as from your power to correct other people's injuries. And people will hire you. There's a lot of people with a lot of money that have been ripped off by the same identical scenario. 42 people showed up there. All 42 were victims of a rip-off by the bank.
Which bank was that?
42 different banks between London, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and America. 5 countries were represented. I did 2 seminars, one in Honolulu and one in Las Vegas, and they were all the same group of guys. They just didn't know about each other. Both were told that there was going to be a specialist in banking speak at both places, and they split the group, and they didn't tell who the speaker was. It wasn't until I got out to Honolulu, I got into a discussion with the person that set up the Honolulu and says, "You got competition, Dave?" It goes, Yeah, I got some banking specialists going to be speaking in Las Vegas and that, and that's where all the people went. I guess, does he go by the name of Dave Miller by any chance? He goes, yeah. I says, well, here's my business card. So that was quite a surprise, because the guy had one seminar instead of me flying between Honolulu and Las Vegas back and forth. I was gone for 2 weeks on that. All right, by is a preposition. Does the article, and people becomes the noun. Now, our math problem is 20 times 1 equals 20. Now, it might seem like a simple math problem, but in fact, it's what certifies the prepositional phrase in the first place. The preposition is an assignment of authority. People are going to get together, and they're going to have the power of vote. What are they going to vote on? We're going to vote on rules. These rules will keep our society sane, I guess you could say. Just like if we were all locked in this room and you know you were going to be here for a week, I bet you within 2 hours of everyone in this room, we would immediately organize into a discussion group, figuring that how are we going to survive in this room for a week without killing each other. At the end of a week, living together in this room, we would set up rules and regulations. We would have a bathroom schedule. We'd have
Catch fish.
how to catch fish. We'd have all kinds of rules and regulations that will apply to specifically all the talent that exists in this room. We would all get up and introduce ourselves to each other. And if you were, in a trap scenario like this here, we would organize, we would vote, we would set down rules and regulations. We would have our own police force, our own trial set up. When you go to jail, for those who've been in jail, the guys in jail set up their own rules and regulations. There's an infrastructure that take place within the jail because you guys are stuck in a box. You have rules and regulations. The guards got theirs. But we, as prisoners, also set up our own infrastructure of rules and regulations. And the number one rule is you do not steal from another person. I don't care how big you can have 1,000 thieves in a room. You put them all in the same box. Number one rule is you don't steal. You don't touch and you don't trespass. And you break that one rule, and you're going to find yourself hanging upside down in the toilet someplace. And that's what life's all about, It's about people getting together. You put a bunch of bees together, they're going to have one queen. You put a bunch of ants together, they're going to elect one queen for that. A pod of whales or dolphins or a lion pride, chimpanzees, gorillas, they all have infrastructures. They elect when they're in order. So there is an order to nature. Even people that don't know how to read and write make contract. Take a 2-year-old child. Take two 2-year-old children. Put a ball between them. They don't know how to speak outside of Google and Dada. And they don't have a written contract. They don't know mathematics. But they know if they pass the ball back and forth, they can play a game. They make a contract. And the one says, no, it's mine, I'm going to keep it. The other one's going to, the other 2-year-old will come up and go whack and start crying or fighting.
I've seen it. I got twins at home.
Yeah. And they're going to fight. You break the contract, you're going to fight. Go ahead and play poker once. Sit down at the table and change the rules and look at the other guy's hand, Watch how long it takes before somebody knocks you out of your chair. There's rules that we live by. Well, the same thing takes place in a prepositional phrase. You got rules here. Now, in our society, we're going to make a rule that says our school district has a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. And it's a good rule because we don't want our children murdered or killed or run over. No, Bruce over here, he's a little hothead. He likes to run 100 miles an hour, so he's driving 40 through our school zone. Well, how are we going to get this? Our rules say that this 40-mile-an-hour speed limit is going to have a $100 penalty. It's a performance penalty. He can't not drive 20. He can't do a negative act. But he can perform a 40, and he can pay a fine of $100 for that 40. Well, how are we going to get, now that we got all these rules set down, how are we going to get to this enforcement factor? Well, we're all going to go ahead and we're going to elect a leader. That's what the article is. The article is the command of the people. The leader could be a judge, could be a captain of a ship. Okay. Now this individual who becomes a leader of the group, he is going to be your enforcer. He's going to make sure that this money gets paid and this performance contract is fulfilled. So Bruce over here gets caught driving 40 miles an hour in a school zone, and he's brought before the judge, and the judge says, well, you performed 40, you voted for the rules to commit 40, and now you have to pay the group a $100 penalty. And he says, no, I don't want to do that. He says, well, you made contract with us. You break the contract, that's constructive treason. And the acts of constructive treason are, you have to be dressed in pink pajamas, fed starchy food, and locked up at night so you don't get caught in reality. And if you're a captain on the ship and that, and we got a rule that says no fighting, he gets caught fighting, and we say, well, you're going to have to take 20 lashes, or you're going to have to give up something. as a penalty. And he says, no, I don't want to take no 20 lashes. He says, fine, you can walk the plank, go be part of the food chain, swim with the sharks. You have to leave our society. So an individual says, no, the penalty is too severe, so I will comply with the rules of the contract, and I will give the $100, and I will perform that. I performed 40, therefore I will pay that. Now the relevancy is that if we remove one of these factors, if we remove the rules, regulations, and the voting, and we think we can stand up like you walk into a courtroom, you've got no contract, and the judge gets up there, we've got 0 times 1 equals 0. Simple math problem. So now it's called the people. And the judge stands up there and says, I'm going to take command over all you guys. I want you to give me something. He said, well, I don't have a contract. We didn't vote on anything. There's no rules and regulations. You're in fiction. You're an adverb modifying the verb. And we don't feel like verbs today. And you as an adverb, I can't find an adverb that identifies a living, breathing entity anywhere. So, Your Honor, as the, you don't exist. So therefore you can't possibly command me as a verb. So therefore we have no unity. But this is the way our traffic laws are written. So if you get a traffic ticket, you go into court and you sue to have the law written in the truth. You sue to have your fine presented in the truth. You sue to have your traffic citation corrected in the truth. And if they won't do that, then I can't enter a plea to a fiction because that's perjury. It's joining in a conspiracy for perjury. It's called perjury of the oath. And we get to prosecute for perjury of the oath then. And so the judge will have to discharge, or vacate the ticket because you now have a verb people and a verb judge, and there is no such thing, or an adverb judge. So if we go ahead and we the people come into court, 20 times 0 equals 0, and by the people come in and say, now that we've removed the article, we've removed the leader, the by now becomes an adverb modifying the verb people. It loses its preposition. And if all you people got together and say, I did something wrong, well, it's your opinion. Everyone's been telling me since I started this program that I was crazy because I want to be in the truth. And everyone else in the world was in fiction. I was one man to stand up against 6 billion people on this planet and say, you're all in fiction, wake up. They're saying, this guy must be crazy, lock him up. And all of a sudden, like, everyone is starting to pay attention. Now there's 100 million of us. By the end of the year, we should have close to 1 billion by Christmas, I figure, with all with the UN now. And all that, they're going to go home and educate their people, and between the TV, radio, and everything, we'll have about 1 billion people online by Christmas. And by the end of the next year, we should have this thing pretty well wrapped up. But when a group of people get together and they say, we're going to set down rules and regulations, but we're not going to have a power to enforce them, it still means nothing. You've got to have guidance. Because a judge is a very special person. In spite of his fiction, a judge studies other things that take place. You are all educated to say the pen. Start every sentence with the word the and bring in your noun next. That's what we learned in English. Never start a sentence with a prepositional phrase. Anybody starts a sentence with a prepositional phrase, you'll fail the course. We're going to hold you back. You don't get to graduate. And so through threat, duress, and intimidation, they dumbed us all down. And then when we got out there into the real world and got into the real contracts, and we became really good slaves, they were able to really harvest us. Because we always walked into court and committed fraud. You always went in there and said, the pen fell. The judge says, well, that was an adverb making pen a verb. Pen doesn't have a brain, neither does a verb. Fell is a condition of gravity. Gravity can't be tried. Well, my fingers are a condition of holding, but the fingers only act when my brain is thinking. So thinking is the action. Nothing happens without thinking. I'm a judge. I look at people and I say, what is your condition of thinking? What is the volition of your thinking? And that volition of thinking is what I'm going to put on trial. But who stands in front of me? I got a cadaver in front of me. I can't see your thinking. I can't see you hold a thought in your hand. Show me the 3 dimensions of thought. So, what do we got left? Your written contract is as good, your oral contract is as good as the paper it's written on. The judge says we're only going to have oral contract today. Well, that's a real oxymoron. He's saying we're only going to practice fiction. You're going, no, sorry, my paperwork will speak for me. I've dismissed your paperwork. That means demon god of the underworld for mischief. And so, look it up in the dictionary, guys. D-I-S, means demon god of the underworld. And I says, no, Your Honor. I says, my paperwork will speak for me. He says, I've dismissed that. I says, my paperwork will speak for me. He says, I've dismissed that. What else you got? I says, my paperwork will speak for me. He says, now, listen, I'm going to hold you in contempt. You say that one more time. He says, I've dismissed your case. Understand? I'm going, my paperwork will still speak for me. I says, I got my badge on. I'm a senior court barrister. I says, I got the law of the flag. It says, I have the freedom of the speech. I have the freedom of the press under the Universal Postal Union with Bern, Switzerland. I'm under contract with this court. I filed my oath and affirmation, my oath, my claim of the oath and the truth with this court. I says, and I am a senior court barrister. I have jurisdiction over this court. And my paperwork will still speak for me. Okay. That was the judge's response. See, he wanted me to make contract to disqualify my document, and I made him make contract accepting my document. Okay, case dismissed. I says, you can't dismiss my case. I says, this means demon god of the underworld for placement. I says, if you wish to vacate, I says, we will take that under consideration. Besides, I have a vacate order in front of you. Sign it, and we'll be out on our way. I can't understand a word you said to me, sir. Then the next act is bailiff. Not bailiff, but clerk of courts. I've come here at the appointed time and place. I says, the judge failed to come to court today. I says, bailiff, you are the postmaster. I am a postmaster. I order this case vacated. I'm senior court barrister. Walk up there and have your paperwork, and she signs it. Think about it, folks. All the paperwork that ever went through court, who signed it? The clerk did. The clerk puts the stamp on it. Who entered? Yeah. Who enters the oral plea? Who entered? See, the judge's oral statements are on a different plane than yours. It's what's going down on the paper. Who's writing the signature? Who's putting the autographs? Who's putting the stamps on? Who's making the document authentic? The clerk is doing it. She is the postmaster. She moves the bills of lading, the contracts, and the certifications. She is the senior court barrister in that room, not the judge. But they keep the sheriffs dumbed down so that the judge, who is an actor, can order the sheriffs to arrest and kidnap and intimidate people, while the clerk sits there with her mouth shut and doesn't do anything because she's afraid of herself being held in contempt, when in fact she's the individual that's got the power.
So you instructed me.
What's that?
Unlike I sat with the sheriff, who wasn't aware of the position he actually was in. And I'm assuming the clerk doesn't know the position she's in either.
That's correct. They do not educate them. It's not taught in school, and unless you study chapters Title 46 and 49 under maritime law, and find out that you are in a maritime court with maritime flags, you've advertised your position as to what everyone's responsibility is in that court, these people are not going to know. So what we do is we go in and we educate the bailiffs. We educate the clerks a month before we're going to file a lawsuit. We send in paperwork that is, there's no names, titles, or nothing, but we bring everybody up to speed. In Turner's case, I gave the U.S. Marshals. I says, you U.S. Marshals are in a position to arrest this judge because you're postmasters. I says, but you don't know how to get to that position as a postmaster. I says, watch these videos and read this book. By the end of this trial, you'll be able to arrest this judge for treason. And by the third day, they came up to me and they shook my hand and they said, "Thank you, Mr. Miller. That was very educational." He says, "Just give us the word." He says, "You're senior court barrister here. We'll arrest him."
You have power as senior court barrister over the judge.
When we sat, I was sitting in the bleachers, and Turner also had on his flag with his badge signed, and he was senior court barrister. The judge said, "You're not allowed to talk to Mr. Miller." Judge and James goes, "Well, I'm going to jail for 18 years. Why not?" So he gets up and he goes, "I'm going to go talk to Mr. Miller." So he goes over and he starts talking to me about, how are we going to handle this defense and that, and we converse. "I told you guys no talking." "Okay, Your Honor, just a few minutes." He ordered us in 3 days 9 times not to talk to each other. And after the whole trial was over, "Well, there was a few irregularities here. I ordered these guys not to talk to each other, and I know it disrupts the jury, but we're not going to hold any charges against them." Of course not. We got jurisdiction.
And he knows all this stuff?
Oh, sure he does. He's a federal judge. S-E-A-Y-C. He's like the hanging judge of Oklahoma. This guy was he's got the reputation of being Mr. Bad Guy when it comes to federal judges.
Would he be obstructing your movement if to not allow you to speak to your friend? He'd be obstructing your movement.
Oh, obstructing a witness, intimidation of a witness, trying to order a senior court barrister around when he's only an actor. I mean, and not only that, he was in Indian Territory. He wasn't even in the courtroom.
Who teaches these judges at a certain level?
Oh, they go down to Scottsdale, Arizona, to Judge Institute, in Reno, Nevada, to Judge Institute, and they get their briefings there. Yes.
Elaborate more about those institutes, what goes on there, and how you influence their decision making.
Well, when I came about, I brought in my In the Truth language. And after I got Judge Grover in Shawano, Wisconsin to confess to constructive treason, it shut the federal government down for 4 days. In the next 2 years, I shut the government down 8 more times as I came out with each new procedure and created these sting operations on the judges. As this thing went on in about March 1st, 1997, that's when they started teaching our course at Scottsdale. With the videotapes and the books, and the judges and agents come to the seminars. The IRS has probably been to about 150 of our seminars. And we tell everybody at all of our seminars, pay your taxes in the truth. We encourage people to abide, drive the speed limit. And if you do happen to get an infraction, sue to have the law presented to you in the truth. And then make a plan, plead guilty in the truth. And I don't care what happens to you, you beat them up in the truth. And what is all the court system about? Are we supposed to be in the truth? Don't we go to court for justice?
No.
Well, it's not just us guys. It's spelled like this. It's just ice. Right. And because it's just ice, this actually translates into land of the outlaw. They wear black robes. They steal your property, your freedom, your money. About sums it up.
Is that in Latin? Just ice means land of the outlaw?
It's in Black's Law Dictionary, land of the outlaw. And then if you look at and like devil, it means D means no, and evil means no evil. That's what devil means, no evil. See, so they're always using satanic reverses when you go into court. Any questions about how prepositional phrase is?
Did you do the name, David? Did you put the full colon in front of the first name with a space or directly in front of the first letter?
You put the full colon in front of the name.
With a space or directly next to it?
When you start, you put it up against the word. Afterwards, there is a space after it. Unique thing took place in Las Vegas. We came across, no, this was in Hawaii. Somebody wrote a book entirely, it's about 250 pages long, and I wish I could remember what it was, where the entire book was written in colons. Now, half the time, there were no spaces between the colon and the next noun, and the other half of the time there was. So what they did was, we came out with a determination that when you write by the full colon, see now there's no space there. This, wait a minute, this is no, I'm just trying to use two articles here. This is an article, and this here would then become a preposition. Wait, for... Okay, here we just use a preposition, half of a prepositional phrase with a full colon, and then they go into a, they're going to list by the car, by the house, by the boat, and they're going to list a whole series of things here. But what they did was they left a space in here. But when they went, like I do my name, there was no space between them. Now, you look at the way they write time. They don't use a space. This is a noun, and that's a noun. You see, there's no space between two hard nouns when you're using colons. It only comes when you're going to have any other form of speech between the colons that the space is incorporated. Now,
you had a space when you use your surname.
Pardon?
I thought you had a space after the colon when you use your surname.
Yeah, because you're creating a prepositional phrase. Only I was questioned about that. How much the space is. The space then goes when you're using conjunctions or prepositions or articles. But when you're using nouns, like in time, there is no space. And even when you're watching the Olympics, the colon is up against the noun, and they'll put this, and then when you go into decimals, they'll go after the seconds, then they go into hundredths of a second. They don't go into sixtieths of a second, they go into hundredths of a second. Yes?
That colon, like by the colon itself means for the.
Exactly. If you're going forward...
For the car.
Right. No, I'm just saying that in the course of this book, we try to pick up patterns and associations as to what was the justification for the space in or the space out. When I was in court 4 times now in federal court, the judge says David-Winn full colon space Miller. And he made a point of putting a space in, full colon space Miller. And he read this, He was being accurate to say you put a space in after your colon, Mr. Miller. He was good about the whole trial. I mean, we won the trial. But he was being very specific about making an issue about this space. And even though I read this book, there was conflicts of some words had spaces, some words didn't have spaces. Time always doesn't have a space, and those are 2 hard nouns. So there's still a conflict of interest as to this spacing, because I'm still having difficulty finding a patternization, because the book used it both ways. Now, I have it on all my business cards and on my book and every place else with a space after the full colon, because I'm writing 2 nouns. I'm identifying my family name, and then I'm using a prepositional phrase. After the prepositional phrase, you always have a space. So it's my translation that this takes place.
I think you try to stay under 2 character spaces. At least you have to joiner.
You can't have 2 character spaces, right. Just 1. Now they also wrote it where they had the end space, full colon space, and they did it that way also, which I found I couldn't justify that. It was only in a couple of places that they did that. So someplace there is instructions on this, and I have not found a dictionary that can identify this.
Would it make it more clear if you underline the whole noun?
Well, that's what I do with my name. I'll underline it, and so it's
Solid line?
it's locked in.
Is that a solid line or a line under each?
No, it's a solid line, like that. Now, the colon, I've been successful, and Jeff's been successful, and everyone else that I know has been successful with doing the colon space and then the name. That's the way we've been doing it for about 3 years now. Since March 1st, well, no, it was December 7th, 1996 was the first time we did that. And that was in the Turner's case. That was at Tampa, Florida. He was facing 340 years in prison, and he cut a deal with the government. They would drop all charges on 84 counts of racketeering and money laundering if I didn't testify, and he would only have to serve 3 years in prison. And after he got into prison, he realized that he didn't have to serve any time, because after he got in there, he met a bunch of other people that had been students of mine and said, "No, Christ, you could have walked. They would have had to discharge the whole case." Like in Toby Brown's case, when I testified there, all charges were dropped against him. He was free, and the other 5 defendants in the Apolito case were sentenced to 38 years in hard labor in federal prison. So.
So I don't want to judge with Eli. We're having a little bit of a guilty feeling. Want to clarify and tell you something that yes, you're on the right track?
Yeah, I think that the judge was working with me on that one.
Yeah. I don't see why else. Couldn't sleep at night.
Next thing we're going to do is we're going to go through a numbering system. We use 1 is an adverb, 2 is the verb, 3 is an adjective, 4 is the noun, 5 is past tense, 6 is future tense, 7 is a pronoun, 8 is a preposition, 9 is an article, and 0 is a conjunction. And the conjunction is and sometimes or. Those are the only 2 conjunctions. Now, this numbering system and these identifications have been standardized all around the world. No one has made any modifications or changes to it because of the way it was presented. Now, the adverb modifies a verb, an adjective, and a pronoun, and adverb modifies adverbs, verbs, adjectives, and pronouns in front of it. The verb is neutral. However, the verb can be modified by the adverb. The adverb will modify the verb. The adjective will modify, the noun. But the noun then becomes a pronoun. So the adjective modifies pronouns. The noun is always created by the noun, 894. Now, past tense is words that end in ed. Future tense would be pre, in, af. These are all no's. To. Another one is from. A pronoun is a word that is modified by the adverb after it. Preposition will always precede and be followed by the article. Article, again, follows the preposition. Conjunctions are neutral. They carry a 0. They have no value outside of joining two nouns, table, chair, fork, knife.
Would but also be a conjunction?
But's an adverb. So, the reason we put these numbers up here is because when you write a sentence, you are romantically involved with the words. And when you get these words, you start getting thoughts. But if you take the numbering system and you write the numbers on top, and then you go ahead and you look at the numbers, this is the only thing that's legal, 894. The numbering code is 894, 894, 2, 894, 894. Now, for about 2 years running, the computers were programmed by the government to identify this and identify this number code. Whenever it saw a document, it would burn the computer out to stop us from spreading our technology. Those viruses have been removed by Microsoft. Mac systems were not affected. NE systems were not affected also. The government has since realized that this is a global issue. It's gotten out of control with over 100 million people involved now. They've removed the system of the viruses. You've got a few rogue systems that are still out there, old computers. There were people who are coming online that have the virus still in them. If you're plugged into the internet will have a deactivation virus that will, or antivirus that will automatically take it out of your system. But if you had a system that has never been plugged in, like a Windows 98 system that was more than 18 months old, and you've never been on the internet, the chances are when you upgraded your computer from 95 to 98, those were built into the disks. And when you programmed your computer, you've still got a live virus in there, so when you plug in this technology, you're going to wind up losing your mainframe. We've had a lot of guys experiment trying to beat this thing, and they lost their computers on account of it. You will still, if you go into your banks, open your checking account with your punctuated name, :David-Winn, :Miller. You will cause a bank to shut down. It will blow out your bank computers. I did Norwest Bank, Wells Fargo, and M&I Bank in Wisconsin. And that was just recently.
What about Canada?
You probably got the same problem. It'd be fun to go in. If you don't want to blow out the computers, you hit Control-Shift-I, which is italicize your name. Once it's italicized, it will not damage the computer. Your system won't go offline. When I went into Wells Fargo yesterday, or the day before, and I looked at my account, my entire account is done in italics. Every single thing that's in information in my account is italics, so the computer doesn't get blindsided by me. I asked Wilson, he's the president of the bank, and I says, "Hey, how come my account's in italics?" And he goes, "You know the reason." He says, "We've been through this already. You already crashed the system here a couple of times." I says, "Well, how about anybody else's account?" "No, they're okay." He says, "You're the only one we got to worry about." So, yeah, so far. All right. Now, memorize these numbers on here because in the course of the day we're going to be using these, and I'm going to be putting sentences up here when we do the workshop, and I'm going to show you how damaging the language is and how obstructing it is, but then this numbering code will keep you on point because you're not romantically involved with numbers. And your mind works on graphs, it works on numbers, so it keeps you focused. Oh, another thing. The way the system came about was this. The adverb was used more than any other violation. The adverb always modified the verb. Adverb always modified the adjective. And the adverb always modified the pronoun. So therefore the sequence was in frequency. Second, the adjective always appears in front of a noun because a noun, you put two nouns together, the first one is an adjective. So 3 always came before 4. Past tense was always a condition of always moving from the past and going to the future, so therefore 5 and 6. 7 was the pronoun, always preceded by the adverb. the preposition always came before the article, and so the natural order of numbering through systematics was also the natural occurrence of how the violation took place. So whenever we do our 894, preposition always comes before the article to create the noun. You cannot create nouns without prepositional phrases. Every time a noun is used independently, it is a pronoun. There is no assignment of authority. There is no vote. There is no command. Therefore, the noun cannot exist. It is only a presumption of your volition. So don't ever write a noun by itself and say that's it. Even for titles. The government used to say United States District Court. We said, yeah, under whose authority? Where's your prepositional phrase? All government activity now is in the court of the... Yes?
In is a preposition as well?
In is a preposition. Yes, I didn't go through that before. I only wrote one up there. Okay, now people, the easiest way for the mind to see things is to go and do it in a form of a graph. So we're going to put prepositions over here. For, of, by, with, in, through, and against. Okay, those are the only, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We only use 7 prepositions in our entire book. I think I've only used the word through twice in the whole book. Half of all the writing we do is in for, and of, and by. Now, for is going to become a cause. Of is going to be an assignment. By is, but this is an assignment at 20%. By is an assignment at 80%. With is a possessive. That is going to maintain a neutral. There is no opposite to a possessive. Now, with is a preposition that exists with, we always use with the word knowledge. Because where does knowledge exist? In thinking. You can't put knowledge to paper. You can't put knowledge to contract. You can't put knowledge to all animate objects. Knowledge is a condition of volition. It only exists within water. Water is the brain. So unless you have a living entity, do not use the word knowledge unless you associate it with an entity of thinking. And then you have to call, an entity has to be a witness, a party, a person. If a person has knowledge, then the person is used in a thinking entity. If a person is used as a corporate, it can't have the knowledge. Because a corporation is a condition of paper. Paper was created by thinking. Thinking then has to go back to a party. So somebody has to be responsible for that. Take a trustee. The trustee is an entity, is an entity fiction of contract. Who's got jurisdiction over a trustee? The trust does. It's the trust of paper that creates the entity called trustee. Where did the two come from? A creator. That's why you always have a creator in a document to establish the trust, which now identifies the trustee. When you write, the trustee will always precede the word trust, because the trust created, and all authorization jurisdiction runs in reverse.
Say that again, that part.
Okay. Okay, we have a trustee followed by the trust. Authorization always runs backwards. Where do I sign a document? I sign it at the bottom because it has jurisdiction for everything above it and in front of it. That's why Hebrew write backwards from right to left. They're writing in a justification format of the way authority runs. The Chinese and the Japanese use the same technology. But the creator always creates the trust creates the trustee. The trustee carries out the orders. So that's how the chain of command works. If you're an individual and you're a judge, the judge must look at the condition of how this takes place. When you create paperwork and you go into court, you are the creator. You create the paperwork. The paperwork identifies the volition of your thinking, but it speaks about witnesses. It speaks about the basilees. So who is going to defend this? Who is going to argue and talk about what took place here? It is the individual that has first-hand witnessing of what's on the paper. That's your claimant. You file a claim as the witness.
You say that's not a copyright.
A chicken has a right to eat and a fox has a right to eat. Enough said on rights.
A copy claim then?
Yes, it's a copy claim. We do put both names next to each other. The copy claim is for the fiction world. The copyright is for the fiction world. The copy claim is for the volition of thinking.
One word?
Copy claim, correct.
No hyphen.
No hyphen, that's correct. It's one word. That was another word that we invented with this technology. There was no copy claim in Webster's. There is a copyright in Webster's, but not a copy claim. When we brought that out, we then copy claimed that identity along with Vasily. So just like our computers, all the new computers, what is a byte or cyberspace? There's 10,000 new words that have been invented in the English language in the last 10 years because of computers and all the little cookies and different things that take place. Well, this is a new technology. It is a new era of man. It's changing all languages, changing everything on the planet. So therefore we have new language to go along with it. We are taking responsibility for our definitions, for our laws, for our codes, for the responsibility of the individuals. And it's a unique thing. Like about 80% of you people here are familiar with the other people in the room because you've seen each other and you've studied this technology together. And you feel real good about the guys that you know this. Because they can't lie to you and you can't lie to them. So therefore you got a real good solid friend there because there's always going to be a truth between you two. Question back there.
Oh, I noticed that on your booklets, for the copyright. Should we go ahead and correct that for the copyright claim?
Some of them have got copy claim. I just haven't gotten through and gotten all the books written out yet.
No hyphen.
No hyphen. All right. The in is another one that is a possessive, which also has a zero. There is no opposite to a possessive, a being someplace. Through. I've used through, I think, twice. You can use it. It's
through the action.
Through the use of the law. Yeah, that would be a kind of like a motion, but I will create a sentence to avoid through. If I have to use through as a condition, I'm trying to, even though it's a preposition, it's not a claim. By these assignments, these causes, these become claim hard ones. Against, for the truth is against the lie, for the lie is against the truth. There's only one, and that's the only time that word is used, against. Is when I'm talking about truth and fiction or lies. That's the only time I use that word against. Otherwise, it's not found in my works. So the opposite against would be for. Because the against also correlates with by and of is basically the same type of a value. But this word here has more definition as a preposition than a by or a of does. Because it's like an opposite. But then if you're against something, then you must be for it. If you're not, just like the old phrase goes, if you're not for the truth, then you must be against the truth. So it becomes the natural opposite.
Up, down, or above, below?
No, can't do it. Outside quantum. That's another thing.
Can you take that, what's that word, quantum? Your quantum.
A quantum is a condition of space. Think of a cube, or this cup. This cup is a quantum. Inside of it is water. So therefore, the water is with the cup. That would be a quantum of space. It's not over it, under it, to it, from it, in front of, above it, behind it. So you're going above. It means no. It's a negative. Anytime A uses a prefix, it means no. So you're going, or they say below. B is another no of low. So we stay away from words that are outside of the quantum of time and space. So it restricts the use of how many nouns we can use. We're going to put a sentence up this afternoon. It's going to be, we're going to go through 6 steps into translating the sentence into truth. The first one is to write the sentence that you believe it says. Then we're going to identify the numbers. Then we're going to remove the undesirable. We're going to replace the prepositional phrases. Then we're going to quantumize the fictitious words that are outside of the quantum, and then we're going to put the systematic order of the nouns in their proper order with the proper prepositional phrases in front of them. And when the sentence is written in the truth, you can take it apart and put it back together as many times as you want, and it will say the same thing frontwards and backwards. And when you have that level of accuracy, you will then have the power to go out and correct anything at any time for anyone. And then the judge says, what does that mean? You can say, oh, can I have a blackboard, Your Honor? I want to go ahead and put on a demonstration. It takes 1 hour to correct one sentence. So if you think this is easy, try writing a 100-page book. Or for that fact, a 100-page Title 42 lawsuit called the writ of habeas corpus for the UN. That's why Jeff and I spent 2,500 hours on that. Those documents are worth $250,000 in labor apiece. And we make those available to people at a really reasonable cost, considering where they're going to go and what they're going to pay. And we have the banks, the trusts, and the vehicles now, railroad tracks, all the way around the world to make these things happen. It's no longer a pipe dream. All right, these are the prepositions. We're basically not going to use through, so I'm going to take that one out of there, but against is going to be relevant. Now we're going to go through articles. The most useful one is the, followed by this. Then you have a, an, other, his, her, that, buy that car, it. That's about the only ones we use.
Is it also a pronoun?
No.
Yeah?
There isn't such thing as a pronoun, guys. You can identify pronouns with fiction, but there are no pronouns in our program. So you're going to forget about the words pronouns. There aren't none in our books. You got 2 verbs. You got is and you got are. And your nouns are going to become quantum. Which means you do not use the word no. Oh yeah, we'll do this. No, not, none, this, the, in, re, These are words. No, this here is separate entity, like that. Don't use. These mean don't use these. These are prefixes. Prefixes, and then articles. No is an article, and not is also an article. These here will box those. You cannot use a negative article. For no money. That's an oxymoron. You can't use a negative command. You cannot create a negative contract. You cannot create a negative performance. Don't try to. You cannot drive 30 miles an hour. You can drive 50 miles an hour. You can plead guilty to driving 50 miles an hour in a 30 zone. Just show me the law to drive 50 miles an hour and how I can perform and give you the money for that specific performance. Otherwise, vacate. See, and if you take your writings and you're going to go ahead and you're going to compose a cold turkey contract, you're going to sit down and you want to talk about what just took place and what you thought you saw. You go ahead and you put this chart up on your wall. It's not a crime to have a blackboard like this in front of your computer, or a list right on there, and saying these are the only prepositions, these are the only articles I'm going to use, these are the only two verbs that I'm going to create, and now my nouns are going to be nouns that are quantumized, which means I will not start sentences using no as a prefix, or not, or none, or dis, or d, or in, or re, or af, pre, pre.
What about IRR, is irresponsible or irrelevant?
I'd have to look up on.
That's negative. So is IM.
Yeah, IM and EM are the same. They're interchangeables. On, yeah, that's another one. There is no, that's a negative. That's like no. Able, see, A is no and bull. B-L-E, able. 2 syllables, huh?
Abnormal.
Ab, A-B, ab.
Aboriginal.
Yeah, I have to look at what means no. Yeah, A-B means no. A-B. We've got 520 words in the book under quantums that we removed from our speech pattern on a day-to-day basis. So with these, the things you don't want to do, the words you want to stay away from, you will see when you read IRS codes, when you read traffic codes, when you read different instructions from government, they are going to use these words extensively. They are going to modify every one of them with an adverb, which means they'll take all these words, but they'll break apart the prepositional phrases, so that they will have you use both of these words will all be used independently in front of these prefixes. So the amount of traps you're going to have is going to be 100%. Now, you're going to have roughly between 180 and 200% fraud in the existing paperwork that the government produces for you. Now, how do we come up with a 200% violation of the United States of America? Well, the uses an adverb. It should be an article, so therefore it's missing a preposition. You got 3 violations right there. In fact, it's misused, it's misidentified, and it's lacking what it's supposed to be. United is an ED, which should be unity, so it's the wrong word. It's in past tense. It's also been modified. That gives us 3 violations, and the correction is unity. So that's 4 violations for that word. States becomes a pronoun. It's being used as a modifier on the word states. It's being modified by the word of, so there's 2 violations, and it's undefined as a pronoun. That's 3 violations. It can stand alone, but then it doesn't have a definition. Look up the word states in encyclopedia, dictionary once. It's got like about 60 definitions to it. Which one applies? Without a prepositional phrase to specifically identify a single word, you won't know what it is. For the state, of the state, is with the state, by the state. Now you got 4 definitions for state. Or how about for this state, of this state, is by this state, is for this state by this state, or with this state by this state. See, now I went ahead and I changed my article. I got 4 more new definitions for state. And for every article I've got here, I will change the definition of that. You're going to find a really unique thing. When you're in a specific sentence, whatever article you choose, that article usually carries through the sentence. For other states, of other states, is with other states, by other states. See, now others uses an article here, and we got 4 different definitions for plural states. So the amount of variations for definitions I can generate now are unlimited. I mean, well, they're limited, but I mean I can really get into a bunch of variables here.
Is there a definition in blacks for the prefixes?
Blacks? No, you go into Webster's for that, or Random House. Random House is a better dictionary than if you can get the big 2-volume edition of Random House, those are really good.
What year?
I got a 1952 Random House. It's about 8 inches thick. And then you've got the new Webster's 10th edition collegiate, red one. It also comes with this Webster's dictionary on CD-ROM, but you can buy those now at Barnes & Noble for $5. The CD. It's an 800 million byte program on the dictionary. You just load it right into your dictionary, and then you got that. You got 1 million words in there.
Is Oxford knowledge?
Is Oxford dictionary?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't looked at one in a while. I know that all the dictionaries are written in verb, as instructed by the government. You know, they got to keep up with the fraud. My friend Michael is a collector of dictionaries like I am, as well as old English books. He's been traveling all over New England, upstate New York and New York City, Pennsylvania, and going into antique bookstores. And he goes in there and he says, I'd like to buy any dictionaries or antique English books that you have. And the owner of the bookstores in every case are very nice to him, but they want to know why he's interested in old language. And then when he goes ahead and he puts on a presentation like this, these guys will go into their bookstores where they have secret vaults, secret compartments, and they will pull out books that are first editions that were written in the truth, and what he believes to be in the truth, and he'll pull these books out, he'll buy them, but he'll also show the owner that what you always believed to be the truth, to explain what truth was in fact written in verb, and physically tear the whole thing apart. Another thing, what many of our students are doing, go back to your old English teachers in grade school. Walk in there and put a presentation on the board and say, why did you lie to us? Why did you tell us to start every sentence with an adverb and not use prepositional phrases? You know what the answer is? Because we were ordered that we would be put in an insane asylum and we would be ruined and devastated by a society if we ever told the truth. Anybody that's an English teacher will deductively reason after a time, because they had such a investigative curiosity of what they got a PhD in, or a master's degree in English, to go out there and seek the truth about the language. And if you dig hard enough and long enough, you wind up finding the truth. The trouble was, man never had in 8,000 years the math procedure to certify it. So every time they came forward with the argument, they said, it's just your opinion. Do it this way or we're going to fire you and you're going to lose everything. We're going to put you in a sane asylum. They scared the people to a point of complacency. But like Michael, he went back to his English teacher in 5th grade. He says, I'm going to have you arrested and put in jail. He says, because you know that. He says, you're not allowed to know that. He says, you're not allowed to teach that. You don't have a license to teach in New York City. He went to another English teacher, an 8th grade one. She resigned the next day. Gordy, out in Wyoming, I told you about with the postal? He went to his English teacher. She resigned. He presented the same arguments to the postmaster in Landers, Wyoming. 2 days later, he resigned. He wouldn't be a postmaster anymore because he realized he was committing mail fraud on a day-to-day basis, and now he had knowledge about what he was doing. He went to the police department and taught a course there on language and that. He had 2 police officers resign because they wouldn't participate under a yellow fringe flag. So there are a lot of people with conscience, but I tell people, if you're in a position, stay in a position and make a change from the inside. Push it as hard as you can. Once you're on the outside, you can't inflict change on the inside. So use your position to do good with it. You know, go in there as a teacher. Always, every one of you guys are teachers, not prosecutors. It's a lot easier and it's a lot more honorable to be a teacher. All right, so with this amount of information here, we're going to go ahead and put a couple of words up. See, now you could take, with these as fundamentals, we don't need these. How to build a sentence and how many different formats can you make, how many sentences can you make with this? For the driving of the cars, with the knowledge of the driver. For the knowledge of the driver is for the driving of the car. For the car of the driving is with the driver with the knowledge. Now here we got a for the driver with the knowledge, and we ended the sentence with the knowledge. I told you, knowledge always has to be a possessive of the driver. In this case scenario, you're putting knowledge last, and it's not in its proper format because there's no authorization. You don't have a by, you don't have an assignment. So the proper sentence should read, for the driver with the knowledge is for the driving of the car. Now, car is the condition of the subject. It's the authorization. You're going to be driving it, you're going to use knowledge, and knowledge is this within the driver. You use deductive reasoning as to what comes first. You can't say you can say for the knowledge of the driver, or for the driver of the knowledge. But what's going to be first in an identification? You can't establish knowledge as the first condition of sentence. It doesn't exist anywhere. It's an invisible volition. You first have to have a focus point. So the driver would be the first word. And then he has to prove, once you have a focus, that he has the ability to make a decision. The decision will create an action. The action will be the cause of the automobile. So you must use the systematic order of deductive reasoning when you look at any group of words that come together. And when you're going to correct language, you have to use the same programs. When we get into this afternoon's program of breaking down sentences and rewriting them, you're going to see how this works. Now, there is not a single document or problem that any of you have that I don't have a solution for in some degree of law or remedy with insurance companies, court systems, or arbitration. So, you know, I know everyone comes here because they have specific reasons for or personal injuries that they've been carrying around for 20 or 30 years, some of you. You can remedy anything at any point in history. You can get it fixed with this technology. There's no statute or limitations for fraud. Any questions on this?
Between.
Huh?
What about between as a preposition?
Between.
Like an action between me and the state. Is that one you would use? Claimant and plaintiff.
That would kind of be a paraphrase statement. I don't think you'd use that in a sentence.
Yeah, it's sort of like in an action, you know.
I've never used it, no.
Okay.
David?
What?
Question.
Yeah.
Why aren't the lawyers taught this, put in their legal language, and will they be ever taught this in the future so that they become more educated?
They could be taught this in the future, but right now, if you present this to an attorney, he will get up and walk away from you. I don't care what his position. In September 28th, 1999, I had a $200,000 fire at my 8-family apartment building. The man who came to see me, Fraser, was a field agent for an independent insurance company that does write-ups on fires. Very good. I mean, the guy is like, couldn't believe what the man can do. He walked through the building, he wasn't in there 15 minutes, walked out and presented almost an 80-page report to me in detail of every single thing that happened to that building. And when I read the report, I had pictures, because I built that building. I knew every component in that building. And so I had a complete visualization as to what was damaged, what had to be repaired, and what was true and what was not true. And this Fraser was reported to have an IQ of 200, and he's been doing this for like 25 years, walking through fires, and he's in the front door, out the back door, and he writes these reports up, and he was accurate. I mean, he saw stuff I didn't see, and I built the thing. So I was very impressed with that. But then he wanted me to sign a contract with him. It's a 5-page standard Lloyd's of London insurance contract, giving him permission. I said, sir, this is mail fraud. I corrected it for him. Immediately got on the phone with his boss in Chicago, who drove up to Milwaukee. 2 hours later in the rain, he shows up there. The three of us go into my office, and I sit down and I take his 5-page document and reduce it to 5 separate paragraphs, actually single sentences, at which time I signed and gave him permission to do his analogy on the building, which he did a very good job. He then sent a copy of that to Lloyd's of London. In March, he was promoted to his own president of his own insurance company for making that available to Lloyd's. In May, Lloyd's called in all of his top insurance company presidents from across the United States for a meeting in Knoxville, Tennessee. He also brought in the top attorneys from each one of these branch offices, and he took my 1-page document and he passed it out to all the lawyers and insurance presidents, or of their branches. The lawyers read it and all got up in unison and walked out on him. Would not talk to him, and they would not have anything to do with the insurance. They all got up and left. He says, "You guys can't leave. I'm CEO." They didn't say. They all got up and left. He called me, told me. He says, He says, "What you did." He says, "I always wanted to see that happen." He says, "I've never seen so many adults scared at once in my whole life." But then him and the presidents could sit there and negotiate a new deal. He then took it back to London, to Lloyd's, and they put it up on a bulletin board and asked the 2,500 employees if they would comment on that. They also took the 5-page standard form and they sent it to Cornell University at the legal department. At which time, at the end of a week, they sent also a questionnaire along with some 30 questions. At the end of 1 week, only one question was answered successfully, and all of the attorneys that were trying to figure out what the 5-page insurance form said that they had written, not 2 of them could agree on what it said. They took my 1-page document and they sent that to a mentally retarded school, and the mentally retarded students got 100% of the questions correct. So it told Lloyd's that even people with 2 and 3rd grade educations can understand in the truth language and could answer all the questions constructively, where the attorneys wouldn't touch it because they were only licensed in the fiction.
Is there any chance that the young lawyers just out of law school would be open to this rather than what they've been taught because they have no history to protect?
Well, unique thing took place, speaking about young lawyers, Sacramento, California. They're doing the California bar exam. Now, I got a pretty loud voice, and we're in a room about this big, and there's a petition, and in the room next to us, they're testing 60 students. They just graduated from law school, and they're listening to my first 4-hour production of this here while they're trying to write their law test. The afternoon session picks up at 1 o'clock. We go to lunch, we come back at 2, and from 2 to 5, we got 45 of the 60 sitting in the hallway crying. I mean, these people had bloodshot eyes. They were crying so long. And when I walked out, we invited them to come in and join us. And when we walked out in the hall, they said, Do you realize we just spent $40,000 to become criminals? What are we going to do with the rest of our lives? We spent all of our money now, and now we're only educated to be liars and thieves. And they all got up and walked out of the hotel as a group. And I never heard anything else after that. It's just that it was an unusual experience that the same day they gave the test, I would give this program in the room next to them. And the wall between us was very thin, so. Yeah, there's a lot of strange things that happen in the world. Well, it's 12:30. You guys want to go to 1 or eat or what?
Why do you write everything in capital letters?
Okay, question. Why do I write in capital letters? It's called a shout. S-H-O-U-T. A shout means you must answer and cannot be ignored. I do write my name in upper and lower case. If you write it in a shout, you become a nom de guerre, dead entity. There are two identities that you have. You have a cadaver. The cadaver is an uppercase identified individual. That's why your driver's license have uppercase spelling. Your autograph, though, is your volition. That's in upper and lower case. Your autograph represents the volition trustee of the cadaver. Because if this volition stops thinking, this is no more than a cadaver. It's a dead entity. The judge only sees the cadaver. So it is up to you as the volition to change the condition of that trial from putting a cadaver on trial and now trying the volition and using mind against mind. So it's a point of contest, I guess. Yes.
In respect to wills, as beneficiaries are all in capitals, so they're all in the. What would you?
In beneficiaries, what they're doing is they're saying we can't see your condition of thinking. We don't know what your level of IQ or judgment will be, so we can only identify the cadaver that is listed on that will. Besides, the person that is deceased, his name will be capitalized because that's proper form. So when a will is drafted, they will assign the assets to your cadaver, but they will not identify with your thinking. Only your autograph and your presentation of your volition, which is your condition of thinking, is going to make a determination. No probate court is going to care what you think because the will says where the money is going to go in the first place. Now, probate currently is in a very sticky situation, especially now that we've attacked them in the Honolulu situation with Hawaii with the Bishop's Trust. Probate is being put on trial for being a verb entity trying to steal a sovereign land from the 1800s. There's no statute of limitations for that sovereignty. So they're doing a little bit of backpedaling on this. And with the UN now, last week they just passed a law, 2 weeks ago, United States Supreme Court passed a new law saying that no assets can be seized by the Internal Revenue Service unless due process of law through a court system has been conducted. So that's been a new development by us because of this $1 billion judgment. And that was an IRS case. As a matter of fact, all 4 of those are IRS cases. But it doesn't just stop there. You show me language and I'll show you fraud. They're just going to take this in little bites. Another thing took place is so many of our students have filed lawsuits against the Los Angeles Police Department that we just won there's a $100 million judgment was issued against the Los Angeles Police Department for racketeering, which is going to open up thousands of racketeering cases. And that's only one jurisdiction. The same rules and regulations that took place down in LA can be used anywhere in all courts, as all courts globally are the same jurisdiction. Now, when you go into a court scenario, like I was through a divorce here a few months ago, I didn't go through divorce, I witnessed the divorce. The judge at the end of the trial says, you are divorced in this court, you are divorced in this country, you are divorced in any other court in any other country that you go into globally. Which means all courts are the same jurisdiction. They're all fly the yellow fringe. They all have braids on the poles. all courts are maritime. If you have a contract between two people, it is a charter vessel piece of paper. It is a maritime document. The quality to which we have upgraded our paperwork, identifying not only the definition of the Admiralty maritime bills of lading and the condition of how this charter vessel travels between point A and point B and identifies all the people that are going to touch it, such as the postal clerks, the bailiffs, senior court barristers, judges, as well as the parties, your claimant and vasiles that are incorporated into it. All those conditions are covered in our new paperwork. So any subject you guys wish to move through the court systems, just give me a call. We've got about 150 different lawsuits created. The paperwork's done. You don't have to go out there and reinvent the wheel. Just call us up. We do a Control-Shift-Enter, beam it over to you on email, and you got 99% of the work done. Fill in the blanks, but you still got to be able to walk and chew gum in court. But we give you enough foundation so that you know where to start. You know why you're in court. The only reason you're in court is for two things. One is the noun, the other is the verb. If you take a noun and make it a verb, that's it. You pick the subject, open the yellow pages. If they're all verbs, who cares what the subject says? You're only going to prosecute one thing. The fraudulent conveyance of language was used for obstruction. That covers every country, every subject, every constitution, every trust, every treaty. Doesn't matter where you go. It covers all subjects. If truth is relevant, then one truth should cover all things. That's what we've done. We've created a truth that bridges all borders. That's why I'm talking to the Canadians as well as the Americans, the Australians, the New Zealanders, the Mexicans, the Japanese, the Chinese, the Russians, all over Europe. This is a global thing. Past 2 weeks, 10% of all the hits on our website have been from military personnel globally. All countries have logged in. We had 5,000 hits. We had 600 hits yesterday on the website. The United Nations is really cranking up the awareness of what we're doing in the truth. So this thing is going to move. I wouldn't be surprised within the next month we're on CNN or something breaks on C-SPAN or something and this whole thing gets brought to the surface. Right now they're fighting like hell to keep it down, but there's just too many people globally. And there's going to be some serious changes take place. That's why they want to get all the countries at the UN brought up to speed at the same time. You can't have one country in the truth where the other 250 are in fiction. It'll create a disturbance in the force. So it's got to happen, boop.
You said you were writing in capitals meant shows. The definition of shows was demanding a response?
Yes, it automatically commands a response. If you write in lowercase, they can ignore it. It's called a whisper. They don't have to pay attention to it. The whole book is written in shout. I rank all my lawsuits in shout. How did shout come about? Well, in me, it was in May of 1995. It was quite by accident. I was using one of those old typewriters from 1951, the black one with the keys that flip up, And it took me 3 months to write a 6-page lawsuit on perjury of the oath, doing click, click. I was a one-finger typer. And this thing my typewriter did not have a shift control on it to write lowercase, so I can only type in uppercase. When I filed the document into court, James McDermott was the state of Wisconsin's state's attorney, and he took the case personally. When we went before Judge Moser said to me, Mr. Miller, I see you wrote the whole case in uppercase. Why did you do that? I says, well, my typewriter's broken, sir. He says, I could only write in uppercase. He says, well, I see you wrote your name in upper and lowercase. I says, well, I had to use needle nose pliers to lift the keys up and then tap it with a screwdriver. I said, well, that was then. And he says, but Mr. McDermott, I noticed you wrote your whole lawsuit also in all uppercase. And James goes, well, I've never seen a lawsuit of this magnitude before, Your Honor. I says, I didn't know what to do, so I copied him. Well, when the judge got done laughing, he says, well, it's called a shout, guys. He says, I don't want to see any more of this shouting at me. He says, because I have to answer these questions when you shout at me. He says, and I don't want to have to answer all the demands that you've made here before us today. And I says, to hell, I'm going to write everything and shout. It's been that way ever since. I just got an email 2 days ago. Somebody says, this is very difficult to understand. You must write this in upper and lower case. It's hard on the eyes to see this. I'm going, good, get better glasses. So, I tell you what, guys, it's 1:45. We'll go ahead and, okay, 2 o'clock, hour 15 minutes for lunch. There's, within, I would say, REV, Rev. I'll make it bigger. All right, I know a lot of you in here have got Revenue Canada and IRS problems. How many does that add up to? About half the people in the room. All right. What we're going to do is we're going to show you why the Revenue Canada people are beating you guys up and why U.S. Our IRS are so aggressive because of the amount of contracts you've all generated since you were 18 years old. The primary contract was your payroll checks as well as your personal checks that you've constructed. All of your checks should have a box around them like this under the laws of boxing, so that everything that's written on a check is removed, because if you have anything, if you're creating money, you're actually causing an act of counterfeiting to be taking place. So this here is a payroll check, and on this payroll check we've got two people. We've got an order paid to the order of John Doe, and then I am the grantor. This is the grantee or the recipient. In any condition, you have two entities that come together on a contract. The definition of corporation is when two or more people come together for contract. Definition of trust is when two or more people come together for contract.
But doesn't that have to be under signature?
Pardon?
Two signatures? Rather than a name and somebody else's signature?
Two simulations. The signature appears on the back of the check, which then has a document that says you have now taken jurisdiction under the Bank Act, and you are acknowledging that you are the individual on the front. Now, every one of you, for those that have checkbooks with you, if you look at your signature line or your autograph line, it is not a line. This is a hard line for date. You got a hard line for paid to. You got a hard line for numbers, a hard line for cause. But the line that you put your name on says, for the autograph of the author for this authorization. It is in micro print. As high as what you see a line to be, that is actually words written. And if you magnify it, I'm told it takes a minimum of 30 magnification to see it, but it is a laser print and it is very clear. You got a couple of people that got strong lens glasses like me. You can go ahead and use those as magnifying glasses for those that have good eyesight, and you can magnify and read that print there. Some say for the autograph by the author for the authorization, or it could say for the authorization of the author by this autograph. Yes, it does use CAU is autograph, and SI signature is sign and simulation. And what's the symbol for gold? AU. You ever wonder how they got AU for gold? And that was the reason for that was because gold was an authorization. So therefore, they got that from autograph, an author. You ever seen any person ever draw a picture, signed a signature to it? It was always his creation. Therefore, it was an autograph because it was authorized. Yes.
On my checkbook that I had, it says, it doesn't say that authorization, it just had a graphics company who did the printing of the check.
Oh, no. You see the SF over here?
No, I didn't.
Which you believe to be your microprint? No, the line itself is a contract of 60 words.
Yeah, but that's what it said, it was a graphic company. Repeated.
Full disclosure.
Oh, maybe that's what they do. In the United States, it says autograph for the authorization of the author. It doesn't call it a signature; it calls it an autograph.
Everybody's
Yeah, in the United States, mine say that.
In Calgary, a friend of mine, his said authorized person, all the way across.
But it's still, if you look at that, that is a contract.
According to the
And look at the back of your MasterCard. Your MasterCards say signature of the authorization of the signature, which is an oxymoron. One's a simulation, one's an authentic. And so they use a fiction. Here.
We endorse it too in the back.
No, see, here's a check. You guys can all see it from across the room. It's got a nice box around it, doesn't it? Anything in four corners is called a trust. Anything in the box is removed from the paper. It doesn't matter what he puts on there. It's going to be removed.
No box on mine.
Your watermarks.
So I'm going to write it for
Hold it up to the light. It's a frame. It looks like you got a watermark. It's built right into it. It's a real. They're almost invisible. They're watermarks. Watermark boxes.
They also, the back of this check from the Royal Bank says it's microprint, which is tiny type and signature line appears as dotted line when photocopied. It's a security feature.
Yeah, it's a security feature, but it's still a contract. Most people have been writing checks for 30 years and don't know it. They never took the time to blow it up. Anyways, you've got two entities on a piece of paper. Now, every one of you come back with the same argument that both IRS and Revenue Canada say that citizens do not pay, or people do not pay taxes. Citizens do not pay taxes. It is strictly voluntary. However, corporations pay taxes and trusts pay taxes. Well, since you were 18 years old, everything that you've been doing from your personal checks to your MasterCard payments to your payroll that you get for sweat equity are all done on this piece of paper in this format where you have two people, a grantor and a recipient. Pay two. So you've got two authorized signatures on each check, creating a corporation as well as a trust. And because these are corporations, the individual must file taxes for the piece of paper corporation. This is a charter vessel under maritime law. It was sent and it was received. It's a bill of lading. It is a receipt. And so all of the qualifications take place because when your boss hands this check to you, he signs it. Then goes to the bank where they put a stamp on it. Every one of your checks have been canceled as a stamp on it. The teller at the bank is a postmaster.
So you have to endorse it on the back, too.
Right. You're not only endorsing it, but the person who's going to stamp it, which is the postmaster, is also being your second person for authorization to join and certify that your signature was properly presented. So the bill of lading has now gone from point A to point B, was acknowledged, and then sent back to you through the mail with a stamp on it, stamp on the envelope. So there's multiple certifications for the movement of this trust document. And these persons, John Doe as well as David Miller, are both trustees of the trust. Both trustees are responsible to pay taxes for pieces of paper, charter vessels. Now, volition, you can't hold a thought in your hand. You can't show me volition. But the cadaver was responsible for carrying this piece of paper. The cadaver was responsible for picking up the pen and signing the autograph. The cadaver was responsible to take jurisdiction and receives the benefits for clothing, for shelter, as thinking doesn't need shelter, doesn't need clothing, doesn't need anything. But as entities, you identify yourselves and your thinking as being very unique as that entity, but show me that entity. The only thing I see in front of me is cadavers. So therefore, your cadaver is now identified with the court. And this piece of paper is the same as a cadaver. It's a dead charter vessel. And so we have joinder. When you get your checks are capitalized. They even identify you on your check as a adverb modifying an adjective presumption of a pronoun. They capitalize your name because you're a dead cadaver. And you endorse the back the same way. You don't use punctuation, so you become that cadaver requested on the front of the check. So the individual, without taking the time to realize who he is and what he's doing, goes ahead and he removes the federal and the state taxes that were being collected. Where is your authorization as a trustee to take the money off the trust? Well, you don't have one, and you can't prove it. However, the contract you sign both on the front and the back of this check, and that says you're going to abide by the Tax Act, by the Bank Act, and you're going to follow proper protocol accordingly. So the individual goes ahead and votes himself a little pay raise here because somebody told him that he doesn't have to pay taxes. Well, your volition never did have to pay taxes, but the cadaver is the one that's guilty. The cadaver does have to pay taxes. So they're going to let you slide. And they're going to let you slide for 3 years. And right now they're harvesting 92 through 96 all over Canada and the United States. So you voted yourself a $300 a week pay raise. You took a couple of weeks vacation, so now you're making $15,000 a year pay raise. Well, that's going to increase anybody's standard of living. The IRS isn't going to bother you because it's going to see how good of an investor you are. So they're going to let you slide for 3 years. Now you're going to be into them for $45,000. In the meantime, they tack on a $15,000 interest and a $20,000 worth of penalties, which is going to give you a cool $80,000 worth of debt that you're going to owe at the end of 3 years. And then they're going to come out, and that $200,000 house that you just bought and that you put a $45,000 down payment on, giving you $165,000, and after 3 years you probably got your equity. You probably had Good, you guys are paying attention today. All right, we got 155, but you didn't pay that for the house. You originally bought it was 120. You put down 45, and you got the equity. So you probably owe you got probably 80,000. Probably got about $80,000 in equity stuck in the house, and they come back and say, we want your house or you can go to jail for 10 years. Because the problem is when you embezzled money, they say to you, did you have authorization to steal money from each one of your checks? We've got 150 checks that you embezzled money from. Embezzlement carries a 10-year, $10,000 fine, both in Canada and the United States. So they hit you with this massive number of jail time. Just sign here, agree to be a good little slave, pay back the money, and we'll just take we'll take your house, or we'll take all of your income. Like you guys aren't paying 65% already, but we're going to take the rest of it for the next 3 years. You figure out how you're going to live. And you can't, under money laundering laws and the new tax laws that they've initiated, you can't run across the border to hide from your obligations because they chase you down where you're going because everybody's under the same guidelines. These new documents that the IRS is coming out with under money laundering, they're shoving down the throat of every government that's currently in their system so they can go in there and bust their trusts, bust their banking, check anything, all money laundering activities that are taking place globally. But we're going to get into correcting this language and showing you just how bad it really is. So, an individual walks right into this trap and he creates this fiction. Now, the law is written in fiction. This check is written in fiction. If you don't know the difference between right and wrong, and you were going to say pay to, well, that's in future tense, which means there's no time jurisdiction. So technically, this is a debt note. And what kind of money are they going to give you? Well, they're going to give you Federal Reserve notes borrowed from 30 years in the future. So there is no now time factor that exists. Of is an adverb making you into a fiction. So because you are in the fiction through your identification, the fact of now doesn't exist, only the future or the past exists. This fiction is complete because you're in law, at law, in court, the judge, of Canada, of America. The whole verb runs from A to Z. So how do you break the rhythm? How do you step out? As long as you go in there and you fight verb for verb, play the straw man game, I guarantee anybody steps on the straw man game will go to jail. You may get away with a little bit. They may let you think you won if they can pull in a bunch of friends that are with you. Like, let's say a guy goes to court. He's going to fight the straw man battle, and he's got 30 supporters. The judge says, hey, you know what? I'm going to let this guy win, because then all 30 of these guys are going to jump on this bandwagon. I'll get them all. It's the old bull, young bull game. Let's run down there and get one. The old bull says, no, let's walk down there and get them all. So the old bull sitting up on the bench there says, no, we're going to let this guy win. How do you catch a big fish? Use a little piece of bait. And we're going to let this guy win this straw man game. Then we're going to go out there and we're going to reel in all 30 of them because they're all going to jump on the straw man. Well, this is a straw man game, your checks. And so that's the game. They don't care how long it runs. Look at Schweitzer with the Freeman. He ran 2,200 checks out there before they reeled him in. They took out 2,200 families and businesses and homes and ranches and businesses, properties, all over the United States. That's 10,000 people they harvested on one guy because they let him run around there passing out free money in fiction, in verb. And they're doing the same thing now with the straw man game. It's been 5 years, the dust kind of settled. Now they got that thing running around the country. A lot of my students jumped off the truth and went back into straw man. Once you're in the truth, you go back into fiction, you will go to jail. You have will of intent to have knowledge in the truth. Once you go in the truth, they know you're in truth. The only thing you can do in fiction is commit treason, extortion, fictitious conveyance, mail fraud, and they know because they've got documentation that you know. So it's a point of responsibility. Once you step over that line, you get off the matrix, you never get back on again. You can't go back to sleep. So enjoy life.
By taking back the straw man and using the straw man.
The straw man was an invention of Janet Reno's office, U.S. Attorney's Office, to get people to go after the fictitious entity. When a person was issued a birth certificate, $680,000 was deposited into your account. They said that in the course of your working from the age of 16 to 65 in a 50-year period, you will generate $680,000 based on a 6% rate of inflation. So what they did is they took this $680,000 and they set it aside. And now you can borrow money for housing, food, clothing, and everything else to pay that $680,000 back by the time you retire. But to make sure that you're going to terminate your life at the time of retirement, they give you your vaccination shots and a bunch of put silver fillings in your teeth and with mercury and cause all kinds of time bombs that are going to go off in your senior years. So they're not going to have too much liability. Now, just like myself, I knew about mercury when I was 12 years old. I had a paper route. I took all my money from my paper route, had my teeth drilled, and had them put ceramic in. So I have had mercury in my teeth since I was 12 years old. You know, I'm 51 now. So my grandma was 100. My cousin was 114. She never had any silver in her mouth either, or mercury. So well, colloidal silver's all right, you know.
How come silver is abbreviated AG?
AG.
Attorney General.
Attorney General, yeah. Couldn't answer that. I know gold is AU for authorization, but AG, I'd have to look at that one. Huh? It might be something to do with oxides. There's got to be some reason for it. haven't been asked the question yet, so I can't answer it. Haven't done research on it.
It's just a matter of grammar. The two on the page 2, is that an underscore pronoun, that's an adverb?
Pay becomes a pronoun. This is a preposition.
Well, page 2
well,
sort of like...
Pay would be a verb here because there's no modifier here. This is a preposition in future tense. So that would be a 8-6, followed by a 9, a 4, a 1, a 3, and a 7. That would be your number codes on that. And the verb, this would be a 2. See, that's how that would number out. Adverbs are modified by pronouns. Adverbs modify adjectives. Adverbs do not modify nouns. Prepositional phrases make nouns, except this is in future, therefore in orders in future tense, which has no now-time jurisdiction. So the formula works frontwards and backwards. And then money is put into a box. So therefore, it's been removed from the paper, so when we write it, 9 becomes an adjective of 100 and an adjective of dollars. However, most of us, when we write numbers, we also put hyphens in them. If you write like 99, don't you put a 90-9? You do that for numbers instinctively on your checks, and you're taught that way. And yet, when you write formal names right above it, you don't think twice about putting a hyphen between two nouns here, but you'll do it on the line right below it. So here's a classic example of people not paying attention their entire life. They're given a command, walk this way, and so they walk this way. So the fiction of these documents, now how are you going to break that? How are you going to stop them? Well, now that you have woken up from the matrix, you're going to go into court and you're going to sue to pay your taxes in the truth. You're going to give them as much money as they think they can take from you. And you're going to demand to see the law written in the truth. You're going to demand to see the money written in the truth. You're going to demand to see the authorization of their position, the authorization of anybody in Parliament or in government or anybody who creates laws in the truth. I want to see oaths written in the truth. Bring me in the truth hard nouns so I can give you my hard noun money. Go and try and pay your tax with gold or silver once, which is noun, which is in the truth. Oh, we can't take that. You can give us a personal check. You can give us money orders. We can bank drafts, letters of credit. You can use MasterCard. You can use anything but anything that's in the truth, because all your MasterCards are written in verb. So they have to have unity with their fiction. But if you go in there and you create a document, there's a document in the book there, page 61, on how to sue to pay your taxes in the truth. And you are going to sue them to give them your money. Now, if they say that they cannot accept your money under the law, they have to vacate their position. That's the law. If you demand to pay a debt and they say there is no debt, then they have just taken a position that says you have been vacated. Now, Ron Carlson out in Hawaii, he goes into court and he says, Your Honor, I want to pay my taxes in the truth. I want to see authorization in the truth here so I can give you my money. And the district attorney says, well, Your Honor, we're going to withdraw our position, and Mr. Carlson doesn't owe us any money. Oh, how about you, IRS? What do you say? Oh, no, he doesn't owe us any money. They want $860,000. He's a dentist. So Mr. Carlson goes, the judge says, well, if his case is dismissed, nobody wants to take any action against you, you're free to go. So he's packing up his books, and the IRS stands up and says, well, what about my money? He owes me $860,000. Judge says, you just said he doesn't owe you anything. There's no cause of action here. And Ron, he's not saying anything. He says, well, does he owe you any money? Well, no, he doesn't. He says, well, then are you prosecuting this case? He says, no. He says, well, then I'm vacating the case a second time. And Ron, you're free to go. So Ron continues to pack up stuff, and he starts walking out the door. He walks out the gate, and he says, but what about my money? He says, you just dismissed the case twice. He says, do you have a claim against this man? No. He says, but I want my money. And the judge says, he just asked you for your authorization. You said you had none. He just asked you if you had any complaint against him or any claim against him. You said no. You vacated your position of this case. What do you want me to do? He says, I'll tell you what. He says, just have the guys with the black uniforms go out and pick them up at 2 o'clock in the morning. He says, yeah, we'll do that. We'll just go and arrest them. No order, no charges. 2 o'clock in the morning, they come banging and crashing through his door, and they arrest him and take him to jail. Put him in solitary confinement for 3 days. Now, they can't hold him over 72 hours, so they hold him 71 hours, and then they kick him out saying, just remember, we can come and take you anytime we want. This is out in Honolulu. So they release him. He's out about maybe 6 weeks. Come back again, 2 o'clock in the morning, box him up and ship him to Oklahoma. Sentence him to 8 years. No charges, no court, no sentence, zippo. They just told him he's going to be held for 8 years. And that's where he's at right now.
How long has he been there?
About 15 months now. We can't find him. We know he's in Oklahoma, but we can't find him. They changed his name, changed his identification number. They've got him as a non-entity. Totally invisible.
What, to what benefit?
Huh?
To what benefit?
Just to make an example, saying that if you don't pay your taxes, we will kidnap you under racketeering and we will put you in jail. Because you can't pay your taxes in the truth. You can't have anything in the truth. It is our fiction, and we are going to exercise that. Well, at the time he went to jail, we didn't have the quantums, we didn't have our sovereignty with the UN, we didn't have the ear of the World Court. Now with the World Court case going in, the UN going in, there is a commission that is going around to all the federal prisons that are interviewing the prisoners that have been sentenced to jail through the violation of due process. It has been going on now since October 1998. They're in their 18th, almost 20 month now. And they are interviewing each of the prisoners and the condition on how the government conducted themselves with the violations, because March 1st, 1997 is when we disqualified all the fiction. So these cases happened after the disqualification. So anybody that got arrested after that point and has been arrested and put in jail, they now can review those files and have been releasing prisoners. They've been doing trying to keep it quiet because of the repercussions that are going to take place as a result of this. And like I said, a couple weeks ago, LA just got nailed on racketeering. Yes.
Have you ever been under that kind of threat yourself?
No. They last time they put me in jail, I had everybody in the prison within 1 hour writing Title 42 lawsuits. It didn't take very long, and as soon as I sat down and started writing, everybody was reading over my shoulder, going, "I need this."
Chemical lobotomies are available as well.
Well, I know they got a lot of weird things going on, but
Yeah, a captive audience.
yeah, I have a captive audience then. I lectured for 5 hours a day for 5 days because I had a captive audience. They didn't know TV, no radio. I mean, they turned everything off and they studied. Within a week, they took everybody in our pod and they transferred them to 16 other jails.
So they could teach others.
Well, believe it or not, they took all 60, and when they left, they got to keep their paperwork, and so we contaminated 16 more jails, which then the word spread, and then that went to all those jails, and it just turned into a chain reaction. There isn't a prison in the United States that doesn't have this program now. Here's another thing. When we went into Palm Log Prison down in California, Lompoc, north of L.A. Was it Brownsville?
That's San Luis Obispo.
I think it's Brownsville. Just north. It's north, about 30 miles north of L.A. The warden calls me up. He says, "You know, Dave, I put these books in our prison system. We're going to have a riot." And I says, "No, you won't." So a very unique thing happens with truth. Only people that are innocent will pick up and study truth. Out of 2,500 inmates, he only had 60 people that formed a study group and studied the book. The other ones he knew were guilty. They were confessed murderers, rapists, drug dealers, some kind of extortionist. They all were there by contract, but the 60 that formed the group were framed and he knew were innocent people, and he watched his prison segregate between honest and fiction. And the honest guys studied this, and they've been working together, getting themselves out of jail. In Arizona, there were 12 guys in the prison that formed a study group. All the rest of them were guilty. Those 12, after about 3 months, they had realized what was going on, because one of them, when the first one got released, they then took the other 12 guys in the group and transferred them to a hospital, not a prison. And they have been isolated as a group of 12. They've rewritten, they were allowed my videotapes, and they have transposed the videotapes into book form from this lecture. And they've been studying this thing as a group of 12. And they've gotten very good at it to get all of their charges dismissed and retry the case. So there's different experiments that the government is doing to see what the chain reaction is with people and what their history is. This here with the checks, by suing to pay your taxes in the truth, you are not a tax protester. You are doing an honest job. When I went into the state of Wisconsin, I didn't owe any taxes. As a matter of fact, my taxes were overpaid. But I wanted to donate $100,000 in cash to my corporate account. And I took that in there in a grocery bag. And I wanted to give them this money. And they said, no, we can't accept that. I said, well, why not? I said, I want to donate it to my account. I said, I have a receipt here. I said, it's properly written in noun jurisdiction. It says that you are under oath in the truth, that you can accept money from me, and you will put this towards my account accordingly, and you will give me honest credit for it. No, we can't do that. And so all these clerks are standing around there going, well, you're Dave Miller, you're a tax protester. Says, how can I be a tax protester when I'm trying to overpay my taxes by $100,000 and donate to the government? And I just wanted to see what was going to happen. And they said, well, you can't give us money, we have to steal it. And you must be some kind of a secret government agent or something trying to entrap us. We won't accept it. Just leave the money on the floor there, Mr. Miller, on a pile, and walk away, and we'll make sure it gets dispersed and put where it belongs. I says, yeah, I can have an office party. It's going to last for a year. I says, well, here's the forms. Just read them. Sign them, send them out to me, and I'll bring you back the cash. No problem. I says, I really want to support your position here. And that was last communication they ever had with me. Yeah.
How do you get to the court to say you want to go sue them for your taxes?
File your lawsuit. Just go down there. You do your lawsuit. You put your maritime document. You put your flag and your stamp on there, and you have it registered. Serve the IRS. Serve whoever you want to serve. Revenue Canada. And say, I'm suing you into court to give you my money in the truth. I want you to send an interrogatory out for a mandamus. I want to see your oath written in the truth. I want to see the law written in the truth. I want to see where that law came from. Are those people who signed that law into truth also under oath? And I want to see their oaths. I want those written in the truth. And you can file, more than 5 you get together in any province, file a class action. In your court system, Queen's Bench Court, you should be able to sue for the condition of the oath that your officers take in government.
Can't do that in Alberta.
Why can't you?
No class action. Availability of class action doesn't exist.
Well, there's a thing called United Nations. Under a writ of habeas corpus. It's a real ball buster. It's 92 pages long. You file that in the UN for your group. You get together and you form a group. And you file it there as sovereign citizens of the Canada. That you want to know why the bankruptcy has denied you fundamental rights. This is apartheid we're talking about here. And you want to sue to pay your taxes in the truth to a government in the truth also. Now they're going to have to answer why they are in the fiction. They're going to have to justify why they've taken nouns and turned them into verbs. They're going to have to explain why they are practicing racketeering, fictitious conveyance of language, and mail fraud, which are criminal acts. And when an officer of the court is practicing a criminal act, he loses jurisdiction. That's the law in all countries. All 250 countries have the same thing. And all 250 countries are also under the apartheid and genocide treaties. Plus, you've got the Universal Postal Union Treaty. You've got 3 treaties there. And those things are enforceable. You find me your bankruptcy documents of how you guys apply for bankruptcy with England, And I'll show you how to break your bankruptcy and go back to sovereignty.
How can we find that? I mean, it's going to be a document like the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, which has been bunkered away for 30 years, and we don't know where it is.
Public record. You got to be able to find it.
No, they've lost it.
No, you can't get into it. Dynamite.
Tell you what, we'll sue the UN for that to be produced. We're gonna take it that you guys are suing for genocide, and then take it that they are taking so much money it's causing hardship and apartheid against the citizens. So you file a class action with the United Nations and put the whole entire country of Canada in each one of the provinces on trial. When you got 40, 50 citizens coming forward and you want to sue, these are nouns, and the UN has got copies of our documents. The World Court has copies of our documents. They like what we do. We are in the truth. And truth has teeth.
Would you not have to have that case, the documents originally put into Queen's Bench, refused or not dealt with, or dismissed?
You have a time, yes, you do have to give them first ops. Yes. But I guarantee they will fall down within 60 days.
Sure will.
And at that 60 days, gravity is relevant. At the 60-day mark, you can then move forward and get your due. In the meantime, we will have precedent already set on these documents, because we've got 65 cases going through the system already. When Canada jumps on, you guys are already going to have a railroad track set from the cradle to the grave. And you won't have to go out there and find new, invent the wheel. You're going to have people already familiar with this that did their homework. The only thing they're going to look at, instead of spending 4 or 5 months certifying and researching the document, they're going to pick it up and say, oh, it's one of these. Who are the players? Who are the victims? How do you justify it? And so that's what's going to happen.
If I don't really want to pay my tax, why would I offer to pay it in the truth? If I don't want to even pay it in the fiction?
Well, first off, governments do need taxes for roads and to run government.
Tax in the gas stations.
Pardon?
I don't want to dispute the other 150 taxes, just the GST and the income tax, which does not go to the infrastructure in Canada. It goes to the institutional investors offshore, primarily from the flesh and blood collateral converted from the bonds from the birth certificate.
Where
so
is...
I don't want to pay that money.
Okay.
Period.
Okay, this is an illusion that everybody's been under. Where the money goes? First off, there never was any money. You're moving a lot of you're moving cyberspace around. How can you call the verb money an action? You're trying to say the IRS codes actually exist. You're trying to argue where everything is going in verb. It doesn't exist. Show me how I can give them anything in the truth. They've got to rewrite everything forever. When you get everything rewritten forever, you're going to have a fair 100% taxation system of about 8%. You're going to have 92% take-home, because you're still going to need a police department, a fire department, somebody to repair the roads, somebody to maintain air pollution qualities and make sure somebody doesn't dump toxic waste out there. I mean, there's going to be certain responsibilities, Fish and Wildlife, so that one individual doesn't go out and rape the rest of us. So you're going to have some form of control here. The point is, we're not arguing the fact that we need control in our society. That's why we have prisons. By the way, the prison system in Canada and the United States is larger than the New York Stock Exchange. They have their own stock exchange. It has more listings and has more trade than the New York Stock Exchange. To give you an idea how big prison business is, it's the world's largest industry. That's how many bad apples we've got out there. So we need a system that's going to function, but it's going to function fairly. You know, we're not saying that we're not trying to put the guys out of business that are in business. We're trying to educate them and bring them into the truth. With that, we're going to automatically correct everything. It's not going to happen tomorrow.
How would the correction facilitate a lower income tax?
Because you'd have 100% of the people paying, and the only people that would be avoiding to do something would be those with criminal intent. Truth has a way of exposing criminals.
No,
I mean real criminals. We're not just talking about the wannabes, the make-believes, but real people that have a black heart. And you know, in my whole organization, I don't have a single person using this technology to injure another human being. When you learn about truth, and you have an awareness about what truth is, there's a change that takes place inside you. That you look for truth, you become this individual, you look yourself in the mirror in the morning, and you're not out there to injure people, you're out there to educate people. And that's a very good value. And most of the people that are here, I mean, when I give you guys a break, you all can visit with each other. You got something to talk about to each other, because you got friends here. And it's a unique feeling. And you can contact any of my other groups around the United States. And you're going to get the same warm receptions you got here, and you're going to have all kinds of things to compare notes about how you're trying to make a change for the better. I mean, our kids have got to inherit our world. Let's make sure they got a world to inherit. Our parents gave us a world to inherit.
I would prefer not to commit to paying a tax that I will assume the 8% before I would see that would happen.
Tomorrow, if you went out and filed papers to sue to pay your taxes and the truth, what do you think your response is going to be?
Well, I'm not saying for tomorrow, because I understand that.
They're not going to take anything from you.
But eventually, if you offer to pay, and they say, fine, we will change the laws because of the pressure that you're creating.
That's right.
Well,
everyone's going to benefit.
At that time either.
Well, you're always going to have...
Unless it was in a range that was more equitable and fair to each individual.
That's exactly it. Now, the way language is written, and we're going to use the IRS codes as an example for correcting language up here, you're going to see how much fraud is actually generated. When you have a document that is written in such an exact manner that you understand what you're paying, who it came from, where it's going, and that it's an honorable donation that you're making, you're going to want to pay your taxes because you know it's the right thing to do. Absolutely. Not because it's wrong. You know it's wrong. You know it's a lie now. And it really rubs everyone in this room the wrong way. But we're trying to change that. In the meantime, one person, each one of you is not going to change it by yourself. But it takes an accumulation, a group of individuals wanting to make changes that cause this to happen, that make it effective. And that's why I travel. There's nobody else that travels like this. This is my 201st seminar in 4 years. And so I haven't sat home enjoying my family or going fishing. I'll go fishing when this thing is done. But I've been out there pounding the pavement, flying around, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on airfares and apartments and hotel accommodations, everything else, making this thing available, putting myself in harm's way. And just like David Ireland, he put himself in harm's way, he's dead today. But then they're going to martyrize his position, and every postal inspector in America is going to rally behind that man. His death will not be in vain. Here's another one for you guys. 3 weeks ago, I was in Hawaii. The people I stayed with were called, the family's name was N-U-U-N-A-U, like Nana, or Nuna. In October, the father was following his 2 sisters and his granddaughter, who was only 2 months old, over to the aunt's house. A man driving drunk hit them in a head-on collision and killed both of his daughters and his granddaughter right in front of them. Now, their whole house has been turned into a shrine. So when I went there, I stayed at their home while I was in Hawaii. I was there for 5 days at their home. And after 3 days, the mother and the father says, Dave, you said you'd answer all questions. Well, we've got a question. Why did our children die? I says, did you take time to sue the government? Yes, we did. We sued the city. The city said we don't own it. The county does. See, there was a bush hanging over that wasn't trimmed back. And so it was an obstruction. And when they went to go around the bush, the drunk driver hit them and killed them. So they sued the city for not trimming the bushes. But the city says it's not our bush. It's not our land. It belongs to the county. So they sued the county. County says it's not our land, belongs to the state. So they sued the state. State says not our land, belongs to the government. They sued the federal government. They said, it's not our land, it belongs to the city. I says, well, you know what? Children died on that land. That land is hollow ground now. It's like a cemetery. I says, now that they've all disqualified themselves, you file claim for that land as Hawaiian homeland. I says, that incorporates all the highways in Hawaii. They're all joined together. And so you sue for $100 million claim on that land. Now anybody that says it's their land and wants to dispute your claim takes responsibility for the murder of your children. I says, they didn't die in vain. They died to send a message that you have claim to your homelands. You can get your Hawaiian Islands back. That the invaders are now exposed. It's a catch-22. If they want to say it's theirs, then they have to pay the damages for negligence. If it doesn't belong to them, then it belongs to the Hawaiians, and you get your homeland back. Either way, you win. And the Kapunas heard that, because we did this at seminar, an open seminar, answered this question. And they were very excited about it, and word's gotten all around Hawaii. They're going to martyrize these kids. They're going to sue for that event to take place. Sometimes bad things happen for good reasons, especially if you look at things from different perspectives. You guys get hit with your taxes, and you know, like this here, it's a bad thing. But then what's the good part? It's forensic evidence. It followed a process of maritime procedures in the fiction. It violated the maritime rules and regulations of truth, violated the maritime rules and regulations of postage, of the international treaty agreements with the Universal Postal Unions incorporating 89 countries. Gee, one little piece of check is now forensic evidence to set up something, set a chain reaction into event to take place. And all of you in this room have the same power to take this document, and you've got the answer in the book. It's a little 6-pager or 8-page document, page 61 there, about the IRS claims, small claims court. It only makes one issue. Why am I paying for a verb? Why am I using adverbs? The law clearly states no presumptions, no assumptions, no conclusions, no modifications, no opinions. It's not due process. And everything about this is a presumption, assumption, conclusion, opinion before the facts. There is no facts. Let's get down to the facts. Let's get down to the noun. Let's create and set down claim for who we are and what we're doing. That's going to give you your freedom.
David, where can an individual like us, see these laws that you talked about? Where can we go and find and see these laws?
Under UCC 1, the very first law of the United States codes, the Canadian codes, and UCC 1 is that the contract must be closure, must be in the truth. That's the very first thing of every contract ever created in history. The Rosetta Stone, 16,000 years old. It's a trust. It's written in noun. It's in the truth. It's hieroglyphics. It closures on 6 sides of the stone as to its condition of thinking. Its truth is written in the circle. That's what we teach you here, how to write sentences in the circle. And once you stay with the fundamentals of what's in the truth, that you are going to not disclose, but close, or for the claim with the knowledge of the claim by the witness. Because the witness is all of us. We got thinking capacity. We are witnessing a wrong, we're witnessing a right. And the witness must always be protected. The witness has absolute immunity coming and going from testimony. Well, judges got...
Your own witness, David.
Huh?
You can't be your own witness. If I put a claim in as a claimant, I can't also be the witness.
Heck, you aren't. Who's going to witness your document? You're the only person that has first-hand knowledge. This man here can't witness what's in your brain. He can't see your volition. Only you can.
No, but in the court process.
Oh, the court process is fiction. You're writing new rules for this. It's your... Here. This court case... Go ahead. Push my button and watch me download now. This here is a charter vessel. This is a constitution. I'm going to take this constitution... Get all this junk off of here. And I'm going to leave planet Earth, and I'm going to go into court. You know what? This is Canada, and this is court. What is the land of court? It's the land of contract. This is the land of contracts. And what happens in a land of contracts? Well, we have charter vessels. What's the first law of a charter vessel? Every vessel on the high seas must have a flag in it. And every flag must have a contract attached to it called the Bills of Lading. The Bills of Lading, all charter vessels have a charter. You ever take a little cruise? You know, go for a dinner cruise or wherever, you buy your little ticket, get on board? You ever been to Walt Disney? Anybody in this room been to Disney World? You ever look at your ticket you bought? You know how small the print is on your signature line? Look at the back of that ticket once. That's a 1,000-word contract. I just happen to have one of those here. You can pass that around. That's a 1,000-word contract written in .4 print. And that's a standard business card. Now, that's no bigger than the ticket you buy when you go into Disneyland. But Epcot World has got 12 countries, Canada included, is represented at Epcot. Those are foreign countries. Those are embassies. And that there is a contract that when you buy that $100 ticket, you are entering, and it gets a stamp. A regular postage stamp is placed onto that ticket for you to enter the Epcot Center. And you can go, that's your passport, to 12 different countries. Just like when you walk into this bar, this court, this is a foreign country. How do you think I got a United States flag in a Vladivostok Russian court? Or Zambia, South Africa? You don't think those judges then pick up the phone and say, hey, Dave Miller in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, what the hell is this? Who gives us authorization to have this document in my possession? Who are you? I says, well, first off, sir, you just accepted this document. Your court is a foreign country. The same foreign country that exists in all courts on this planet. Every single community, city, town, county, state, and government has an area called court for where contracts are negotiated. This is neutral territory. I can go to Canada and put an American flag up, and this is the United States of America. I can put a Japanese flag up there and walk in there, put a Japanese flag on my lapel, put a Japanese flag in this court, put a Japanese flag on this document, and I can walk into your court in Canada, and I'm in the land of Japan under treaty. And this is my charter vessel. This is my constitution, and nothing on this planet Earth can interfere with this charter vessel in this land. It might be 20 feet by 20 feet, but under the law of Fort Cornering, this is a country. And this is the only constitution. If I call this a pen, it's a pen. If I call it a cup of coffee in this constitution, you better believe it's a cup of coffee.
David, in our Canadian courts, in Queen Bench and Provincial Court and Catholic Court, there is no flag.
Okay, not always, but when you file this charter vessel with the Canadian flag and the postage stamp, you are a postmaster delivering the document, the Constitution, in the truth. That flag captures this court into the contract of this Constitution. That is not the flag of Canada. That is the flag of this Constitution. 1 to 2, or a 3 by 4, or a 4 by 4. However you want to shape it. Whatever you put on here, you put Mickey Mouse on this thing, you wear a Mickey Mouse badge, and the judge accepts it, that's the flag of this Constitution. You put a postage stamp on there, you are the postmaster of the land of Mickey Mouse. But this Constitution says you commit treason against this by using nouns as verbs, and that's high treason. And the UN will give you a treaty for high treason against this Constitution.
Well, what if the clerk of the court won't accept your documents?
The clerk of the court is under Title 46, Chapter 20, Section 192 through 195. She will pay a $2,000 fine for every single respondent or vessel on this document that she refuses to give service to. She is not a judge. She is not a jury. She is there for one sole purpose. She is the postmaster to issue bills of lading, receive documents, which are script, put stamps on them, and certify and sign for the bill of lading to go out and come back to certify it was delivered to the entities. She has no power to make decisions.
In our system, in Canada, if I deliver a document, I'm the defendant and I'm putting it in my statement.
No, you're not a defendant. You're outside of quantum.
But
you're a Vasily.
Under fiction, we get a square stamp for filing.
The box removes it. You have no stamp. There's no joinder there.
And there's no signature either by the clerk.
A signature is a simulation. You have no authorization. You're going to have a simulated box for a simulated word, for a simulated verb, for a simulated clerk in a simulated court, because you got a simulated flag.
But that's exactly my point.
When you filed your document, how many mistakes did you have on it? Well, you modified your nouns with adverbs.
Yeah.
You didn't put a flag on top. You didn't pay your bill of lading. All of you go, when you go home tonight, I want you to pull out Black's Law Dictionary or Webster's Dictionary and look at the word stamp, S-T-A-M-P. And when you look up the word stamp, you'll say, all legal documents must have a stamp placed on it. When you go to file these things, if you rely on the court square stamp as your stamp, it is not a stamp at all. You must put your postage stamp and sign it. That is your only authorization that you are in the truth as the postmaster, delivering the documents in the truth. Otherwise, this is a fictitious entity. They are going to treat it with fiction from cradle to grave.
No, what I'm saying is that what they date stamp it as received.
In past tense, you're still outside the quantum. They've got you so brainwashed as to stain above, below, to, from, and staying away from now, around, that you will always be in the fiction. You will write, read, and understand everything in fiction, and they'll put you in their fiction jail, dress you in pink pajamas, feed you starchy food, and lock you up so you don't get lost in reality.
No, what I'm saying is how then we get acceptance of the documents that we will file with the flag, with the stamp, as they have received it.
Okay, when you take these documents, the ones that we write, our documents are well founded now all over the system. Your judges know exactly who I am and what we're doing. When you walk in with a bonded document, I don't care if it's 5 pages long. You take and you can put your staple on there, but put your flag on top of the staple. Then take and punch a little hole through it, or put some glue. You can just use Elmer's glue. You can use DuPont glue. Fingernail polish even works. Go ahead and spill fingernail polish on a binding like this and try and get it apart in 20 minutes. It ain't going to come apart. It's going to fuse those documents together. Right where that staple is, it's already being held tight. Put a drop of fingernail polish on there, it'll fuse all those papers together. That's a bonded document. Then you put your stamp on there, your flag on there, and you sign that, and now you've fulfilled your law of the flag. You paid your postage to go from Canada into the land of the foreign court.
So we still don't have a contract with the court unless there's another signature, and the clerk of the court does not sign, and
This belongs to the people. Every geographical area on this planet, the people elected to set aside this area. The foreign court under yellow fringe cannot invade and control this area. Whoever's in this area, the minute you walk into that area with this document and this flag on here, if this is a sovereign area, which means the Canadian flag flies out here in Canada, and so therefore the United Nations recognizes that in your own country this now becomes sovereign territory if the flag enters. It has jurisdiction over all flags. If she says, I won't accept it, say, you've just been captured. You've got a yellow fringe, I've got a constitutional flag here. This constitutional flag is a Canadian flag, and I've just captured you. You will stamp these as a postmaster, and I am a senior court barrister. I have signed this and I am ordering it, or I'm going to have you placed under arrest. And we will bring the marshals in here. I will deputize them, and the postal inspectors or the marshals can initiate her arrest, or his arrest, whoever the clerk is.
But if she stamps it, she uses the square stamp.
No, you flat out say, wait a minute. I want an unboxed stamp here, and if you don't have one, you better sign it with your own hands. You go ahead and you write, I've got a postage stamp here. You'll sign your name across my postage stamp and join with me. Or you can take another dollar stamp, carry it with you, put it on there and you sign it. Now the two countries are joined, and you will capture the jurisdiction here. She says, well, I can't do anything. I've got to show it to the judge. Well, guess what happens when she shows it to the judge before it's stamped? It's ex parte communications. Globally, it's a disqualification for the judge. He can't hear the case. He's automatically disqualified. Because he looked at evidence before it was presented to him. You might as well meet him out on the parking lot there and conduct the whole case before you even walk into court. Any clerk that says, I'm going to show this to that judge no longer exists. And if he wants to make a judicial ruling, say, no, I won't accept that. Before it's been filed, I'll have him up on treason charges. Because that's real easy to do. Oh, clerk, did you show this to the judge? Are you going to practice ex parte communications? Now you're a conspirator with the judge. Now I got an act of conspiracy here to obstruct a filing. I'm a witness, and this is my evidence. You've obstructed the witness, and you've obstructed the evidence. Canada's got a law for that. It's called mail fraud. You got the same law up there as I got down by me. Look up under Universal Postal Union's international treaties under the freedom of travel, freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of going to a court.
David?
Yeah.
In the style of cause on your lawsuit, it says in the Supreme Life Court of the British Columbia, and you've got your stamp, your bill of lading on there, and that's the coordinate, the destination for that document. If you're at the front desk and that clerk says, I'm not going to accept it, she's obstructed the delivery of that post into that court.
And she's a postmaster, and she cannot obstruct it. Her job and her sole job under bills of lading and maritime law are to accept it. She will pay a $2,000 fine out of her own pocket for every single person that's listed. Guess who gets half? Your Secretary General. So it's in his best interest to prosecute her because he's going to get paid for it. You get half and he gets half. That's the law.
Is it true that every clerk of the court then in every country is a postmaster?
That is correct.
Regardless.
Anybody that uses stamps, every clerk in every bank handles postage stamps.
Isn't it true that you have to be sovereign?
Handles postage stamps.
You have to be sovereign issue stamps. I mean, so most of these clerks have some sort of right to sign affidavits and oaths because they're using stamps.
They're using stamps. Every clerk in America, in every bank, they're using stamps. They're handling money. They're postal clerks. And when you give them a check, don't they flip it over on the back and they cancel it with a stamp? And that's an unboxed stamp too. So they are acting as they're practicing banking and they're practicing postal.
They are box stamps in Canada.
Yeah.
You're in bankruptcy. They're joining with fiction, but you can make it. You can demand that they use an unboxed stamp.
So what's the benefit then?
Huh?
What's the benefit of that on the back part of check?
An unboxed stamp is not written in future or past tense. It's written in now time. They have copies, and if they don't have it, then you write up your own, and you go ahead and you take it in there, and you write down what you want said in now jurisdiction.
No, I'm giving you a check. You cash it. It goes to your bank, and then it comes back to my bank for cancellation, goes in my file before I even see it, so I can't say what stamp is going to go on that check. It's already stamped.
You have I know, but you have forensic evidence to prosecute mail fraud. Then, if you want to go ahead and push it, nobody cares to push it because it's usually an insignificant amount, and most people don't know. They don't know how to do it, and so because they don't have the time, the money, and they don't care as long as they got their money, what do they care? how they did it. The transaction took place, you got your credits. Have them remove $10,000 out of your account and watch your educational curve go right through the ceiling. I mean, that's a fact. You know, pain makes thought, and thought grows to wisdom. Wisdom turns into maturity. That's a course of nature. Don't be fooled by all the things that they're going to tell you. They're going to do everything in their power to obstruct. After all, they are in fiction, so everything they can tell you is in fiction. If you don't know, then you're innocent in nonsense. The government gives you 4 pleads. You can plead no contest, innocent, not guilty, and guilty. Guilty means you are responsible. Not guilty, adverb, negative law, modifying the verb guilty. You now have joinder with in law and at law and of Canada in verb. So therefore, you're guilty. Innocent, in nonsense, no knowledge. There's two definitions for that. In means no, and nonsense means knowledge. No knowledge. Negative contract again. Or in nonsense, which means possessive, which means you have no knowledge anyways. And the last one is no contest. No is the adverb. Again, negative contract, making contest into a verb. You've entered into a fraud under fictitious conveyance of language. Under the word contest, you're done guilty by association. Guilty again. So they give you 4 choices. Guilty, 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 or guilty. So why not plead guilty in the truth and demand to see the charges in the truth? And now what happens? Oh, I'm sorry, we have to vacate this case. I'm not licensed in the truth. Have a nice day. And that's how you win. It's that simple. It's so simple it's invisible. The last thing in the world you expected to do was charge.
In fact, what Sri Judges say to me with my documents is, you are speaking nonsense in the court.
You are. You feel like an adverb today?
Yeah. You are speaking nonsense. This is nonsense. Just over and over. Nonsense.
This is an adverb. Would you please show me what the adverb this is specific? Now this is a noun. Are you referring to this adverb here? Now we got a conflict of adverb versus noun. Please be more defined. For this is. Now we got an adverb making is into a verb. For the this is would be the proper way to say it. Seriously. For the this is of the nonsense. Now we can go ahead and have a communication skill with this guy. Except he's only got 7 words now. You say, now, Your Honor, we're up to 7. We need 13 as a minimum. For the is with the knowledge is with the nonsense by the witness. Now we've got a complete thought. Now I can go ahead and argue with you. 13 is the smallest sentence you can write legally. 13, right. 13 comes up on our stars, our stripes, our points. I mean, even your flag there. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You don't think it's 13? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You got 13 points.
Oh, no. You're not saying it. You got 3, 6,
9, 11, 12.
12, 13.
Yeah, that's how I said.
Oh, okay. There you go. Well, yeah, there's 2 points on the corner.
That's 14.
Did you see
No,
the
there's
way we're looking
13.
at that, by the way? I don't know if you ever saw this, Dave, just while we're at it.
2 heads.
2 heads. If you look at it this way, this is the forehead, this is the nose, and the upper lip and the mouth. You have 2 heads against each other.
Button heads.
You have to fold that for me.
Yeah, I'll show you later. A couple glasses of wine, and I'll show you.
David, if you took your own flag into the court.
Oh, I can't see it.
If you took, okay, question is, if you took your own flag into the court, okay, under the laws of flags, only the sovereign flag has superior jurisdiction. If I take a United States flag into a Canadian court and there are no challenges, then that is the land of the United States. If somebody brings in a Canadian flag and challenges my United States flag, I have to stand down, and now the Canadian flag has jurisdiction.
On Canadian soil.
On Canadian soil. The Canadian crest is not a flag. the flag of the United States has jurisdiction over the Canadian crest. So if the Canadian would have to bring in a Canadian flag, this flag which flies in front of the UN, and also in Bern, Switzerland, where there's an international treaty to deal with stamps. Because once the stamps are incorporated on this document as well as on the court documents, then you're invoking the postal. And so it comes down to a postal contest of who is sovereign here. Well, if the land is Canada, then the Canadian flag has to be presented, not the crest. Crest deals with a specific individual of the Queen or somebody of royalty. But that is not Constitution. Constitution belongs to the People's Court. The people elected this geographical area, not the Crown. The people made this, and that's how it works all over the world. I can go to Communist China. When the Japanese contacted me, they said, Mr. Miller, do you have jurisdiction in China? In Japan. This is the senior court barrister, the senior judge, samurai. Senior samurai in Japan. Now in Japan, the lawyers, the real good guys, are samurais. There's only 1,600 samurai with 1.6 million population. In the United States, we have 1.6 million attorneys for 280 million people. A little overkill. There's more attorneys in the United States than I guess the whole entire world combined. That's how big business is as far as corruption goes. So the samurai says to me, Mr. Miller, how do you have jurisdiction here in Japan? I says, well, under the law of the flag, I'll put my flag up, I will sign my postage stamp, and I will be a senior court barrister and postmaster of my paperwork in the jurisdiction of your court. I says, if you wish to challenge that, you better have your knowledge is equal to mine in the truth, because if you bring forth your fiction under law of the flag, I rule. I says, so my jurisdiction and my technology has jurisdiction in Japan, and I will capture your court, and we will put up an American flag, and we will conduct an in-the-court hearing under the American flag, or if you wish to put Japanese flag up, we will then have a Japanese trial, but my charter vessel will be the law, not your Japanese law, written in verb. He says, sir, he says, you understand the procedure, you know the secret words, we will honor your position. You are welcome here to do seminar. 3 days later, I had 1,000 people signed up for seminar for Japan. That's how fast it spread. He put out the word. So we're trying to get right now. We're trying to get a Japanese seminar set up. Yes.
Would you explain a senior court barrister? What makes you that?
By signing the postage stamp, I become the senior court barrister. That's another name for postman, another name for bailiff. As simple as that. And another name for sheriff. All three words are used.
David, in British Columbia we have provincial courts, and they don't seem to have flags in there. They seem to have a coat of arms.
Again, you carry your flag in. What your provincial government is saying is we are in bankruptcy. This here is the land of the sovereign citizen. This here is the land of bankruptcy. This bankruptcy is tied to the crown. We don't have a constitution in our country with a flag. We use this as a symbol to appease the masses. But in the courtroom, we are merely saying that we are stewards of the courtroom unless the people wish to identify themselves with their sovereignty flag. 1 to 2 says you are going to bring forth a contract into this chamber and capture our crown. Do it. Put the Canadian flag on your paperwork, go into court, sign your postage stamp, have your picture ID, identify yourself as a senior court barrister, bring in your in-the-truth technology, you will be honored, and if they say, if you want to obstruct this, the UN is waiting, we will go ahead and try Canada for treason against a charter vessel. And the World Court is also waiting. They've just accepted Jeff's case yesterday morning, 10 o'clock. By the time you guys get there, they're already going to have this thing down pat. There'll be a revolving door of cases. We got 65 going through. By the time those 65 get through, you guys will have no problem getting changes made. And it's going to take you guys a few months. You got a learning curve to overcome here, you know.
Having the flag in the court, is it sufficient just to have it on your lapel?
Yeah, you just wear it on your lapel. I capture wherever I go.
You need another table flag.
No. As a matter of fact, we were in this one court hearing, was with Rich Leistikal, and the judge says, "Take that man's flag." And the bailiff walks over and picks up the flag off of Rich's table and walks over and he sits down at the bailiff's table and he puts down the flag on his table on the same plane. The flag is still in the court. That's all on videotape. When the judge reviews the tapes and realizes what happens, he comes back into the next hearing 5 days later, and he's just like somebody really reamed him good. And he was just as, "What would you like, sir? Oh, you want me to stand? I'll stand. You want me to sit? I'll sit. You want me to come down there? You want me to sit at your table? I'll sit at your table. Would you like carpeting? Put down. Bailiff, get the carpeting for the man." Whatever he wanted, he got, because that judge knew he had committed treason against this charter vessel and was facing life imprisonment if that man ever found out what he had done.
Power of arrest as a senior court barrister?
The postman, not your postman, but your postal inspectors will take care of the arrest. You are not there, nothing becomes law for 5 days. You do not have the power at that point in time. Any violations that take place, you will then file your second paperwork with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that then will have to be prosecuted accordingly through the chain of command.
File that within 5 days? What was the 5 days you mentioned?
5-day rule. In other words, nothing becomes law for 5 days. It's better known as the Lemon Law in the United States. You have the same law up in Canada. In the United States, for civil actions, or not civil actions, for civil contracts, you go out and you buy something, your contract doesn't become valid for 5 days, or for 3 days. In court proceedings, it's 5 days. Like a judge issues an order, he has 5 days to sit on that order. In some cases, 10 days. So, and he'll make a ruling accordingly, but he won't sign anything before that 5 days takes place, because he's giving the individual time to make an adjustment. If he knows he's in a serious position, he won't do anything. He will just let the 5 days lapse and will not take any action at all. If he knows that you created a gross wrong, that you couldn't walk and chew gum if your life depended on it, he can sign it at the same point in time, and it still doesn't become law for 5 days. Question?
David, in Europe, there are many battlefield cemeteries, or military cemeteries of foreign soldiers who have died in the fields of France, for example. I was over there a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and you see a Canadian flag at Vimy Ridge, for example, from World War I. That is the sovereign ground of Canada.
Well, no, your cemeteries are hallowed ground. They can fly any flag on the cemetery because they're all nom de guerres. You're all dead people. Dead people have no contract rights. It's merely a salute to the hallowed ground.
Territory, so it says there.
The unique thing about hallowed ground, even in all forms of superstition from all religious and different, I don't know what you call them, spiritual, witchcraft, whatever, all sects globally, they all have the same rules that hallowed ground is sacred, that you can't do battle on hallowed ground. You got to be off hallowed ground. And I haven't found a culture or a belief from anyone on this planet to violate those rules. So, any other questions?
People run to a church and the immigration can't kick them out because they're on hallowed ground.
They're on hallowed ground because the fiction doesn't have jurisdiction. So what happens in this court, as long as we got this up here, the court is a unique thing. It's got traps in it now. We'll go over tricks and traps. And what you've got is you've got 4 different planes that take place within this jurisdiction. Now the judge is going to be up here on plane number 4. The jury is going to be on plane number 3. The witness box is going to be plane 2. And the commons are going to be down on plane number 1. So what we've done is, under the laws of boxing, we have a witness box and a jury box. Nothing can be seen or heard in either of 2 or 3.
What about the clerk of court?
Clerk of the court is also sitting in a box.
What plane would that be? 3?
She usually sits on plane number 1, believe it or not. Some of the courts have a 1 step up, and the plane is on it. There's a neutral plane there, but that plane is also where the court reporter sits. If the clerk of the courts is the postmaster, and the scribe sits on the same, clerk of the courts is the person that has the power to record the events that take place, but because they're both placed in boxes off the plane of where testimony takes place, there is no continuance of evidence between the different planes.
In Canada, they're introducing no secretarial or recorder. They're all going to be mechanical.
They're doing videotapes now and audio tapes. That's fine.
So how does that affect?
They'll still put that into a box.
Well, it is a box that's being recorded.
Right, I know, but what I'm saying is they're still going to go with this mechanics. How do you supersede that? You take your contract and you say, because of the mechanical prejudice or the mechanical laws of boxing, the laws of planes that exist in the court, it is with the acceptance of this contract that there are no planes and there are no boxes. We will acknowledge that the geographical area known as the court 20 by 20 square feet is in fact an area of flat plane, that it will be used as a level playing field. And the judge will be sitting there, even though he thinks he's on his box, is actually in the courtroom all on the same plane. And when you file your paperwork, the district attorney is going to have a flag, the judge is going to have a flag, and you're going to have a flag, and you're going to have unity under law of the flag. And what that unity under law of the flag, you're on the same rules and regulations. The first time the judge says, well, I don't understand, you say, you know what, Your Honor? I got a contract here. You signed this contract. So, oh, no, I didn't sign no contract. I says, oh, how do you know you didn't sign a contract? Is this your clerk? Yeah. Okay, your clerk has one responsibility, to appoint you. You were appointed to be arbitrator for this contract. You accepted this contract. You have it on right there in front of you. You've accepted jurisdiction. I've dismissed it. Well, dismisses demon god of the underworld for mischief in the court. What's the first thing you got to do to dismiss this? You got to take jurisdiction for it first. These are corporation cases. In United States history, from 1905, when they brought in titles, through 1995, for 90 years, there was only 8 corporation cases filed in the United States. Every case I ever filed was a corporation case. Corporation cases mean that this document has perpetual existence, cannot be dismissed by anybody unless all parties, claimants and basilees, agree to the outcome of this trial. It has to run its full course. Otherwise, it's an unconcluded document, and I get to push that thing until it breaks.
Without going to an appeal.
Appeal means I will forgive the judge for violating my constitutional rights. You don't want an appeal.
No, that's what I mean.
Right, you don't want it.
It's established in
you do.
Jurisdiction.
There is no appeal. First off, you file this lawsuit and they say, I hereby vacate. Well, I hereby dismiss. You can't, this means no. You can't create negative contracts, so the dismissal means nothing. 2, it's corporated, which means dismissal can't take effect. 3, the judge falls down after 60 days, he's in default. Now you can take it to the United Nations for an act of treason against a charter vessel. That the parties have committed treason against it or mutiny against the vessel. They signed a contract, they didn't show good faith, they said they would use a noun as a noun and they used it as a verb, therefore they committed constructive treason. Constructive means contract. They've committed contract treason. However, in this case, this isn't contract treason, this is full treason. Because you're not in Canada. You're in the land of contract. This is your constitution, this is your land, and there's only a population of 3, a judge, a claimant, and a basilee. And in the land of 3, the document says that anyone who violates the contract or the Constitution commits treason against this land of contract. And you can't bring in Canadian laws or United States laws or Japanese laws. That's it. That's where it stops. Those are the only definitions, and I don't care what books he's got in front of him saying, I've got to go by the Canadian Revived Statutes. That's not in my book. That's written in verb. This is in the truth. There's no joinder between truth and fiction.
Or precedent law.
There's no such thing.
That's what I mean.
No time, no place, no parties, no joinder. No continuance of evidence. I mean, it violates every rule of contract. When we were in the Lorenz case, The judge went back to 1740. I mean, the United States didn't take place till 1776. He brings out these books that were just crumpling in his hands, and he was carrying them on a pillow so they wouldn't be disrupted. He's just like, he sets them down and he goes, and he turns the page real slow, not to break the paper. And he says, "Well, in 1740, it says right here under this case law that you're disqualified." And he says, "Excuse me, Your Honor. I've got a contract here that's all invalid. We weren't alive at that point in time. No continuance of evidence, no first-hand knowledge. Were you alive? You can't talk about things that didn't happen before you were born." And he goes, "I sat up all night long," he says, "working on this." He's got 5 books that he's all the antique books. He figured he was going to pull a fast one on us. We won that case. He had to throw it out. The district attorney was fired because he said he was going to prosecute the judge. Of course, the Court of Appeals said, "Sir, Mr. DA, you got 5 days. I want to see punctuated testimony, authorized documents written in the truth. I want to see a court report written in the truth on the entire thing by you, or you're fired." Well, 5 days later, he fired him, pulled his license. He's no longer the city attorney.
So do you attend your next lecture?
No, he's I don't know what he's doing. He's selling pencils on the corner.
Patrick Henry stated when they're arguing the U.S. Constitution as well, precedent has no basis.
There is no such thing. There is no such thing. There is no United States Constitution.
Well, no, but I mean what is known as the Constitution.
Right. The Declaration of Independence, adverb, verb, adverb, verb. The Constitution, adverb, verb, of the United, both adjective and in past tense, no less, of states, which now becomes the pronoun. Of is the adverb, making America to be the verb. And then we, the people, feel like a... well, you can either be a preposition or a pronoun. What would you like? A multiple choice here. If you're a pronoun, then people become a verb. We, the fiction. Good old Benjamin Franklin did a real good job of screwing things up. And he even put him on a $100 bill to honor him.
You think he knew?
How do you write a 200% fraud document with no nouns and take the bows for it? Not only did he knew, his legacy has been still going on today. The guy's alive and well.
But then you said this stuff goes back 8,000 years, so he was just somebody to help to enhance it that much more.
The Masons have been doing this for all the way back. This goes all the way back. Hieroglyphics was a noun. Now you've got a series of events that took place throughout history. You had your Druids. United States has been around 220 years, and Canada has been active for about 200 years also. But look at the Druids. They ruled for 4,000 years in verb out of Stonehenge. The Druids, Druid religion. 12,000 years ago to 8,000 years ago. Then Pharaoh came back with hieroglyphics for only one age group, and then he went back into fiction again. And that fiction has been running for 8,000 years because man wanted to go into slavery was popular, and the only way to control the masses was through verb translation.
What about Hebrew?
Hebrew was written where all the words were consonants, no vowels, and no prepositional phrases. There was code. I could translate all the codes, and I can write them correctly. You bring me any passage from any religion in history, and I will translate it for you. You pick it. Now, no one's been able to do that because they never had a math interface. My math program certifies everything. Even the Rosetta Stone certifies all the information on there mathematically, frontwards and backwards. You see, there's an order of operation, just like when we said for the driving of the cars with the knowledge of the driver. There's an order of operation that takes place on how nouns are presented. And it is the procedure, the prepositional phrases that appear before and after words that give them specific definition and control, and that the articles are specific also. And with that much information, you can translate the exact definition of those words and break any code, and then know exactly what word is supposed to be injected. In the Russian language, they say there's no articles. Well, you must place the proper article in throughout the entire document, which we've done whenever we're given Russian language to translate. On our website, we've got Spanish, French, and German. And when we did this, we went from English to Spanish, Spanish to French, French to German, German back to English. We didn't lose a single word. Every language professor at the University of Wisconsin said that's impossible. The best you can do is a 35% translation between languages. And then we showed it. We got all the teachers together. We said, here it is, folks. Take a look at it. They said, do you realize what you've done? You've discovered the mathematical interface between all languages. And we go, yeah, we know. That's why we wrote it. And so they're very excited about learning this program now. They want to teach it at the University of Wisconsin, which is one of the top 10 universities in the United States. And once we get it in place there, they've got to get a computer program. My brain can do it, but they haven't been able to get a computer to do what my brain does naturally, to see things.
Do you have a software program?
That's what I just said. We don't have one.
Yeah, but you got one on the go somewhere.
Use the hardware up there.
It's coming.
I got the scanner. I just need something to run the order.
We can do it. We can do 37 languages right now. We can translate anything that you can write. We can translate to 37 languages with a keystroke.
Doesn't Spanish have its own protectors like the Del and EL and protection now?
Well, this, where you got DE, EL, and they brought it together, DEL, and it means of the.
Do Canada means of the Canada.
Same with French.
Same with French.
What's the for?
EU.
Is D of or D the?
DE Canada. The DE?
DE.
Like that?
Okay, DE,
Yeah.
de la, de for plural, and du, DU. Those are the four, and they all mean of the.
Like on the Canadian.
It's a Bank du Canada.
Yeah.
Depending on whether it's a masculine or feminine
Oh,
noun.
you mean like that?
This four. Contraction. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, this means of the, right? So D is of and U is the.
Yeah. Sure.
So you write that's the same thing they did here. If you look up D, it says C del. If you look up L, it says del. And they all three of them say of the.
In English it says government of Canada, in French it says government du Canada. So in French you want government of the Canada.
Right.
In Canada's a noun in French but turned into a verb in English.
Except they forgot to put the prepositional phrase in front of government. So they said it was a presumption of the noun.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to read past. You got to go. Once you study your procedure on everything that is said, then you can break those language barriers. How many guys want trust? Okay, we'll give you some trust now.
We're interested in the software package you're going to put together.
Oh, you guys got lots of time to get all through all that.
Exercise your brain first.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Let's take a bit of a break here. Some people want to take a big break. Take a small break. And come back to trust. 10 minutes.
All right. It's been an hour 45 minutes. Take 15 and get rid of lunch and then. All right, guys. We're going to run through trust now. Now, the trust that I've developed is about 39 pages long. That trust comes with the 32-hour video series, the book, and it also comes with the writ of habeas corpus that for the United Nations. Anybody wants to try and invade one of my trusts, they got to go through the United Nations to do it. And that's 92-page Title 42. Those are marketed for about $3,800 a piece, and we throw the whole thing together for $3,000.
Is that you?
For Canadians, Canadians. For US, it's US.
There's no boundaries here when you're talking, right?
Well, the people that have gotten the trust in the past are really excited with them. Even the IRS uses my trust to seize other trusts in fiction, so they have full confidence in what I do. The banking community around the world are looking at these trusts for their own banking systems, and so we're in the process right now of integrating our trust with their banking. So it's a lot of work, but we're having lots of fun at the same time.
My corporation purchased the trust from you?
Sure. Right now you're corporate with the Secretary of State. But when you go, you can put equity into a trust, which is what we're going to go over now. The actual corporation language with the fiction constitution and fiction government definitions in that don't have any place within the trust. Only the equity exists within the trust. If you're going to identify that share there and put that into a trust, it's a entity you can put a noun definition to. But an automobile would have a title. The title would then be, you have the original certificate of origin, or of the origin, and that would come to you as a boxed document. So you would have to create a certificate of the origin in an unboxed contract if you want to deposit it into the trust.
All part of the $3,000 front exposure? With the purchasing of the trust, it all encompasses it all at once?
Well, with the trust, you would have a vehicle, you had a disc with that. So if you want to make 50 trusts with that for 50 different cars, houses, entities, there'd be no restrictions as to how many trusts you want to create from it. My recommendation is you make a trust for each single item. You put your land in trust, the house that sits on top of the land, that's a separate entity, that's a separate trust. The government, because the government gives you rodeo title to the land, but you have a lodial title to the house that sits upon the land. You can physically pick your house up and move it. It's very expensive, but it's your house. It's not the government's. You buy a car, the car drives on rodeo land, on rodeo roads, but your car is sovereign to you unless the government owns the title for that vehicle. Then it can control your movements.
What is rodeo?
Rodeo means to sit upon. 1947, the word rodeo was destroyed in all legal documents for all time. Unless you've got some old documents that your grandparents have got hidden in vaults that the government has not had access to, it will say on those original documents, rodeo title to the land.
In Canada, we have fee simple.
Yeah, fee is an adjective of simple, and it also says on there to have and to hold forever in trust on your fee simple document, which means you shall never have and never hold forever in fiction.
Actually, if you go further back, it's a crown grant.
Same thing again. Punctuation, crown becomes an opinion or modification of grant. Grant then becomes the pronoun. They won't use a prepositional phrase in front of it. And they're going to make it in a very pretty little box. And it'll look like this.
Is rodeo R-O-D-E-O?
R-O-D-E-O, just like you step on a horse. Oh, just anybody needs one of these that didn't get one already, you can. I got about 30 of them here. I think I brought that one down. Where'd the other one go?
No, that was all that was here.
Oh, I got them upstairs. Excuse me, what was that again?
Is it possible in the truth to structure clear title of the land?
No. You are only stewards of the land. You didn't own it before you were alive. The people that you inherited, you only inherited fiction from whoever was there before. That word is ailing. A-I-L-I-N-G. Comes from the word failing. Ailing means that the land was corrupted, the titles were clouded, they were identified in fiction, and they were stolen from the original owners, which were the American Indians. And from them, they then became ailing. And the entire government that came and stole the lands then were in bankruptcy. They didn't have the power to contract, created all this fraudulent language on top of it, and so there is no joinder. This technology could straighten things out in the near future by putting everything into the truth and then establishing in the truth claims, just like I established an in the truth claim for the flag of the United States. And I called it the Unity-States flag. And so I then set claim for it. Because no one had ever identified this symbol in the truth, where a noun was a noun, a fact was a fact. I was the first, so I got copy claim on it.
So we do the same for our Canadian flag?
You can do the same. Sir Daniel and Kene, I guess they're trying to do that right now. So somebody's going to do it eventually.
Is that why the natives are after their land again?
Yeah, I'm working with 12 tribes right now, including the Hawaiians, and all the activity you're hearing about the Hawaiians with their new constitution, that's all coming out of our office. I just did 5 seminars there 2 weeks ago, and in January we did 8 seminars in Hawaii for the Hawaiians. Traveled all around Hawaii, putting on seminars and bringing people up to speed on this technology. All 90 kapunas are studying and unifying under this program. They've got the videotapes. They're doing videotape seminars for all the people. There's only 90,000 Hawaiians left. That's less than 0.8% of 1% of the population of Hawaii with 3 million people on board.
When the natives get it all back, where do we live?
No, they're not going to. It doesn't go back to that. They're not going to, because you still got 95% of all the people are born on the island are in fact true-blooded Hawaiians also. What they're saying is that the 90,000 people the government has declared to be dead. They're saying that they have their burial rights, they have their sovereign land rights, they have their identification as a sovereign people with a pure bloodline that they can track back 1,500, 2,000 years. And so they're saying we are who we are. And all we want is recognition to that effect, and want to be able to set up a government for our people. It isn't going to interfere with kicking out people or taking away land or property or anything else. For every 5 acres of land that was generated for a husband and wife in 1848, there are 1,800 descendants with original copyrights, original lodials for that same plot of land. So everybody gets 1 square foot. It's not reasonable. It's not logical. The only thing they're saying is the islands belong to the people. They are the stewards. They're the infrastructure of government. We did the seminar, and a certain group of individuals who stood up and they said, well, we want this. And you know what I did? I picked up the yellow pages. I said, now here's government. It says there's 1,200 classifications within government. You are before me with 20 people. You can't fill 1,200 positions. How are you going to take over the government controlling the water, the sewer, the gas, the electric, the military, the police department, titles, land, zoning, you name it? I says 20 people are not going to run this government. But the 20 of you can generate an idea and start something here that is unique. The World Court, as well as the United Nations, will acknowledge that the indigenous people of Hawaii have a sovereignty. They will say that there are certain areas that are yours, like the palace and the missionaries over on Kona, where the initial palace is, and then you got the other palace in Honolulu. The point is that there are going to be sovereign areas that are sacred to the Hawaiians that will never be invaded. There are other areas where people have been born on Hawaii and they're just as sovereign, have just as much sovereign rights, just as if you're born in the United States, you're a sovereign citizen of the United States. So there's been a melting pot take place that for one person to say, we are unique, everybody get off, that doesn't exist anymore on earth, any place. And because the language has been clouded for 8,000 years, nobody's had anything. The original bloodlines are in the volcanic tubes. Those are only known by a few kapunas, where the volcano tubes are, and the hieroglyphics of the bloodline have been kept intact for over 1,500 years. I know about them because I'm one of the kings in the Kingdom of Hawaii. We've made that honorable. When I did that seminar 3 weeks ago, Aunt Peggy, she's the senior kapuna. She's 80 years old of the 90 kapunas. And I was speaking for about 4 hours when she goes, oh my God, she says, you're him. She says, you're the guy they made king about 3 years ago, or 4 years ago it was, at the volcano. Because of you won the Hawaiian sovereignty, you won the Hawaiians' identification back at the World Court in The Hague. I says, yeah, that was our case. That's when I came to Hawaii. I went to Maui. It was in June, and I had a wild sparrow fly out of a palm tree and land on my right finger, and walked around for 2.5 hours with a wild sparrow on my finger, just chirping away, and I'm going, talking back and forth, and finally, 2 hours after that, I put the bird out because it was raining. Hadn't had anything to eat in 2.5 hours, and I put the bird back on the branch. Went back in there and drew the lawsuit that we won at the World Court to establish the sovereignty of the Hawaiian people, that they weren't dead because of a nom de guerre. Because the United States government from 1920 forward, there was no closure for the use of nom de guerre for all the Hawaiian names. And so therefore they were disqualified. Everything was disqualified and their sovereignty was reestablished. Then the last episode was in January. I went to Hawaii and we were on the beach, and I put my hand out with some Cheetos, and I had a male sparrow on my thumb and a female sparrow on my index, my little finger, and for 5 minutes I had these two birds eating out of my hand, and then a few minutes later I had 3 doves eating. I got pictures of this. I took photographs, and I had 3 doves sitting in my hand eating the Cheetos. They're just birds that flew in, wild doves, wild sparrows. And everyone else on the beach, was about 100 people on the beach, birds wouldn't come around anybody. Anybody came up to me, they just fluttered away, but they came back. And it was just a unique experience. In fact, it's happened 3 times now already on the Hawaiians, and I was just out there a couple of weeks ago, and the same episode took place with a sparrow out in Kona. And a sparrow came and landed on my hand, and I was feeding it out of my hand, a wild sparrow. So I don't know why things happen. It's just that they have a legend that goes back 150 years that a white man from across the sea will come to Hawaii and free the Hawaiian people. And I fulfilled that prophecy by writing the lawsuits. And all the activity you hear right now under the Constitution rewrites, those are all from this program. And every day I get emails from Hawaii, from OHA, the Hawaiian Affairs, and we do a couple sentences every day for the Constitution and clarification. We send those back and forth. So it's an ongoing process, and they have to have it finished before the 31st of this month.
Does that mean they're no longer going to be the 52nd state of the United States? 50th. They're no longer going to be. They're going to be.
No, they'll still be. The United States was granted a allodial title to specifics. Japan's got 1/3, Philippines got 1/3, the United States got 1/3, and Hawaii's got what's left. So.
That's like 200% to me.
Something to that disorder. All right. Okay, now a grantor is going to be, let's go to trust here. Now the grantor is going to be an individual who has an idea. He's got a car and a home. The car and a home we're going to say is worth $200,000. So he's going to take that $200,000, he's going to hire a creator such as myself to go ahead and create a contract. Now, like I said earlier today, a trust document is just that. It's a piece of paper. And what makes a trustee but this piece of paper? So therefore, a creator has to create the contract to create the trustee. So that's where the grantor hires the creator to create the trustee to now establish the trust. So the trust is going to have specific responsibilities that it's going to hold. It's going to be in a holding action of this value, this equity. The trustee is going to be the administrator, better known as the volition, by which these things are going to take place within the trust. Now, all trusts ever written up until we wrote in the Quantum Trust this year was about February 15th when we completed the Quantum Trust. We made about 500 word changes to the existing trust that's been around 18 months. We went out there and we replaced anybody that had gotten an earlier trust from us with the Quantum program. We guarantee our program, and we replace everything. If there's a mistake, we replace it. There's no cost for it. If I do anything, anybody gets a trust from me, gets into any challenge from the courts, I go to bat for my program. I go to bat, and I also replace anything that is, if I do an upgrade, you will get a copy of your trust upgraded. You just file it as an amendment into your minutes, and it automatically rewrites your existing trust. There is no modifications to take place. We have gotten 1,200 hours of new programming into this year's trust because we had to look up and quantumize every single word that was in the trust, so that there shouldn't be any more words that are outside the now time factor. The trustee has specific assignments where he has now time, ability to drive a car, open a checking account, buy and sell property, enter into contracts. It doesn't matter what his authorization is. He doesn't do signatures, he doesn't do simulations, he doesn't do presumptions. He has specific now time, noun jurisdictional assignments to control what he does. And so that there is no misunderstanding, these trusts now have been certified to a quality that they are international. They are the offshore, onshore entity on earth. You don't have to go to Barbados or to Brazil or Australia to have a checking account that's going to be certified. The only thing you need is to have one of these in the truths amongst the world of fiction, and you are offshore. None of the fiction has jurisdiction to touch truth because there's no licensing. There's no authorization in the fiction. So these are very unique documents. Now, sometimes the trustee has more work than he knows what to do with. And besides, the grantor, if he's going to give over a house and a car to a trustee to manage his affairs, he still wants to use his house and his car. So an entity is created called a bailment contract. This bailment contract is a document that appoints an individual who does not own the property. A police officer and a fireman are both bailment agents, vasiles, employees of we the people. They do not own your property. They only make sure it stays safe. They don't pay your taxes. They don't pay your bills. They don't do your taxes. They have no written contracts except one to make sure it stays safe. Now, when the bailment contract or the bailment entity takes possession, he is only there to make sure that the windows are washed, the lawn's cut, the snow is shoveled, the cars have oil changes, gasoline's placed in them, and that they're driven around properly, and everything stays in a nice order. Who is going to be the bailment manager? To make sure that the car and the home is taken care of, but the grantor. That's how we get around that loop. Now, everyone's been told that the grantor cannot be a trustee. That's true. Now, all of you are grantors in your world of fiction, but you have just created a noun trust, which is offshore. The cadaver is the grantor, where the volition of thinking is the trustee. So now, because you have an in the truth document, and you are transferring not the property, not the title of the property. You are transferring the equity of your property, the gold, the silver, the diamonds, the equity value of who your world of fiction has created into the trust. And now you can become the volition of the equity and become the trustee of your own trust. Your fiction of your capitalized cadaver name can now transfer the title of that value, which is the equity, into the trust, and at that point the trustee uses a punctuated name. And now the value of that trust can be managed by you because it is your volition of thinking. Now, no time in history of 8,000 years since trusts have been around has man had the capacity to manage his own trust, because fiction cannot begot fiction. But once you know the matrix, once you leave the matrix, you are now in the truth. Because don't forget, there is no physical three-dimensional object called a trustee. The contract creates the trustee. It is an idea of volition. And the volition is the condition of thinking that manages this trust. So the bailment is going to become a condition of cadaver. The court can see the cadaver. The court wants the cadaver to wear clothes, have shelter, be able to transport himself. But it is the volition of the trust that is going to create the thinking, the volition of a trustee now certified, which will identify with the equity of the value of this property and make sure that the equity stays safe. Because the actual fact of the title will always exist within the government. Fiction of that contract will still be owned by the bank, will still be owned by the government. And if you think that you own your property, don't pay your property tax for 2 years and watch how long it takes for a whole squad of SWAT teams shows up on your doorstep with guns, or a bulldozer shows up on your front porch and wants to push you off the land because you didn't pay your taxes.
But isn't the loyal title absolute ownership? So
There is no such thing. There never has been. There has never been... I know that. It's an illusion. The definition of the allodial is also written in verb. I know what it says. The man has never had an allodial title to anything. You got to go back to Greek, not Greek, but Pharaoh, 8,000 years ago in hieroglyphics to get to allodial. The Rosetta Stone was written in hieroglyphics. The Rosetta Stone is the trust of planet Earth. Man is a steward here. He doesn't own anything. He just gets to use it for his existence.
When you refer to the pharaoh, is that matter?
I couldn't give you a name on that. That's 8,000 years ago. I'd have to do a little more research. Hey, I'm honest. Yes.
What about God owning the land?
Sitting on the law.
Right.
Not paying taxes to God.
Not paying taxes to God.
If God, it's proven that
Well, God says that give unto Caesar what is Caesar's and give unto God what is God. You can have what's ever left over.
What gives it the value of your properties? Because of the estimated market value, the assessment authority?
Yes, you can do that as an assess. You can have your property assessed, figure out what your mortgage is, figure out what the fictitious language is, subtract your existing loan payment with your equity value, and from that you'll have a finished value to deposit into the trust. Now, the trust, why have a trust in the first place? Well, let's say the grantor is operating a vehicle and he gets himself, the car gets into a car accident. And the individual he injures winds up in a wheelchair. And he sues you, and it exceeds your insurance premium capacity. So the bailment, the individual cannot sue the bailment manager when operating the vehicle if it was done safely. But if he was legally drunk, then it would be negligence. And the bailment manager would become liable. Our trust do not protect people for negligence. You do not have to be drunk. You can go 100 hours without sleep and be under the influence of fatigue to the point where you fall asleep. And every single day, semi-drivers go off the road and get killed. When I went to New York, we had a semi-driver, fell asleep at the highway. He went down. The median was 8 feet deep. The semi hit. The box come over the back and catapulted 100 feet up in the air and landed on top of a set of trees, breaking in half. He was killed. The whole cab area was crushed down. And as the semi-box flew over the top, it took his trailer and it drug it right with it. And drug it along the bottom as this thing was airborne, about 75 miles an hour. And that's what falling asleep at the wheel does. So you don't have to be drunk to have an accident. You just have to be under the influence. That's what the law says, under the influence. It could be drugs, alcohol, or fatigue.
Somebody nagging you?
Oh, okay.
it's debatable.
Sometimes I get a little slow. All right. So the grantor, the trust will protect. Let's say that the bailment manager, he hadn't done anything wrong there. Now, if he didn't have a trust, the grantor now is the bailment manager, and there was a certain amount of negligence there, so he is charged. And the guy says, "Okay, I'm going to get a $100,000 lien placed against you." Now, he stays in the house, but the house is owned by the trust. and the trust is in the truth. So therefore, he can't come after the house because it's owned by the trust, and the bailment manager gets his $100,000 lien placed against him. Now there's that 45-day rule I told you about. In the event the trustee should quit or die, and there is nobody to replace the trustee, at the end of 45 days, the trust is then vacated, goes back to the grantor, and the lien is automatically activated for the $100,000. And you would lose the house. It would be sold. Bailment contract would immediately become null and void. The trust is null and void, and the grantor gets back the house, and now the $200,000 can be accessed by the lien.
That's only if the bailment takes off for whatever reason.
No, the bailment has no liability. Nothing that the bailment manager owns is tied to the trust.
So but if he dies, his beneficiary takes his place as trustee.
Well, no. This is a very unique trust. If you do not qualify to understand in the truth language, you cannot be trustee. No trustee can exist in our trusts. I've got people that want my trust. You know, I tell them, if you haven't taken the course, you haven't watched the videotapes, and you don't know what you're doing, you won't be a trustee, and I'm not going to sell you a trust. Because you don't know how to defend it, and it stipulates right in the trust, only an individual that has competency to know what truth is can be a trustee. And I police those. I don't give those away. And I tell people now every day, you can't be involved with this because you're not going to go out there half-cocked and do a crappy job of representing truth and dishonoring the position of this trust and wind up setting up a chain reaction. I only allow responsible people to get involved with this program.
Well, the thing is, the trust is already established. You are the bailman. You die. You have named in that trust, which you have no control over as the beneficiary per se. They might have the time between now and when that bailment dies to learn the process.
You've got 45 days. There's a 45-day grace period.
No, but I mean, way before.
Oh, yeah. I would always have 2 or 3 trustees that are brought up to speed.
But they would have to prove that they could communicate in the trust within that 45 days.
Oh, yeah, because probate is going to be on you like a blanket. If you can't defend the trust is automatically going to disqualify you, and the probate is going to have it.
Okay, so you can name anybody as the beneficiary.
Yeah, but I would make sure your people are trained ahead of time.
Yeah, of course.
And as this program expands in that, there's going to be more and more people in a few years. Everyone's going to know this program. It's going to be a normal thing. It's going to be taught. It's going to be on internet TV. People can download these courses, and there'll be a lot more. It'll be easier to find people. You know, we're starting a new thing here. So that's and then as far as beneficiaries go, the bailment, whoever becomes bailment manager, that's living in the house and driving the car, he's going to pay a rent fee to the trust. And you don't necessarily have to be your own trustee. You can have somebody else do this. You might have a dozen properties of which you want them all in trust, and you're going to stay in one, but all the rest of them are going to be managed by other bailment property owners. And they pay rent into the trust, and then that money is expended for taxes, wages, beneficiaries, maintenance expenses, insurance, and the trustee will then be responsible for all legal documents, opening checking accounts, savings accounts, paying the taxes, handling all contracts. The grantor is basically removed. Now, when a grantor puts money into the trust, he gets 100 units. These units have a zero par value. A zero par value means if he puts any value on that trust, when he puts it in, then it's just a transfer of wealth. And that's not accepted. It has to be a gift in order to establish trust. Now, the zero par value 100 units still have a specific responsibility, and that is to elect the trustee in the event all trustees are vacated. The government realizes that the only person that will take interest to protect assets is the grantor. And so the grantor is going to be the one that's going to choose who the next trustee is, because he has the voting share of the units. If you had 10 trustees in a corporate entity creating a trust, and each one had 10, you would need 51 units in order to elect the next trustee.
What about husband and wife?
Husbands and wives can be joint trustees, but a husband cannot name his wife as the trustee because it's a conflict of interest. You're already married, so you're under contract. The contract, through the law, acknowledges you as one. But the contract of your marriage is also in verb, with a verb government. So what you're doing is you're creating a noun jurisdictional entity here. So you have to word it in such a way that you are the volition of your thinking. You're going to have your identification as a marriage license in verb, but it's the volition that will identify you as an independent entity, two independent entities. She can have her maiden name as an independent entity, and you have your surname as an independent entity within the management of the trust, because there is no law in any language that is written in the truth to bring you together.
As far as the marriage contract?
The marriage contract is in fact written in verb. It's also a box document, which means it's removed and has no validity. It also gives the government jurisdiction over your children.
My wife and I live in common law. Is that to our benefit?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Convinced her back to it.
No, it is. It really is. In today's, with all this in the truth technology coming out now, the understanding between two people and the contracts that they make, they can write it in. You can write an in the truth contract between a man and a woman, and you've got yourself a partnership that I think is stronger than any government interference documents. Any questions on this?
How would you defend yourself against an attack? In other words, you have to educate them to what you're doing. So is that not what you would attempt to do, just like you send your documents to the court beforehand before you go in there?
Right. Okay, now, question is, how would you defend the trust if you were attacked? Let's say an IRS agent comes and says, we want your trust. Right on the cover of the document, just like on the cover of your book, we have an oath. That oath says, will you swear as the witness with the knowledge for the claim of the oath in the truth, where a noun is going to be used as the noun and where facts will be used as the facts. You must bring forth the law written in the truth that gives you authorization to be an IRS agent or a revenue agent. You must bring forth the law written in the truth that says Parliament is of oath and has written a law that gives you permission to invade into this truth. You must bring forth the laws for whatever specific violations you believe have occurred written in the truth and where this truthful trust has contract with your organization. Otherwise, your onshore fiction has no jurisdiction in our offshore truth. How did one man get sovereignty status in the United States where no state can create a state within a state? Think about that. No state, adverb, verb, negative contract disqualification. Shall, future tense now, create a state, a verb, create a verb. Within a verb, that's what it says. No state shall create a state within a state. Within a verb for doing a verb. So any fiction that wants to go challenge another fiction is going to wind up in jail for treason because you made contract with that fiction. I come forward and say, I'm not a fiction, I'm a noun. I'm not creating a state within a state. I know who I am. I'm a state in the truth. And so I hereby sue for my sovereignty through the United Nations. I say, I am in the truth under law of the flag. I've advertised my vessel. I've signed my postage stamp. I filed my paperwork. I've established my constitution, my bills of lading, my identification, my code of ethics. I've covered all my bases that are required under maritime law that this charter vessel now has filed the proper paperwork under the laws of maritime. And so I am a vessel in the sea of space moving, and I know that I'm in the truth, therefore I have sovereignty status.
Well, David, since we know that the UN is the one world government...
No, it isn't. The post office is. Bern, Switzerland, 1783, 1873.
Okay.
Post office runs everything.
How is the UN going to be on the side of the individual who wants sovereignty when the UN is working against sovereignty?
100% of all the UN activity is in verb. The postal union is also in the verb. However, they are still the two most powerful entities. The UN is the military force, that's why they fly military flags for the post office in Bern, Switzerland. I come forward as an independent, in the truth entity, and I said, you're all wrong. The UN is all wrong. The Postal Service is all wrong. All 250 nations, their constitutions, their bills of rights, their everything, from A to Z, everything written on this rock for 8,000 years is wrong, and I stand here in front of you with a single-page, 90-page document saying, I'm right. Judge says, that's your opinion. I says, well, no, not actually. I says, 1 plus 2 equals 3, and 3 minus 2 equals 1. I know who I am. And the judge goes, you're right. You know how to add and subtract, multiply and divide. So,
But why would you take this to a UN court?
Why would I take it to a UN court? Because the UN court everybody is involved with a treaty at that point in time. It is a sovereign territory where all the conditions of state come together to argue about the conditions of the state. Now think about that for a second. What is the condition of state of Canada? What is the condition of state of the United States? What is the condition of state of Mexico? And what is the condition of state of truth? Well, I punched a hole in the world. I came forward and said, I'm in the truth. And I declare that everyone else is in the verb. I'm the noun, you guys are the verb. Therefore, I stand alone as a condition of the truth. With the copy claim, and I have a flag. And when I copy claimed the flag, by the time they woke up and figured it out, they already saw it. They opened up the window and said, Miller's already got his flag up in front of the UN. We went past the statute of limitations. He's a sovereign citizen. He's got his flag up already out here.
And what was that flag?
Title 4 USC 1, 1 to 1.9.
Right, the contract.
I incorporated a contract. I filed it. They accepted it. We had contract under maritime and admiralty law, as well as under postal. It was signed, sealed, delivered, ribboned, certified, apostilled, A through Z, bang. He's got it.
Who signed the apostille?
Pardon? Secretary of State, Washington, D.C.
What's the name?
Jan Marino's office did.
When was this done?
August 11th,
This year.
2000.
David, it's not possible that you're able to achieve stronger joinder with the UPU because their constitution is written in French, which is grammatically much more correct with prepositional phrase.
You need one mistake to make a fraud. They may be able to, I've looked at their technology. They do it right about 80% of the time, but it only takes one mistake per sentence to create a fraud. To disqualify a paragraph, you only need one mistake in that paragraph.
Does that just disqualify the paragraph or the whole?
Just the paragraph. That's why paragraphs are required to be numbered.
So that would apply to your work as well. Your submissions would disqualify.
That's correct. That's correct. If I make a mistake on my paperwork, and we have a computer that runs through and looks for grammatical errors in our paperwork.
But your paragraphs are numbered as well, so for them to admit there's an error, it would them to also admit that they're in fiction. If they come up and said, oh, you didn't use a prepositional phrase, you just turned procedures into a verb because you got an adverb in front.
That's correct.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad to see you have knowledge. Now that we're talking like that, so I have a look at your codes.
Right.
So you might lose the battle, but you win the war.
Right. It's a catch-22. If you don't throw stones in a glass house. So what they do is they say, we can't understand. Well, if they don't understand, they lack knowledge. If they lack knowledge, they can't participate. They automatically disqualify themselves under Rule 12b1. Question?
Your paperwork, you said they recognize you because the UN they have the flag of 1.9?
Yes, the flag outside of the United Nations is the contract flag, just says your flag is 1 by 2 outside of the United Nations building.
So the flag outside the UN is the sovereign flag of the David-Winn full colon Miller?
Right, it's what I identified and copy claimed. But we did it in noun, whereas the rest of the world did it in verb. And that was the unique difference.
So that's not the United States flag, that's your flag.
It becomes mine. If the United States wants to copy claim one in the verb, that's fine. They copyrighted theirs in verb. I copyrighted mine in noun. I took the titles, like Title 4, for instance. The United States says Title 4, no punctuation. Title becomes an adjective of 4. They copyrighted the adjective and pronoun, for. I went ahead and I put punctuation into it. Full colon, title, full colon, for, full colon. I now have 2 nouns, just like time.
Completely different claim.
Completely different claim because of punctuation. Therefore, I get the point.
So no one else can copy claim that flag in the
Right.
So my question was it 1 to 2, the ratio?
Canadians are 1 to 2. Yeah.
I thought all sovereign flags have to be 1 to 2.
No. Each nation has different dimensional, but that is covered by the Constitution of that nation. And if you want to change the condition of your nation flag in your contract, you only need to change something. Change the shape, change the color. Put anything on the, if you put a flag on a flagpole, there cannot be anything on it. If you put anything on that flagpole, the spear means it's military court-martial. If you put an eagle on top, that's for the president of your country only. If you put a ball on top, it means it's for military recruiting or military advertising. And if you got an acorn is for parade.
We had a gold Canadian leaf on Canada Day in Kelowna when they had 79 new Canadian citizenships.
You can put a Coke can on top, it'll capture it in fiction too. The point is, you can put anything you want on top of the flagpole and put a magic marker on the flagpole. It will become a obstruction and capture the condition of the flag. However, the pulley that's used to hoist the flag on the rope is called a mechanical device and does not capture the flag. Because the pulley will always be above the flag. So they write that right up in the rules. The pulley is not a modification of that capture.
What about the rope?
The rope is not classified either. Ropes in, however, if you take a single gold thread, a sewing thread 6 inches long, and put it through that upper right-hand corner of that flag, you'll get a maritime flag.
They try that for you too, haven't they?
Mm-hmm. They do it.
David, since Canada is not a sovereign nation, how can we have a sovereign flag? We don't even have a constitution.
But you are sovereign. You just don't know how to get to it.
So how do we
Copyright the land in itself is not sovereign.
Why? Who owns it?
Each and every province has been given sovereignty in 1931.
Mm-hmm. In verb? Which verb were you given sovereignty in?
In the verb, right. Like the provinces haven't given sovereignty to a central government. Therefore, there's no ownership by that central government. Therefore, there's no sovereignty for flag identification, all of its legislation, of course, and anything else. Even though it's in the fiction, there's no validity there.
But your contract, okay, they've used a verb contract to contract you through the bankruptcy and have the control factor taking place right now. When the people have the wisdom to draft a constitution, and both in Fargo, when we did the Fargo seminars, as well as the last Bellingham seminar, there are individuals working right now to establish a new Canadian constitution to establish that flag into the truth, so that your constitution can be taken under writ habeas corpus to the United Nations to expose the verb in the fictitious conveyance of language of the bankruptcy and of the controlling government that now is in power.
But I understand in 1946 when the UN was established that Canada's sovereign flag at that time was blue on either side, sand in the center.
Right, and had 3 maple leaves.
3 maple leaves.
That's true.
Now why has that continued?
I believe that is going to be resurrected with the new Constitution when it is presented before the United Nations, so that sovereign contract can be established with the people. You will then need to have a referendum, put it to a vote. People must vote that into existence, and then the Queen's Bench must then put on trial the intent or the volition of the bankruptcy paperwork that was used by England. If fraud was conveyed and the knowledge was established through contracts in England that your paperwork was in fact a manipulation, just like in Hawaii in 1920. Well, in 1920 it was done with volition and was proven. You don't think that the same group of guys from England that created the bankruptcy and in the invasion of Hawaii in 1920 were involved with the Canadian? They're both England. The Masonic Lodge was involved with both of those through the Queen's Bench, to take and modify the language, create every one of you to have a nom de guerre name, destroy your ability to contract, and write everything in verb. There was no closure for the exposure for the abolition of that activity. Therefore, you have the right to sue upon your acquirement of the knowledge to get that corrected. And our writ of habeas corpus will get you to that end. It's already at the World Court. When we win ours, you guys can file yours. New Zealand's going to be filing theirs. Australia's going to be filing theirs. You've got all the indigenous tribes of Alaska and Canada and the United States Indians. They're going to be filing theirs. This is going to be happening over the steppes of Europe, Asia, Russia. All these indigenous tribes all around the world are identifying with their sovereignty.
But you were mentioning earlier that only sovereignty can beget sovereignty and fiction begets fiction.
Right.
Now, as a sovereign individual, how does a sovereign individual be recognized by a fiction United Nations?
Okay, good question. How does the fiction of the United Nations have jurisdiction to make a determination that I'm sovereign? Because they weren't fiction. When I handed them a writ of habeas corpus written in the truth, they picked it up, and when they picked it up, they said they were not sovereign. They were not a fiction entity. They read and understood what nouns were. Therefore, they made a ruling as a body in the truth on the same jurisdictional level as I was, under law of the flag, that I was a postmaster, and I sued for in the truth identification. For them to read it, they then understood that this was the Constitution by which they had to make a determination and judgment over me. And at the same time, the bells and whistles went off in every one of their brains going, hey, he's right, he's the first. But we all have that same privilege. That's why there's 1,000 UN delegates here. And this is September.
This is what we call white mail, isn't it?
This is September 9th today. The UN met September 6th. They granted me sovereignty on August 11th. That's only 3 weeks, 21 days. From the time I got sovereignty to they organized and said, okay, we're going to have an emergency meeting, everybody in the world show up. Yeah, right? That's how fast it took place.
Never seen government move to that speed.
Right, you never seen anything move at that speed. But when they gave one guy his sovereignty, they said, well, Jiminy Crickets, we don't get this thing under control. We're going to lose every flag on the planet. We're going to have 10,000 sovereign governments, not 250. So we better get all of our delegates in here and bring them up to speed on in the truth banking, because the whole planet runs on money. You got in the truth banking, in the truth trust, in the truth treaties between countries, all of our international trade agreements. The whole planet now stands on meltdown if they don't get their act together. And now they're all over there squabbling about who's going to take credit for it.
And what you're saying is that there'll be, based on what you were saying earlier, in terms of when this gets rewritten over time in the truth, there'll be a shakeout between...
It'll be done...
So that they're not just recreating the existing laws of
No, it's not... Right. Everything that was in fiction that doesn't apply is going to be thrown away. They're going to have to rewrite brand new programs in the truth.
Just getting rid of all the negative law alone to get rid of 80% of the stuff.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a complete rewrite on planet Earth. If there is only one truth, right, there is only one ultimate truth. Why do you think I have jurisdiction to stand up here and talk to Canadians, Americans, Mexicans, Chinese, Japanese, Russians, South Africans, Europeans? Because they understand that there is only one truth. And they can translate now into their language with the same thing I'm saying in English, and they're not losing any words. They understand that this is now possible to have a one world language in the truth. You know, China was going to go with their 10,000 word alphabet. They would accept no contracts until my buddies over in England went to Hong Kong, presented them with our program, our videos, and said we are now going to convert to the to the law procedures. We're going to use the 26-letter alphabet of the English language, and we're going to implement this over the next 20 years with our people. Well, they got 1.2 billion people to educate. And it's going to have to start from the grade schools and work their way up. It's going to take time. But for the immediate translation of international treaties, because China is now coming out of its isolation, it has no debt with the IMF. It has got a lot of gold that it's dug out of its own land. It has oil, natural gas reserves that are virtually untouched because their technology was not developed. And so they want to use our language to establish a new in the truth format. And with the Nikola Tesla coil going to be implanted within the next 2 to 3 years and have that little thing finished, you don't think China isn't going to put one up? They're building that big dam on the Yellow River that's going to generate electricity for hundreds of millions of people. I mean, that thing's like 20 miles long. That's a huge, huge dam that they're putting up.
I can only, the only thing my mind keeps going at is like, there's just going to be such a shock when they sit down and try and do this rewrite, because so many people are...
It isn't going to happen overnight. I already had a talk with Rothschild. He says it's going to be a 20-year program. Don't forget, we got 8,000 years of paperwork to construct and things to be rewritten.
David, in the translation of all the languages into English, for you to do the correction on it, isn't there a lot lost in the translation that can't be...
No, that's just it.
Can't be put into English?
No, our translation, the technology I've developed, can take the secret codes, Hebrew, that's 6,000 years old, where only the consonants were placed. All vowels were removed and all prepositional phrases and verbs were removed, and they only wrote the consonants. This technology will identify through procedure the proper vowels that are to be placed back in the prepositional phrases under a 5-point program. Now that 5-point program...
But isn't that assuming what it means?
No. It's mathematically certified frontwards and backwards. Truth is written in a circle. Your first cause of action, number 1 is a cause. Number 2 is an effect. Number 3 is your verb, which is your thinking. Number 4 is a possession, but possessive. And number 5 is authorization. Now, the cause is always going to be one of 2 words, either for or with. Those are the only 2 that you're going to start with. The effect will be of and by. Thinking, which is your verb, you've only got 2, is and are. There are no other verbs in any language. A is a singular, are is plural. Possessive is going to be in or with or against. Those are the only 3. Oh, 4. There's 4. Within and in, these here, you can go not in with, but you can do with, you can go in or within. I prefer to just keep it simple. And the last thing, authorization, is either of or by.
I was often wondering about that, the by procedure of the English language.
You do not start a cause.
This is the tail end. That was the tail end. I was just wondering, how am I going to say that ending was a by? By procedure was aching for of the English language, but both of those are assignments of authorization. So would that be acceptable?
This is a 20 and this is a 80.
It's 100% then.
Yeah. So you can use them either way. Now, the verb is a very critical. The verb is a very critical thing. When for is used in front of the verb, it is a cause. When for is used after the verb, no matter how many times you use it, it's going to be a possessive. If you use with in front of a verb, it's a cause. After the verb, it's a possessive. There is not an English book you will find anywhere written that is going to show you this.
Can you repeat that?
Because when we wrote this math procedure, we were able to certify how this program works. After the verb, for, and all of your words that appear after the verb are your possessives: in, with, against, and for. If that were to come before the verb, it would become a cause. Against the truth of the lie is with the knowledge of the witness. So there's a sentence where I'm using against to start a sentence here as a cause.
For the claimant with the knowledge is with the damage by the vacillae.
For the claimant with the knowledge is with the damage by the vacillae. Correct. If you always do a direct assignment, you are never saying the pen dropped. You're always establishing the knowledge in the assignment. Remember, who you're going after as a vacillae are absolutely immune from what they do. So never put a vacillae in front of the verb. You will lose your case, you will be sued for malice, and you'll go to jail for 10 years. Now, if that doesn't keep you straight, I don't know what else to tell you guys. So,
Can you give an example of that? By for the vacillae, by the cause of the damage is with, that would be a mistake. It's just.
Well, yeah, you could use by, but I don't usually bring a by in front of a verb.
Yeah. You're saying is keep the vacillae at the back end of the sentence versus bring it up.
Right. See now. For and with, these are both possessives. If I said for the witness with the knowledge is, I've got a double possessive but no effect. So it's for the witness with the knowledge of the truthful language procedures is with damage by the negligence of the court. Or, no, I can do that. I can do a double assignment. I've got 3 in front and 3 behind. I'm doing a double assignment because of the damage by the court. Of is a 20% assignment, by is an 80% assignment. But to make it more proper, it should read, for the damage of the witness by the for the negligence of the court, bringing in a balance of for and by, and for and by, for the driving of the car, for the writing of the checks, for the cashing of the checks, for the pumping of the gas. See, I can do as many for ofs as I want to. I can put 10,000 prepositional phrases with cause and effect and commas between them, and I can write a single sentence for the witness with the knowledge is for the responsibilities, but for the claim with the knowledge for the driving of the car, and then going through a complete ABC all the way down. And I can do it as a graph, not a graph, but an outline.
Only after the verb, though, correct?
After the verb, I can bring as many prepositional phrases as I want, but the smallest sentence you have is 13 words.
Right, but before the verb, you can't go 8, 9, 4, 8, 9,
4, 8, 9, 4. Yes, I can. I can use a double possessive. Where does thinking exist? That's the one word, knowledge, exists within thinking. So you got to have a physical entity. You can't say for the car with the knowledge. For the witness with the knowledge. Now you've got a double possessive, for and with. What's the cause now? For the witness with the knowledge by the driving. There's your cause now. There's your effect with what the knowledge is. By the car is for the driving to the store.
2 doesn't fall in the clause, does it?
No. It's a preposition in future tense. But if you haven't gotten there yet, I don't know another way to get you there. Don't use it for your logistics, but for fun you can go there.
You're suing or counterclaiming
the Vasily for something they didn't do, right?
That is,
I'll take it.
you're right. You're only suing them for negligence because they took an oath to perform. The performance has not been concluded by the specific date, so they've become default.
Why have the cognitive hyper-dissonance confused with contracting for the negative? How do you sue for what they didn't do and don't contract for the negative?
Okay, you cannot contract to the negative.
But suing them for what they didn't do is negative.
Right. For the witness with the knowledge is with the damage for the breach would be the correct word, because your contract already says what they were supposed to do. And breach is the one word that says the contract was already concluded.
How can it be concluded? You're just creating it now.
No. The only reason you're going to bring a lawsuit is because they were already in breach of a contract. This is your second contract. You see, you filed your state action to which they threw out. Now you're in federal court.
That wouldn't work because they make an oath to the crown or the queen, and they didn't break oath with the queen or the crown.
Wait a minute. Forget that. Watch what just happened. Okay, now he just said that the judge is under oath to the crown.
Yes.
That's fine, provided you come into court with nothing. I want to walk into court in my business suit here, and I got no paperwork. He's going to give me my freedom of the speech until I'm blue in the face. He's going to make me think that I've got the illusion that I've just said something. Where's my contract? There's no contract.
There is none.
He'll let you talk to your blue in the face. Find you guilty? Great. You're paying $150 an hour to talk to me. I'll sit here and listen all day long. At the end of the day, how much money you got in your pocket? You got $300? Good. You can talk for 2 hours. We're going to charge you $150 an hour. Oh, wait a minute. We got a DA here. He gets $100. He gets $150 an hour. I get $150. You only get to talk for an hour. That's the first question I ask you. How much money you got in your pocket? Well, I only got a $20 bill, Your Honor. All right. What's your name? All right. You had your 1 minute of glory. Okay. Now give us your $20 and you're found guilty. Now you can make time payments for the balance.
Okay. Yeah, I still need help with this.
All right. I'm not done yet. Okay, now the judge, you're not going into court without a paperwork. You're not going into court as a chartered vessel without your papers. You've got a constitution that the court stamped. You've got a bonded document, a bonded contract, and your vessel's got its papers. And you are the chief cook and bottle washer as the senior court barrister, and he works for you as the Vasily. You think the captain of a ship's going to take any lip from his employees? Do you think the captain of the do you think the employees of the ship can say, "Hey, Queen, I got an oath with you"? The minute you walk into the court, the Queen, this guy might have an oath with a seal, the Queen's seal. But that's not what this contract says. This contract's got a flag on it, and flags have got jurisdiction over seals. Contract. You got a contract with the judge that says, this is your oath, this is your promise. This has got superior jurisdiction with that flag in a Canadian court because that's sovereign, not the seal of the Queen. The Queen is in bankruptcy. You've left bankruptcy. You've come into my sovereignty flag issue now. This Constitution controls who you are and what you think. You will perform that a noun is a noun and a fact is a fact, or I'll sue you for treason and put you in jail for 100 years. Now, let's talk. I'm in control.
They've signed on to your oath.
And be assertive as to who you are. He's going to go boo, and you're going to and you're going to fall apart. I've seen guys go into court. I've rehearsed them. They're great. Judge walks in and goes boo. Would you please state your name, sir? And he goes, I can't remember my name, Your Honor. And you know what? The judge says, hey, Miller, you're going to win. You got showmanship. You can come in here. You're not afraid of me. 99 other people are going to come here. I'm going to go boo. And they're going to forget who they are. And I'm going to have them for breakfast because they're afraid and you don't have showmanship. Learn how to be public speakers. Learn to get up in front of an audience and not be afraid. Bruce does it. There's several of you guys do it. I've been in the court. You know what? They can step on you just so many times and all of a sudden you lose your fear factor. And when you lose that, and you can get up in front of an audience and you can perform, well, now you are in control. When I walked... That'll get you about 10 days for contempt. You got to be a little bit sharper than just letting your paperwork speak for it, yeah.
What I was trying to get back is if Vassal is deficient in his duties of the contract, you have to bring forward evidence of his lack of performance or breach of duties in your contract.
His performance duties are already outlined.
But you need evidence to come in court with his violations.
No. You can't sue him for his violations in his face because he's doing them right in front of you. You come in there and say, Your Honor, I've got a contract with you. This contract says exactly what you're supposed to do. You can do whatever you want, but this paperwork stipulates how you're going to perform. If you need time to read it, then take a recess and go read it. Figure out what you're doing. And most of the people in here that have been in court and gave the judge that challenge, when they came back into the court, the judge was sitting there shaking so hard he couldn't read his paperwork.
Well, we went to court with him, told him to do that. He ignored us completely.
That's because he wanted to remain in his ignorant format. But if he, that was the first time. The second time he came into court, he had time to go back there and read that stuff. And he was either recused or you had another judge. How many judges have you had in your case now?
3.
It's enough said. If the guy was afraid of you, the first one would still be in charge.
The last one we had, she went on and said, we have a contract. She says, I did not sign any contract. I said, did you take this case on? Yes. And you got the contract, whether you like it or not, it's your contract.
The minute she said the word yes, she just told you. She signed, sealed, delivered it to you. She read it. She knows exactly what she's doing. She can't say no because ours carry all the definitions.
Well, she told us to shut up, and that's it. We're not going to argue with you. Then Myrna says, listen, we'll let our paperwork speak for us. And she says, we'll let our paperwork speak for us.
And their verb can't say anything against truth. And they're going to lose that argument right away.
We set a date for our trial, and that was the end of it.
She was cutting her losses to get out of there. She was already beaten. And I bet you she does not come back to court. I don't care what she told you, she will get somebody else. She's going to go all the way up to, you might have a Supreme Court judge come down there and play circuit court judge or Queen's bench judge to try and outsmart you. Because these are Supreme Court documents. These are not play game cases.
Well, she set the court date for us, and we weren't happy about that, but she wouldn't let us say anything after that. See, it's kind of funny because I'd attack her on one end, and then Myrna'd go at her on another. She didn't know which way to go.
Well, you were double teaming her.
I mean, that's fair. They do it to you.
It's a poker game. Oh no, they don't play games with me. Every time they open their mouth.
As a person, myself,
yeah.
They do it to every guy who goes into that courtroom. You got the prosecutor and the judge kicking your teeth in. But we did it to them, and they didn't like it.
Well, yeah, if you know what you're doing, you can shut them down every time they open their mouth up.
After that, I had the guard there, the security guy, and said, take this over and give it to the prosecutor. It was this, the charges.
Right.
He gave it to him, and I said, now, Mr. Brewer, for the record, you've just been served. And then he looked, and he kind of gave it. I don't think he was giggling after he read what we gave him.
That's because he never saw a document like that. He was just expecting to be served by like the other 100 documents he's been served.
Well, we got that on the record.
Okay.
But your paperwork or your court date,
yeah, take every single piece of forensic evidence you got. It's all part of your case. It shows the conspiracy, the obstruction from A to Z. Question.
Dave, what level of proficiency is required to get into these cases? Because a fantasy is to know it like you, but I have 100,000 hours.
No. I usually tell people you do this for about 200 hours, you're going to be proficient. You're going to do it. It's good if you get with a support group. If you think you're going to do these 42s alone, you're going to walk into the lion's den alone, your paperwork's going to get lost and you're going to disappear. You're going to become a number on some bus going around the country. It's called diesel therapy. when you walk into court and you got numbers going in with you, 20, 30 people. I know Bruce goes to court, he gets 40, 50 people. I go into court, I pack it solid. There's not even room for what they'll do is they'll bring in school groups, kids from high school, or bring in every deputy. When we did Turner's hearing, they brought in 250 jurors. I mean, it was standing room only in the courtroom. They made sure that every square inch of that courtroom was full of people. They measured how many people they could squeeze in that courtroom, and all of our people had to wait outside until they picked their 12 jurors. And that, to inconvenience everybody for like 6 hours, yes.
For the ignorant, what's the Turner case? You've mentioned it several times.
Well, James Turner was a chiropractor who was charged with income tax evasion from 1992 to 2000, 8 years. He sued them in the truth and never lost. He never submitted into the fiction. He stayed on point throughout the entire case. Even though it looked like things are going bad, he stayed on point. They wanted 18 years and $900,000 in fines. They offered him 12 months in a work release program, and right now there's no fines that I know of. So that he can still maintain his practice, but they've postponed the sentencing hearing now several times. So they're running. They don't know what to do with this case. For one thing, like I said, the judge was on an Indian reservation, not in the courtroom. The jurors filed claim against the judge for treason.
How did you ever know he was on a reservation?
Oh, that we
said something about a line across the
right. What we do is we always pull up whenever there's a trial that goes bad. We go ahead and we find out, going all the way back to the 1800s. We go back 200 years. We pull up the plats. Every federal courthouse in the United States has got history under it. Believe me, it isn't what it appears to be. And across the street, within every federal courthouse in the United States, is a Masonic lodge. And if you go ahead and you look at the history of how this works, the judges park in the Masonic lodge basement and then walk through a tunnel to the courthouse. You never see a judge outside on the street. The second thing is that, like in Dallas, Texas, for instance, the federal district court, they held trial. Well, Mr. Fox went ahead and pulled the plats up, finds out that the building is owned by the city, not the federal government. It isn't even under lease. They just put the sign out front, making everybody think it's the federal courthouse. They've been tried tearing federal cases on city land. It's not ceded. It's not even under law of the flag. Total violation, wrong jurisdiction. Had cases dismissed out of there because of that.
In downtown Vancouver, we have federal courthouses, courtrooms in Banktown.
In where?
Banktown.
Front of the Bank Tower.
Banktown?
Tower.
Oh.
On the buildings.
Private property?
Oh, yeah.
TD
All
Bank
federal,
has
all
federal
federal
court.
building, all federal courts sitting in commercial high-rises downtown, like Calgary, right in smacks 15th floor of a commercial high-rise. Vancouver, I think it's the 12th floor of a commercial high-rise. So pull the title on that, John.
So how would we...
Pull down the titles. It's got to be sitting on the dirt. If it's in a room like this,
Yes.
in a tower,
Yeah.
then you're under rules of four cornering, law of the flag rules. If they got a symbol up, bring your flag and you capture the court. These documents are gold up there. You can capture any of those courts.
And all federal courts,
They all run that flag.
they all have the gold fringe in the federal courts.
I know, but gold fringe is not the flag of your sovereignty. No. That is, so the only thing you got to do is take in that flag in your paperwork and say this court is captured. And you've got yourself a sovereignty contract. Because the minute it's file stamped, it automatically captures the entire jurisdiction of that floor, of that courthouse. No matter where that paperwork goes, that's sovereign every place it goes. So no matter where you walk around, you got your badge on? You are walking around as a sovereign citizen in a foreign country. So that's your passport as a postmaster because you're delivering the freight, cadaver.
But wouldn't that discredit them having the court in a public building?
Not at all. You can have a court anywhere.
Okay.
We can set up court right here. If you guys want to elect a judge, we can hold court. I guarantee you. We can pick our own jury in this room. We can argue anything we want here. We can sign an order saying that we elected a judge, a jury, and we had an arbitration between two individuals, and any court in the land will uphold that.
No, you were saying, though, before, I think, that the court had to be on the land?
No. In the federal court, there's an imaginary line that runs into infinity. That was Indian territory in infinity, and that judge sat in that infinity of that foreign land. He was outside his jurisdiction. In Oklahoma. Up in your country, your sovereignty land runs into, it's your airspace. So what if they build a skyscraper? It's still in the airspace.
Our land in the city of Vancouver is owned by the Musqueam Indian Band.
Well, why don't you go talk to those guys, find out what their treaty is with Canada. You might find out you've got a sovereign contract and you guys are all part of the Indian reservation. And if theirs is written in hieroglyphic now, and guess who's got jurisdiction? You guys are all part of the tribe. You've been walking around in the wrong jurisdiction. You guys can put their Indian flag or their symbol of their tribe, and I'm sure they got a tribal flag, on your paperwork, file it in Vancouver, and that's more sovereign than Canada is. Because Canada's in bankruptcy. Bankrupt corporations don't have any treaty rights. Sovereign Indians do. Don't the sovereign Indians have gambling or something up there? Oh, there you go. Those guys are outside the bankruptcy. That's why you've got the gambling.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, you can. Why do you think the Freemen weren't invaded in Montana for 88 days? They lived in a hole in the United States. Where those guys were in that compound, the FBI surrounded them. But they couldn't trespass. That was a foreign country. It was never ceded by the United States government. So the fiction could never invade sovereign Indian territory. And the guy that owned it had a lodial title rights going all the way back to the 1800s. And what did he do? He left his country and he jumped into the United States fiction. That's what got him thrown in jail. He could have stayed there.
Did you say there were no lodial rights?
But that preceded the United States government. That goes all the way back to hieroglyphics for the old Indian tribes. That's old stuff. There's holes all over it. There's 5 strips down in Santa Monica, California, from the Guadalupe Delgado treaties of 1605. Those are lodial title lands for the Spanish going back pre-16th century. They're back to the 15th century. And on those Indian strips there, they're a mile wide and they go all the way in about 10 miles from the ocean. They can build casinos on those strips. So they're trying to figure out how to get the original titles going back 500 years. And once they establish that originality, they'll be able to open up Las Vegas casinos in Santa Monica. On those Indian lands. You realize how valuable that would be?
I thought you said they canceled their titles.
Under the fiction, all they got to do is pull up the original lodials from 500 years ago if they can find them. Something is chiseled in stone someplace.
Just about the contract in the court, I think I recall it was one of your earlier videos you said that you put in the contract to have a cup of hot coffee there waiting for you just to make sure that they read the contract and you got in there.
Yeah. No, I did that just for fun.
Yeah, I figured. like Eddie Van Halen taking all the red M&Ms out, eh? Yeah.
What was that?
Well,
it's another joke, huh?
Yeah. But it was that true. I remember I'm quite sure you're saying you had it so that in the contract there'd be a cup of hot coffee, so when you got in the court, you'd know whether or not they had read that contract or not, if that coffee was sitting there. Don't drink it. You just don't drink the coffee.
All right, this was the original formula that opened this whole thing up. Now, here's how it all happened. Let me steal this man's paper. We all write on paper, left to right. One morning I woke up after 3 years of trying to find a mathematical interface, trying everything physically possible as a 9-year English major and a 9-year math major. And I walked up to the table, and the paper was laying this way with the red line. So I wrote on each line, 2 plus 3 equals 5, and 6, or rather 5 minus 3 equals 2 across the sternum when I got my coffee, and then I sat down at this location. But now I'm looking at the paper this way. I'm going, that's a graft. Let's fill in the values. And so I filled in the values. And I said, well, deductively reasoned, when we do a math problem, all numbers are in fact nouns. So I've got a noun, a whole number on both sides. So